Chapter 2235, Mu Yalan looked over at Li Qie before nodding at Huang Quanwei. Please go ahead, Brother Huang. She ultimately decided against taking any risk based on the given information. Very well, I'll start. Quanwei sneered at Li Qie again, quite pleased with himself. He took out a pouch of various poisons. Elder, it might be painful, I will need you to bear it. Don't worry, virtuous nephew. This old bones of mine can handle it. The elder said. Quanwei chose a bottle of ointment and began applying on the wound. The elder felt a cool sensation, all the pain have disappeared. Virtuous nephew, this is an amazing ointment, removing the pain torturing me for several days now. The elder became astonished. This is black jade, an antidote personally created by me. Any other poison would be cured right away. Quanwei said. Brother Huang, you can actually make it. Yalan was surprised as well. The formula for black jade had been lost long ago, even their valley only had an incomplete scroll. Plus, the disciples here didn't focus on poison too much, not caring to research it any further. Yes, I looked through so many texts before finding a way to make up for the missing pieces. This black jade of mine can cure anything. Quanwei's ego was being fed in full right now after seeing her surprised expression. Your poison mastery is indeed peerless. She praised. No way, it is inferior compared to your medicinal abilities. Quanwei responded. His mood couldn't be better right now. Nevertheless, he didn't stop and took out several needles and inserted into the elder's important meridians. Now! He shouted and his needles lit up. Under his empowerment, black lines appeared around the elder's body, the remnant poison. The old man started to twitch, clearly feeling the pain from this process. Alas, he didn't groan even once. These black lines were forced into the chest area. Quanwei was fast and added more needles into the chest cavity, sealing the poison there. At the same time, his black jade ointment was doing work as well. The wound gradually turned white with smoke coming out. The elder was drenched in sweat, but he felt much better than before, as if the poison was being removed. I'm so impressed right now, you expelled this poison so easily. He excitedly said. Not yet, this is only removing the hidden poison from your system. In order to cure it completely, we need other medicines. He humbly said, but his slightly smug expression told the tale. Of course, I was saved the moment you got here. The elder was all smiles, happy at the thought of being free from this terrible poison. Elder, hold on a while longer, the next step will be very painful. Quanwei took out a bottle. Your bottle will end his life. Li Qie warned before Quanwei could use it. This got the attention of both Quanwei and Yalan. Humph, do you know what you're saying? This is an antidote, why would it take his life? Don't be ridiculous now. Quanwei's eyes turned cold as he spewed out aggression. Virtuous nephew is indeed saving my life, not the opposite, don't speak nonsense now. Elder Yang was unhappy and would have shouted at Li Qie if he wasn't the first disciple. Just a charlatan. Li Qie calmly said. What do you mean? Yalan looked at him and said. The right medicine for the right illness, anything else is risking people's lives. He smiled in response. The right medicine? Quanwei raised his voice. The poison is from a devil-claw louse, a creature near a volcano containing true fire in its poison, rendering the veins. This bottle is a mix of centurial ice lotus and deepwater glacier, perfect ingredients versus this poison. If this isn't right, then what is? Brother Huang's explanation is logical, do you have something else in mind, senior brother? Yalan nodded in agreement and asked. Virtuous nephew, I believe in your skill, no need to listen to someone else's nonsense, please start. The elder unhappily said. If the elder wishes for it, then please go ahead. Yalan then told Li Qie, senior brother, please don't disturb him during the process. Yalan had nothing against Li Qiye, but she didn't wish for any interruption. Li Qiye simply smiled and didn't bother explaining. Miaojin did the same, waiting to watch the fun. "Elder, I'm starting," Quan Wei said with a serious expression. "Go for it, virtuous nephew." Elder Yang was mentally prepared. Quan Wei opened the bottle and scattered the medicine on his chest. Sizzle and smoke came out as if something was burning. The elder had a twisted expression from the pain with sweat all over. There was no doubt that this process was excruciating. He tried his best while biting down in order to not scream. As more medicine was poured on top, the black wound became gradually fainter before disappearing altogether. The poison has been cured. Blood finally came out of the wound and Quan Wei put away the bottle while heaving a sigh of relief. "All right, you'll be able to get up soon." At this moment, the elder was struggling for breath. It took a while before he regained his wits and felt comfortable like never before. "You're a miracle doctor, I will forever remember this debt." The elder got up and cupped his fist. "I have learned from your poison mastery today, Brother Huang." Yalan praised as well. "This is a huge weight off my back now that the elder is fine." "It is my honor to help you, junior sister," Quan Wei said right away. Yalan nodded. This whole ordeal has been quite stressful since she couldn't come up with an antidote. "Senior brother, do you still have any pointer?" The successful attempt left Quan Wei complacent, no giving a damn about this first disciple. Li Qiye still had a faint smile on his face. Poison mastery is a complex art, not just anyone can learn it. Quan Wei thought the lack of response meant fear. In the present day, no one is my match when it comes to this art. Trying to do so would only be ignorantly displaying one's slight skill before an expert. Quan Wei was one step short of pointing his finger at Li Qiye and scolding the guy. Strangely enough, Li Qiye was rather docile and only stood there. "Ah!" Elder Yang suddenly dropped on the bed and began twitching again. Earlier, he didn't scream a single time like a real man during the healing process. But now, he constantly bellowed in pain. One could only imagine what he was going through. "Elder!" The group was shocked to see this. His face became whiter with a mist appearing around him and exuding a chilling aura to everyone nearby. "What's going on?" Quan Wei was caught off guard. Yalan sealed the elder's meridians again with lightning speed. She fed him an emergency pill in order to protect his veins and true fate. "Help, help me," the elder could finally speak again, but he seemed to be at his last gasp, unable to say anything afterward. The twitching intensified along with the cold aura. If I have to type virtuous nephew one more time. Chapter 2236, It was as if the elder had just gotten out of an ice pit. Even experts like the ones in the room could feel the cold biting into their bones. This frigid air intensified as the elder trembled with his teeth clanking together. Next, the mist was slowly turning into a layer of frost. What is going on? Yalan still couldn't stop the cold energy coursing through the elder like a flood breaking the dam, on the verge of turning him into an ice sculpture. Yalan had never seen such a monstrous cold energy before. Her medicinal skill wasn't enough to stop it. She stood there in a daze, thinking that it wouldn't be long before his death if they couldn't stop it. Poison King Huang Quanwei was even more stunned. He didn't know what was going on because in theory, that should have gone just fine. Alas, the elder's condition had deteriorated. The cold poison is invading him, Li Qiye flatly stated. Yalan quickly composed herself. She was experienced enough to keep calm and remembered what Li Qiye had said earlier. She stared gently at him and asked, "Senior brother, please save Elder Yang." The unemotional girl was anxious, not wanting to see a life slip away before her very eyes. He glanced at her and said, "Move, my turn." Yalan immediately stood to the side to make way for him. He came forward and checked the elder's pulse. The guy's hand was frighteningly cold, the sheer force of this affinity could instantly freeze someone. Quite strong, Li Qiye stated before taking out the myriad cauldron. Poof! Its flames surged out and turned into long strings of fire flowing just like water. He began with lightning speed, channeling these strings into the elder. They penetrated each of the meridians and veins, acting as a substitute. He wouldn't stop shooting more and more strings like a rain of needles. They continued to flow all over the elder, too many to count. The elder looked as if he was made from fiery threads due to the sheer number wrapping around him. He was red just like a boiled shrimp. Flames continued to move inside his body. Each string seemed to have its own life as they made their way across. Any spectator would be blinded from the radiance. Moreover, Li Qiye's technique was unique. Yalan herself couldn't truly understand them. This was a magical and precise process with extreme speed. She knew that she couldn't replicate this task. Each person had countless veins. To be able to channel these strings through all of them in such a short time. It required immense finesse and power, causing Yalan to gasp in astonishment. Miaozhen was watching Li Qiye intensely with her big and round eyes. Remember, these strings were made from the cauldron flame. It meant that his fire-controlling technique was at the apex. A fire controller of this level would also mean that his pill-making techniques and alchemy were incredible. Sizz. The fiery strings flowed and burned away the cold poison, even the hiding ones, not allowing them to resurface again. He was displaying his abilities in full force, truly impressing the two girls. From this curing process alone, it was clear that he was versed in all aspects, medical, alchemy, and flame controlling. This great versatility and mastery far exceeded the two of them. Eventually, the flames gathered. Despite their power, they didn't harm the elder at all. It showed that Li Qiye had reached a level where he could do whatever he wished just like a fire god. Miaozhen became more and more impressed and shocked. Longevity Valley was an alchemy lineage with plenty of masters, but they might not be able to find a second like him. Sizzle. The flame resembled flowing water now with a non-stop current washing everything inside his body several times before leaving his body. It floated in the air. Everyone could hear shrill screeching noises. Despite the low volume, they were unpleasant like needles pricking the ears, quite an unbearable sensation. The group finally noticed that the flame was surrounding something, a tiny poisonous creature only the size of a hair. It was entirely clear like crystals with two sharp fangs and a scary face. It ran left and right in order to escape, but this was a futile effort. Poof! The cauldron sent out a second wave of flame, increasing its power by several hundred times over, capable of boiling an entire ocean. The creature wiggled and screeched. In the end, it couldn't withstand the heat and became scattered ashes. Everyone was drawn in by this scene. It didn't last that long since the start, but Li Qiye's techniques were perfect and smooth, worthy of gasps and awe. More shockingly, they didn't expect for this insect to be hiding in the elder's body. The old man was dead for sure if it wasn't for Li Qiye. He recalled the cauldron and glanced over at the unconscious patient. He'll be fine. Senior brother, that was a type of ice poison? Yalan asked right away with a pair of eyes brimming with a love for learning. This was her first time seeing this, so she wanted to figure it out. An ice ghost. Li Qiye said. Ice ghost, from the legends. Rumor has it that it can kill people without being detected. She shuddered. She has only read about this legendary poisonous insect in the books, never seeing it in person before. Chapter 2237, That's a made-up creature, it doesn't exist. Quan Wei wasn't ready to lose the spotlight to Li Qiye. Don't blame the books for being wrong out of your own ignorance. Li Qiye glanced at him and retorted, just because you haven't seen it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The thing that doesn't exist is your knowledge. You. Quan Wei turned red with an ugly expression. He was complacent earlier but no more. The gap between the high and low vexed him. So what actually happened? Miaozhen curiously asked. An ice ghost is similar to a specter in the sense that it is elusive, formless, and can kill without being detected. But the truth is that it isn't formless, just another type of parasite on a poisonous creature. He explained, more often than not, the murderer is wrongfully blamed. Everyone would think that its host was the killer. The devil claw louse that attacked Elder Yang was the host. Of course, its poison was very formidable and continued to fight against the ice ghost even after its death. What I mean is that the ice ghost was being restrained by the poison of the louse inside the elder's body. Removing this poison resulted in the ice ghost going all out and invading the elder with its cold energy. He looked over at Quan Wei after revealing the last part. Chuanwei's complexion kept on changing color. Earlier, he was so confident in curing the elder, but he ended up almost killing the guy. He was the famous Poison King, but he had lost to a nobody today. This was a great blow on his ego. It's my fault for not being careful enough, ignoring your opinion. A great mistake. Yalan sighed and said. Li Qie did warn them, but she chose to trust Quan Wei due to his reputation. Ah, the elder woke up at this time. He got up in fear and cried out with a pale complexion, "Am I okay? Elder, you are no longer in danger." Yalan consoled, "My senior brother had removed the cold poison in your body and killed the ice ghost. Everything in your system is gone, so you'll recover soon." The elder finally calmed down, vaguely recalling Li Qie helping him before he blacked out. "Thank you, virtuous nephew, for bringing me back from hell," he said. This old man has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. How embarrassing. He chose to believe Quan Wei and even reprimanded Li Qie, his savior. Recalling this left him embarrassed. Just a trivial art, can't reach the apex. Li Qie casually replied. This response was a cruel slap on Chuanwei's face. Poison mastery represented everything to him. He was proud of being peerless in this art, allowing him to roam the world with a smug on his face. But now, this art was considered trivial by Li Qie. His face became even more unsightly from the verbal slap. "Rest now," Li Qie told the elder before leaving. "Wait for me, first brother." Miaozhen gave chase with a cheerful expression. Quan Wei wanted to show off before Yalan in order to earn her favor, not expecting to lose face because of Li Qie. He didn't wish to stay and immediately said goodbye, then left Longevity Valley. As the duo was leaving, Miaozhen happily held on to Li Qie's arm, looking quite intimate. "You were amazing, definitely gave him a good beat down, we'll see if he dares to come back here again." She was looking quite cute. Hee, that guy gave up for sure, maybe you will be able to win our hearts soon too. "Done with your test?" he directly asked. Miaozhen was indeed crafty. Her other purpose was to test Li Qie's abilities, to see if her master chose the right person. "I had complete confidence in you, senior brother. I knew you would stop Everlasting from being so arrogant and boost our morale, that's all, no other intention." She rolled her eyes, looking pitiful and wrongfully blamed. Li Qie was unmoved. "Don't think I won't strip you and throw you out of 100 Flowers. Senior brother, alright, I was wrong, I shouldn't have tried to test your abilities." She hugged his arm tighter and admitted her mistake, "But you're a benevolent and magnanimous person and will forgive me this time, right? I won't dare to do it again. I'll make it up to you by bringing you some tea and a meal." This girl was very adaptable and wily, someone that was both cute and frustrating to be around. Better brace yourself before trying again later. He nonchalantly looked at her and stated. "There will be no next time, I swear to the heaven." She raised her hand and swore, taking it to heart. Li Qie only gave her a glance without responding. Hi, I know you're nice enough, I won't do it again." After seeing that he was fine, she grabbed his arm again and happily skipped forward. Li Qie enjoyed his time at 100 Flowers. It was peaceful and quiet in the last 2 or 3 days. The little girl, Miaozhen, had run off somewhere and didn't come to bother him. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyao visited several times to ask for help with alchemy and plants. She was much more pleasant to be around due to her gentle nature, unlike the other scheming demoness. He answered all of her questions, so she left happily each time. Alas, his peace was broken this morning. A group of girls surrounded his courtyard completely. "Good morning, first brother." They greeted after seeing him. "First brother, senior sisters said that you are gifted in everything and will teach us in place of master. I'm here today to respectfully ask for your guidance in pill making." One of them cheerfully requested. Another one excitedly said, "First sister said that your knowledge of plant is peerless. The 3 of us want to grow a rare one, please help us." Before master left, she was teaching us meditation laws. First sister said that you know all of our merit laws. I'm not very good at cultivation, please correct. These girls outside of his door were chirping non-stop. Being wanted by so many beauties was a blessing but also a source of headache. Li Qiye grimaced, realizing the culprit right away. Suddenly, a cough interrupted the pretty voices. The girls looked back and saw a cold expression, as distant as an apricot in the middle of a snowfield. No one would dare to come close. Second sister. The girls quieted down right away. This was naturally one of the 3 ladies, Mu Yalan. The disciples in 100 Flowers were rather scared of her. They weren't close to her like they were with Miaozhen. If you all want to ask senior brother for help, don't do it like a bunch of bees. You need to organize a time with him first so that you don't interrupt his cultivation. She told the group. "We'll come back tomorrow then." One of them smiled cutely. Many set up an appointment with him before leaving. There was no doubt that Miaozhen got them to come. Chapter 2238, the girls hurriedly left with a smile on their face, looking quite cute and charming. Only Li Qiye and Mu Yalan were left. He gave her a look and said, "Come inside." After they entered the room, she cupped her fist. "I have eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai, almost committing a grave mistake back then, please forgive me, senior brother." She has been thinking of him recently but due to the high number of patients, she couldn't leave until today. He waved his hand, "It's no big deal, everyone will misjudge eventually." In fact, she was an excellent and responsible doctor. She wasn't completely at fault during the mishap while curing Elder Yang. "Senior brother, your medicinal understanding is matchless, I have many things I wish to ask you." She stared with a pair of eyes eager to learn despite her still cold demeanor. Her abilities in this aspect were worthy of her title as a miracle doctor. Even in Longevity Valley, her skills were on the same level as teachers from the last generation. However, after seeing Li Qiye at work, she realized the considerable gap between them. Moreover, first sister also said that he was skilled in other aspects as well, a master of everything. Not to mention myriad lineage, a true master like that was a rare sight in all 3 worlds. Because of this, she humbly asked him for guidance. "Go on." He didn't refuse her request. Yalan was happy that he didn't wish to hide his knowledge and quickly asked the questions that have been troubling her. The issues brought up were quite profound. Even a true master of medicine might not be able to show her the way. She definitely found the right person. This was someone who had studied for eras across different realms. He not only could answer but also did it in an incredible manner. She was immersed in this lesson. The snow around the apricot was melting away with excitement and her eyes lighting up. When it came to the good parts, she couldn't help quietly gasping in awe. In terms of talents among the 3 ladies, Fan Miaozhen was most likely the best. She wasn't the first sister for becoming a disciple, the earliest under Longevity Sage. Her talents were indeed the best. However, she was much more focused on cultivation compared to the other 2. Mu Yalan was interested in medicine while Qin Xiaoyao was all about plants and alchemy. The 2 of them were hellbent on their respective field, thus they were so accomplished at such a young age. Miaozhen's pill-making was not bad either. However, she carried a heavier burden as the first sister and needed to work on the sect, unable to only focus on personal developments. This gave her a deeper understanding of the world compared to the other two. Meanwhile, Li Qiye didn't hide anything and did his best because he found the girls to be pure and willing to be the best at their domain. It was relaxing and rewarding to teach them, so he was more than happy to partake in this task. Clang, 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 their time was interrupted by an urgent-sounding gong. Yalan was shocked to hear it. Something has happened to Master. She ignored everything else and left the room while the panicking noise continued. Next, people saw the bloodied longevity sage being carried into the valley. Her wounds shocked the entire place because her cultivation was unfathomable. No one knew how strong she was exactly. Thus, one could imagine the formidable strength of the culprit. Moreover, this person must have strong backing too. The sage was in charge of the system. Attacking her was the same as challenging the entire valley. The disciples assumed their post and became ready to fight. There were guards and sentries every 5 paces. A tense atmosphere pervaded the place. The ancestors entered the hidden cave to help the wounded sage. The rest of the disciples didn't know what was going on or who the enemy was. Boom! A green light gushed out with increasing intensity, eventually ending as a vast expanse above. Clank! A massive image of a cauldron appeared in this expanse. It flew towards the cave right away. The ancestral cauldron, the elders worried even more at this sight. They need this cauldron. All members didn't expect the situation to be so dire. This was the cauldron left behind by their progenitor, crafted from different materials all over the 3 worlds and capable of bringing someone back from death. Even under the most gruesome circumstances, the person only needed 1 strand of their soul in their body and this cauldron could save them. Of course, the valley didn't use it carelessly since it required a massive amount of materials and energy. The severity of the situation became obvious when so many ancestors and even the cauldron were assembled. The enemy certainly wanted the sage dead. So many disciples gritted their teeth in anger at this thought and wanted revenge, especially if something were to happen to their sect master. Besides the ancestors out of the sects or in crucial meditation, the other ones came to pour their power into the cauldron. The situation was tense because the rest of the disciples wanted to prevent a potential ambush. They protected the cave and felt the heavy responsibility. Nevertheless, there was a true sense of solidarity going on. All were ready to die protecting their sect master. Fan Miaozhen was even more determined and became quite busy with the administration. She even patrolled herself, truly showing off her abilities. With a full armor and weapon at the ready, she didn't show any sign of immaturity at all. Her commands were on point and meticulously thought out. This was the style of a capable general. Anyone who saw her right now would see a battle-hardened general, unable to see the resemblance between this and her demoness style. On the contrary, the first disciple was quite leisure. No one came to bother him at his little courtyard. The dreadful atmosphere went on for a bit, but fortunately enough, the enemy has yet to appear. This was a blessing of sorts because the valley was at its weakest. An assault might fail but would still leave severe damage right now. It looked like the foe was wary of the valley's power, not pursuing the sage to the very end. Of course, mounting a full frontal assault against Longevity Valley required deliberation. It was still in charge of the system with unfathomable hidden powers. Taking it down wouldn't be easy at all regardless of how strong one might be. Chapter 2239, The silence in the valley was as unbearable as the mind of its disciples, jumping at the slightest noise. Their weapons were unsheathed as they waited for days to pass by. They were ready to fight, unlike a certain someone who never left his room, simply focusing on cultivation. Li Qiye meditated and was as still as a wooden statue. Buzz. After a long time, green leaves suddenly came out first before the old tree fully manifested from the ground. Li Qiye had chosen to name this tree Longevity. Its leaves were rustling, seemingly very excited. Li Qiye chuckled and patted it with a profound glare. Longevity Valley is indeed interesting with powerful ace cards. Quite unexpected. He naturally wasn't here to be a first disciple. His goal was something else and he simply played along with the others. He recalled the old tree before returning to meditation. This peace was broke several days later with a visit from Miaozhen. She wore a tight dress meant for battle, her mood completely different from before and was rather fierce. Nevertheless, she was still as charming and pretty as ever, causing eyes to bulge. A monarch from everlasting is here. She got straight to the point after seeing him. Due to the sage's injuries, the ancestors were preoccupied, so many tasks in the valley fell to the young generation. This was a true test for them. Miaozhen had a bigger role due to her status and personally presided over many matters. The current defensive plan was hers as well. She lived up to the expectation and became a great commander despite her young age. There was no doubt that she had prepared for this day. And Li Qiye chuckled. Her eyes narrowed, resulting in a serious expression. He came bearing gifts for a marriage proposal. Which one? Let me guess, Poison King Huang Quanwei and our doctor. He guessed. Yes. She nodded. The monarch wishes to see master and talk about the proposal. Li Qiye smiled. This perfect timing was quite a coincidence. You just need to tell the ancestors. He said. The ancestors are either in isolated cultivation or empowering the ancestral cauldron to heal master. The rest are on guard at the cave. She revealed. She made it quite clear that it was up to them to decide. You're the first sister. Go talk to Yalan and the others and decide for yourselves. He answered. Yalan refused. Miaozhen continued, plus, I might be the first sister but you're the first brother. As the main disciple under the master, you should be in charge of this matter. This marriage proposal was no coincidence, so how could they agree? Plus, Yalan had no feelings for the Poison King. This proposal had no chance of success. You're already doing a great job. I trust that you can handle this matter. He smiled. Nice try. She glared at him. Don't think about running before the fight, it is time for you to bear the mantle. Fine, we can make the decision, but you will need to be the one telling their monarch. You want me to be the bad guy? Li Qiye laughed. That could result in war. They are certainly not friendly, so once a fight starts, I'll be in the very front. So, are you afraid? She tried to egg him on. Mind game doesn't work on me, little girl. He shook his head and said. Don't forget, you haven't done anything yet as the first disciple, don't sit in the outhouse without taking a shit. Not telling you to join the battle is already treating you too nicely. She angrily complained. Watch your image now, you're the representative of our sect, how can you say such crude words? You're ruining your image as a nice girl. He teased. Stop blabbering, are you coming or not? She revealed her true nature after a few sentences. It looked as if she would give him a good beating if he were to refuse. Of course I am. I don't dare to disobey the first sister, the consequence of that would be so bad. He smiled sarcastically. She was furious and pinched his waist hard enough for him to open his mouth in pain. I'll tell you something. She said during their walk. The alchemy conference is happening soon, it's a day where the system worships the ancestors. Our valley has always been in charge of it. She carefully said. Li Qiye smirked, such good timing for someone to hurt the master just before this date. And now a marriage proposal too. That's why you know what needs to be done. She looked at him and said. What if I go firm? Keep in mind that I do not concede, the enemy must either lick my shoes or be the bones beneath them. Little girl, you need to be ready for the aftermath for dragging me out here. He said flatly, do you want to delay this or declare war? The former is better in my absence since I always go all out once I decide to do something. Miaozhen contemplated quietly before looking straight into his eyes, wishing to see into his soul while allowing him to do the same. I trust you. She finally nodded, though I don't know why Master picked you to be the first disciple, I still trust you all the same. Since Master isn't here, I will let you do as you please. Our 3 sisters have your back. Little girl, you might just be handing Longevity Valley to a devil. He laughed and touched her forehead before moving on. The monarch of Everlasting was waiting in a palace chamber. This was a stalwart old man with sharp brows and cold eyes. He had the most influence and authority in Everlasting right now among the monarchs after many successful conquests. Their emperor asked him to be in charge of this marriage proposal. He came quite prepared for this task. However, he has been waiting for a long time. Not to mention an ancestor, not even an elder got here to see him. Nevertheless, he remained calm and sat there in silence. He didn't mind the deliberate slight because the valley wouldn't be arrogant for long. Not long from now, the system would belong to Everlasting. Why? Because their kingdom was the strongest right now, far exceeding Longevity Valley in terms of military prowess. Whether it be an ordinary disciple or the nobles in that kingdom, they all thought that Longevity Valley had declined, way inferior in comparison to them. Furthermore, they have been in charge for long enough. It was time for someone else to take the reins. Chapter 2240, Everlasting Monarch sat on the main chair with a cold expression. His disciples stood to his sides with their hands resting on their sword's hilt and had a vicious glare, resembling a butcher sharpening their blade. Remember, this was Longevity Valley, the orthodox branch of the system. Disciples from any other powers would be docile in its territory to the point of being overly cautious about their appearance and manner. This wasn't the case for these disciples, acting as if this was their own backyard. It was as if they were ready to fight at the first sign of discord, not giving a damn about Longevity Valley. Time continued to pass and the valley still hasn't sent any big shot to greet the monarch. This was certainly intentional at this point. The monarch smirked. Not long from now, war and cries of anguish would engulf this place while he stood over all of them. The first disciple of Longevity Valley has arrived. Someone shouted. Li Qie and Fan Miaozhen came inside with a few other disciples. He looked over at the monarch and said, "Why are you here?" Such an imperious attitude angered the disciples on the other side. Their master has swept through the realms, a true big shot in the system and a minor true god. The monarch's eyes turned cold but he didn't burst out in anger. "Who are you?" "Monarch, he is our first disciple and also my first brother," Miaozhen said. "Miss Fan, I am here to see Longevity Sage." The monarch coldly responded. "The sage isn't someone you can see whenever you want. Spill it if you got something to say, don't waste my time." Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. "You." The monarch's eyes became severe. "The matters I want to talk about can't be decided by a nobody like you. Monarch, our first disciple is in charge right now for all matters pertaining to the valley," Miaozhen said. Li Qie looked like a junior in everyone's eyes but Miaozhen's words carried some weight in the valley. "Fart if you must already, it's your honor to be in my presence," Li Qie urged again. "How impudent." A disciple standing behind the monarch on the other side immediately shouted. "Slap them," Li Qie ordered without bothering to look. Pop. Pop. Miaozhen personally slapped the guy without holding back, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. This guy wasn't bad but he was inferior to someone like Miaozhen. He became furious but the monarch held him back. "The valley is the leader of the system, even your emperor can't be arrogant here." Miaozhen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She wasn't as nice as Yalan and Xiaoyao, possessing enough decisiveness when it came to big matters. "Very well, it is my fault for not educating him well enough." The monarch glared at Li Qie before speaking. They weren't in a rush before figuring out the valley's true strength. He continued on, "It's good that you can take charge. I came bearing good news, everlasting and longevity have been like family, no need for this aggression." With that, he clapped. The disciples outside carried chests to the hall and opened it. One chest of clear flame jade eye, 1 pair of lark jewel, 100 pounds of red steel ore, 1 bottle of exquisite spirit spring water, 1 sultry pin, 1 box of dendrobium orchid. The disciples called out the content before concluding, a total of 18 chests of treasures. The monarch stood up and smiled, "As I said before, I am here with joyous news. Longevity Valley's Dr. Mu is amazing and beautiful, at the right age for marriage. My nephew Huang is a pillar of everlasting, a rare genius. He and Dr. Mu are in love, monarch, watch your words." Miaozhen interrupted him and straightforwardly denied, "My junior sister is a pure girl." She didn't give any face to the monarch after hearing him spouting nonsense. Ahem. The monarch cleared his throat and continued, "All in all, the two are a good match created by the heaven and earth. Because of this, I am here under the order of His Majesty to propose while bearing some humble gifts." This was before the exchange of the 8 words and ignoring whether the valley's acceptance. The monarch brought gifts already, almost forcing a marriage. Humble gifts indeed. 18 chests of treasures. More like 18 chests of scrap metals. Take them away, return from whence you came. Li Qiye interrupted the monarch. Clank. Li Qiye also threw out something, a coin rolling on the ground. It exuded an imperial aura and true energy, suffocating the entire crowd. An imperial coin. Even Miaozhen was astounded by this extravagant display. Everyone stood there in a daze at the sight of this imperial coin. It was unbelievably precious. Other true stones of this level were extremely tiny. As for a coin cast from imperial metal, not many individuals or even sects were qualified to create them. But now, Li Qiye had just thrown one out, clearly an authentic piece too. Even in Longevity Valley, only the high-level ancestors could use them. Ultimately, it was a precious type of resource for a Dao system. Throwing it away like trash was insane. Of course, Li Qiye had the personal treasury of insane ancestor. 1 imperial coin was nothing since he had an outrageous amount. Though the 18 chests of treasures were worth quite a bit, they were still regular items, far inferior to a single coin. Everlasting Monarch didn't know what to do since he didn't expect such a development. Longevity Valley didn't need to break all friendly pretenses even if they were going to refuse this proposal. However, Li Qiye was trying to break them down with money. A bunch of poor wretches wanting to marry my junior sister. Simply frogs wanting to eat swan meat. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively and said, "Here, have this imperial coin, go back and buy some food." Miaozhen had a strange grin on her face. Using an imperial coin to buy meat? That could be an entire mountain of meat. The monarch and his group were at a loss. Some started thinking about whether they were really poor wretches or not. After all, their treasures didn't look like much anymore. The monarch took a deep breath and said slowly, "We come with sincerity, but most importantly, the two are a great match. Their social position and economic status are in harmony as well. Poor wretches like you dare to utter that phrase." Li Qiye insulted again, "My junior sister is far above your standing. Know your place." Miaozhen didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Their sect naturally wouldn't accept this marriage proposal. However, this refusal method was too aggressive, like stomping on someone's face or a backhanded slap. She thought that she was fierce enough, but after seeing him in action, she realized she was a bandit watching the Bandit King. "You need to watch your words, do not insult our kingdom." The monarch's expression sank. Regardless of the proposal, Li Qiye's attitude was too rude. All in all, the valley was the first to drop the friendly act and not giving their kingdom any face. 1. The eye here is an imperious one too. 8 words are a summary of fortune-telling, one's birth data for astrological purposes, combined from year, month, day, hour. Each was replaced by 2 words, resulting in 8. Chapter 2241, Watch My Words. Li Chia smiled, I told you already, it is an honor being able to speak with me. Your everlasting is nothing. If I'm in a good mood, then it can stay around, but provoke me and I'll treat it like an ant. Just one stomp is enough to crush it to death. The monarch's expression rightfully soured. Everlasting wasn't a random power. They were the strongest in Longevity System, capable of taking the rule from Longevity Valley. But now, he made it sound as if they were completely worthless. This was a blatant insult to the kingdom. The monarch and his disciples' eyes flashed with fury. No one has ever dared to treat them like this in this system. Their disciples could walk straight even before those from Longevity Valley. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Junior, think before you speak. The monarch howled, everything has consequences, can you actually handle them? It's not too late to concede, I am benevolent enough to forgive you, otherwise, oh. Li Chia smiled without a care in the world. The monarch glared at him and uttered coldly, this marriage proposal came out of respect for both love and camaraderie, also to lead you all towards the right path, so we're the one reaching above our station. Miaozhen interrupted him. Miss Fan, to be frank, the world has changed. You need to view it with a different perspective lest you want to die without understanding why. The monarch smirked, leaving Dr. Mu aside, you also need to find a good groom. Our crown prince is looking for a concubine. The monarch spoke without any reservation, seemingly prepared ahead of time. It was time for the disciples of longevity to be angry. Miaozhen was their first sister, respected by the entire sect. On the other hand, Everlasting was only a kingdom beneath Longevity Valley, yet they dared to make this comment. It was a blatant challenge to the valley's authority, an insult, even. Me, a concubine? Miaozhen unexpectedly laughed, your miracle young noble who only buys his fame wants to take me in as a concubine. He needs to look in the mirror first. Just another frog. Miss Fan, you won't be arrogant like this forever. Not long from now, you won't even be qualified to be a concubine. He'll just toy with you before throwing you away. Pop. His mockery was interrupted by a slap from Li Chia. He was simply too fast and the monarch didn't have a chance to dodge at all before blood started to drip out of his mouth. Idiot, last chance to scram now and keep your dog life. Li Chia said. You're dead. A monarch like him had never been humiliated like this, so he lost his cool completely. Kill him. The disciples next to him began attacking with their weapons. They weren't weak, quite skilled at close combat arts even. Their slashes had great teamwork, trapping Li Chia inside. Ants. Li Chia's figure flashed before he started his rampage. Rumble. Crack. Crack. These disciples got their bones broken. Some even turned straight into a bloody mush. More than 10 died just like that, no chance to scream. The monarch roared and seized this chance to attack. His pagoda turned into a mighty mountain and flew straight for Li Chia. This was an attack capable of destroying a mountain range. Child's play. Li Chia created a huge palm and crushed the pagoda in the form of a mountain into smithereens. The palm continued heading for the monarch. The monarch used his best art to try and stop Li Chia, but it was useless. He was blown out of Longevity Valley. The guy was bloodied, who knows how many bones have been broken just now. He was scared out of his mind while trying to get up from the mud. He wasn't the only one startled. Miaozhen was stunned too, Li Chia's power far exceeded her expectation. This monarch couldn't handle a single move from him. Before the monarch could run away, a voice leisurely came from behind him, pretty tough bones, can still stand. What do you want? The monarch turned pale and staggered backward, realizing that he had kicked a steel plate. Li Chia chuckled, what I want? Gaze at the moon while enjoying tea with a few pretty ladies if I'm in a good mood. When I'm not, killing a god, maybe a few millions more. That's not a bad way to kill time. Unfortunately for you, I'm in a bad mood right now. I am the monarch of everlasting with an army of millions, the trusted general of the emperor. If you do anything to me, my army will come and destroy longevity. He shouted. That's great to hear. Li Chia rubbed his palms and laughed, it's been some years before my previous massacre. Recalling it makes me a little sentimental, mountains of bones and the stench of blood. Quite exciting, isn't it? Your army will be an appetizer. My body has been rotting, lacking exercise. Everyone else thought that Li Chia was only intimidating the guy, but not Miaozhen. She suddenly felt that he was speaking the truth, that he had massacred millions before and created mountains of corpses. She shuddered at this thought, at the true butcher standing before her. His smile was the smile of a devil, even scarier than his angry expression. Do you not know that everlasting is the strongest, far above your longevity, and some of our members are beyond your imagination, not people you can ever afford to. The monarch continued to howl while running. He didn't get to finish before Li Chia gripped his neck. Resisting was futile for he was an ant right now. Tutor, save me. He finally called out for help. Boom! Light exploded outside the valley, heralding the hymns of swords. Numerous divine swords flew out of the ground and floated outside the sect. Clank! These massive swords above the sky emitted a frightening energy. Not to mention the disciples from longevity, even the cultivators and mortals in the nearby towns were horrified. Boom! The aura of a true god poured down like a waterfall. Remember, this was the territory of longevity. Someone exuding their aura in full like this was a blatant challenge to the sect's authority. Chapter 2242, An old man traveled across the sky using the swords like a bridge. His steps seemed slow but he was crossing an unbelievable amount of distance to reach Longevity Valley. He wore a precious robe, eyes sharp like the eagle and a gray complexion. His beard was short and prickly like a hedgehog. The aura of a true god coming from him was ferocious and awe-inspiring. It roared like the ocean and shot to the sky in a majestic manner. He had no intention of hiding it and simply let the force ravage this area. This went against common courtesy and respect. One needed to play nice at Longevity Valley, so converging their auras were necessary. This was a blatant challenge, not giving a damn about the orthodox branch. Xiao Hongjian, the national tutor. A few cultivators outside the valley were surprised to see him walking on the Bridge of Swords. The gong of war resounded again in the valley, they were about to face a powerful enemy. Hongjian was the current national tutor of Everlasting. He was a powerful cultivator in the system in the past and was eventually invited by Everlasting, earning its trust. With the help of their pills, his cultivation soared even more. Some believed that he was an ascender at the first level. After a long time, the speculation changed into thinking that he was at the second level. This showed the strength of this particular kingdom. If the tutor was a second-level true god, then their ancestors couldn't be weaker. Tutor Xiao. The monarch felt as if he had been saved. All eyes were on Li Chia now. Both the outsiders and sect members had no idea of the present situation. Young friend, will you release the monarch and have a talk? Hongjian stared at Li Chia, imposing without needing aggression. As if I would listen to you. No one can stop me from doing what I want. Li Chia smiled in response. Young friend, think it over. The tutor continued, there exists a good proverb, don't kill the messenger, and that's all the monarch is. If you act without thinking, you will unwisely drag the valley into the fires of war. Is that so? Li Chia chuckled, I also like the fires of war, but I'll be the one sending the fire to wreak havoc. Those who try to do so against me are tired of living. Young friend, you can't handle the consequences. Kill the messenger of everlasting is the same as declaring war, that's not something you can be in charge of. Please ask Longevity Sage to come out. The tutor sternly said. Li Qie waved and interrupted him, such a trivial matter is not worth our Valley Lord's time. I alone am enough to eat your insignificant kingdom for breakfast. The spectators gasped, including the disciples from the valley. They glanced at each other and felt that their first brother had gone crazy. Everlasting was the number one in the system right now, on the verge of surpassing their own sect. He boldly declared that he alone could take care of Everlasting, a lineage that had true emperors. A while later, people calmed down and gauged the situation. A few older experts thought to themselves that this was all part of a plan. Otherwise, there was no way the tutor could prepare such a swift passage at the perfect time. Everlasting has been growing at a rapid rate, especially under the current emperor. Their army was ready and some considered them to be the strongest sect in the system. On the other hand, the orthodox branch, Longevity, always kept a low profile. This made people think that the sun was setting on them, and that they were no longer suitable to lead the system. The sovereignty over the system was coveted by all. Gaining this authority meant becoming the orthodox branch, the representative. No need to further expand on the prestige of this. It was clear that Everlasting has been coveting this position from Longevity. War was inevitable, for a mountain couldn't have two tigers. So now, Li Qie's declaration just now made the relationship even tenser. Many could smell the stench of blood. How bold! Hong Jian didn't appreciate the command since he had the duty to protect his kingdom's prestige. Let go of the monarch or death is upon you. Even Longevity Sage can't save you at that point. He threatened with murderous intent. This aggressive aura pricked the spectator's skin. Poof! The end of the threat was also the end of the monarch. Li Qie crushed him into a mist of blood. The guy didn't even have a chance to scream, let alone trying to resist. You misspoke. The right thing to say is that not even the heaven can save you right now. Li Qie chuckled. This stunned everyone. Li Qie was too unpredictable and didn't care about the threat from an ascender. They exchanged glances in rumination. A youth daring to provoke an ascender? Too bold and insane. Hong Jian didn't expect this either, since no one would do something so crazy. Brat, I will cut you to pieces. The lack of face given infuriated the true god. Clank. He clapped his palms together and a massive sword rushed above, large enough to shoulder the sky. Terrifying strands of sword energy poured down, each could kill 1,000 experts. The crowd wisely retreated after seeing this. In this split second, he unleashed a slash with shockwaves, causing the mountains nearby to crack. Damn! Many experts became pale and said with dread, he must be a second-level true god to do this slash. Not smart for a junior to challenge an ascender, it's suicidal. Someone else murmured. They didn't need to watch to know that someone as young like him wouldn't be able to stop this terrifying slash. Boom! The result was the opposite of everyone's expectation, since the slash was stopped. A pine tree slowly showed up behind him with its roots in the valley itself. Just one old branch alone had repelled the attack. Old it was and somewhat resembled a horned dragon. Its long leaves looked like tiny swords hanging on the branches. Sword pine. The tutor was the first to be shocked. Chapter 2243, A pine tree with sword-like leaves and a trunk the shape of a dragon. Its size wasn't impressive but possessed a sky-splitting momentum. It easily stopped the gigantic sword from the tutor despite the slash's earth-splitting power. The ancestral tree answers. Miaozhen was shocked to see this. Not just her, but everyone in Longevity Valley became stunned. It really is the ancestral tree. Some were in disbelief and eventually confirmed it after a closer inspection. This was indeed their sword pine. According to the legends, Alchemy Immortal planted 3 trees back then. They grew along with the sect, and after so many years, they have become quite old, definitely the most ancient existences here. No one has seen these trees in action before, so they were no different from other old pine trees outside of their age. Some ancestors have claimed that they all had incredible powers, capable of killing true gods and contending against true emperors. One thing was for certain, earning their approval was necessary before using their power. This task has never been done before in the long history of the valley, until today. Though Li Qie was the first disciple, he got it by chance, and it hasn't been that long. However, the sword pine had approved of him. This was quite astonishing. So many ancestors have tried before and failed. This newly joined junior, on the other hand, had earned this honor. Amazing, the Valley Lord has such incredible insight. One ancestor watching from inside noticed this. He took a deep breath at this unprecedented miracle done by such a young man. Xiao Hongjian's eyes bulged in disbelief. He knew about these legends as well, not expecting for it to happen against him. Break! Multiple divine swords appeared behind him, turning him into the Lord of the Swords. They rushed to the sky like a peacock spreading its tail. The sound of the sword hymn alone could pierce the 9 firmaments. All of the swords decided to slash at the same time. Even the sky was split apart with terrifying scars. 9 reincarnation slash. He roared the name of technique while his aura erupted in an endless manner, able to drown the entire area. The sword slashed downward and continued to do so in an endless cycle until the death of the enemy. Such a fierce sword Dao horrified the crowd. The sword Dao itself was impeccable. This fused with the power of a true sword resulted in a technique capable of wiping out a sect. Li Qie was just as nonchalant as ever. Go now. He raised his hand and the sword pine's leaves immediately dropped downward. These branches and leaves became a barrier for Longevity Valley. This was a bulwark of swords, completely untouchable. The collision resulted in earthquakes and fiery sparks, a near-apocalyptic sequence. This was his proudest and most powerful slash. Alas, it couldn't break through the barrier, so the valley remained unharmed. The tutor's expression changed, realizing the might of this pine tree. Meanwhile, the crowd also understood the valley's true ace cards. This was the reason why it could maintain its reign over the system for so long. The unsuccessful attack made him decide to ride a sword away, leaving a circular trail behind. He knew he was no match for the tree, so out of the 36 stratagems, running was the best. Reputation, honor, prestige, all were meaningless before death. First, he needed to stay alive before worrying about anything else. In this blink of an eye, the sword pine became resplendent. Massive swords thrust out of the ground as if they were born from the tree, each was shiny like crystal. They became a crystallized wall stopping the tutor's escape route. Break! He didn't stop and channeled his own swords towards the wall. Boom! 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 His swords collapsed after the initial impact. Up! He had no choice but to flew upward even more in order to avoid the wall. Whoosh! One of the branches from the tree slightly moved. Just this little action alone allowed it to cross through the void with lightning speed. Not good. He could sense the danger and retaliated with another slash to sever everything behind him. This mighty slash didn't accomplish anything. The branch pierced through the slash, then the tutor's chest. Boom! Space crumbled with numerous silvery specks of dust like the breaking of glass. The branch had crucified him in the air. Blood began to flow down the branch with its beautiful yet shiver-inducing shade. His eyes opened wide to look at the branch. An ascender has been defeated so easily. People's mouth was agape enough to fit a boiled egg inside. They couldn't close it for a long time. Li Qie stepped into the sky and appeared before the tutor. He smiled and said, "Killing a god isn't too hard. Taking down a true emperor would be more satisfying." The crowd became speechless. Miaozhen smiled wryly, no words could describe his domineering attitude. The ones outside didn't dare to say anything. It didn't matter whether the guy was personally strong or not. Being recognized by this ancestral tree was his power, enough to brag for an entire lifetime. Plus, he had just used it to kill an ascender. It was fine for him to make another bold statement. Li Qiye didn't have any trouble using this ancestral tree because he had the old tree plus the primordial tree. These heaven-defying entities allowed him to have control over the sword tree. The tutor had fear in his eyes. After all, few were truly unafraid of death. What do you want? He bellowed and tried to struggle. Alas, the tree prevented him from everything, even the worst-case scenario of blowing himself off in order to escape with his true fate. Being trapped here meant that he was a fish on the chopping board, waiting for Li Qiye to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 2244, Li Qiye emotionlessly stated, "What else do you think I'm going to do outside of chopping your head? As if I would show mercy and let you go. Are you forgetting that I'm the national tutor of Everlasting? A generational ally with Longevity Valley, you will be breaking this friendship and declaring war." The scared tutor decided to change his rhetoric in order to survive. A generational ally, huh? Li Qiye smiled, "How convenient for you. Coming for a marriage proposal right after our valley lord is recovering from an ambush, wanting to marry our great doctor. Then at the point of conflict, you showed up quite fast too, were you hanging around right outside?" The experts outside glanced at each other. This was the first time they have heard about the Valley Lord's injuries. They understood right away Everlasting wanted to use this opportunity to spy on Longevity Valley's true power. It's just a coincidence, yes, a coincidence. Hongjian didn't give a damn about face and reputation right now. These things were worthless before death. I see. Li Qiye chuckled, "So if my hands slip and chop off your head by accident, that's another coincidence, right? I guess I wouldn't mind such a coincidence then." The tutor knew that begging and conceding were useless right now. Kill me and you will bring about a disaster to Longevity. He took a deep breath and decided to make a threat. There are people behind this beyond your level, beyond Longevity Valley. You can't afford to provoke them. There are. Li Qiye grinned. That's right. Hongjian thought he had a breakthrough and said coldly, "They are from above, not to mention killing you. Destroying Longevity Valley will be all too ea-." Li Qiye casually swung his hand before the guy could finish and lob off his head. Blood gushed out from the neck and stained the ground. His head rolled far away, his eyes still wide open. Dying in this manner was a complete surprise since his threat was useless. People I can't afford to provoke. Li Qiye laughed, "My mood determines everything, whether it be sunshine for all or a tempest that can make the gods tremble. There is no one I can't afford to provoke." The statement was uttered rather casually but the content astounded the crowd. Eventually, the valley captured the surviving disciples who came with the monarch and took them to Li Qiye. They kneeled, shivering and pale. Just a while ago, they came with their chest arched forward and their head held high. Now, they were fish on the chopping board. Li Qiye glanced at them and swung his hand again. One head fell after another, a shade of red filled the soil palette. The last survivor was paralyzed with fear and had pissed his pants. "Will you kindly send a message for me? Tell Everlasting that when I have time, I'll pay a visit and annihilate them." Li Qiye said softly. Having said that, he threw the disciple away. A while after landing on the ground, the scared disciple ran, wanting nothing more than to grow 2 more legs to flee even faster. Meanwhile, the crowd and the disciples of Longevity Valley were speechless. The disciples were slightly indisposed but a sense of excitement overtook this. All along, their sect has been keeping a low profile and didn't compete with outsiders. Despite being in charge of the system, they were forgotten by the rest of the world, unlike the other system's leaders. These leaders were supreme sects, capable of ruling and commanding their neighbors. This wasn't the case here since Longevity Valley didn't impose on anyone's sovereignty. Thus, when their disciples walked outside, they weren't special and scary at all. Some were even bullied by other members, for example, those from Everlasting. Now, Li Qia's style was the complete opposite, aggressive, domineering, unreasonable, and even tyrannical. These attitudes were missing from the valley. He didn't mind killing an ascender and destroy the pretentious facade of a relationship between the two powers by declaring war. The ancestors from the valley wouldn't necessarily be able to do this since they had a rather conservative policy, contrary to Li Qia who always went all out, leaving both him and the opponents no room to back off. This was the reason why the disciples here were having mixed feelings. Some of them were annoyed with Everlasting, wanting to teach it a lesson about who is the real master of longevity system. His actions right now certainly made them feel good and proud, despite the potential implications of war. Is Longevity Valley about to break out of its shell? An outsider from the last generation speculated after seeing the first disciples' different style. Li Qia ignored all of the gossips and returned to 100 Flowers. In his eyes, killing an ascender was no different from crushing an ant. Everlasting had found a strong backing. Miaozhen, on the contrary, was very worried. From what the monarch and Hongqian's last words, they could tell that Everlasting didn't only want to take over. Someone else was adding oil to the fire. That's good, just makes the killing more interesting. Li Qia chuckled. You're having a good time after dragging us into war. She glared at him and pouted. So you prefer Longevity Valley conceding time and time again, and that will make Everlasting stop. That's your way of avoiding war. The only thing you're accomplishing by doing so is adding to their ego. He retorted. She had no response since she understood he was telling the truth. Everlasting wasn't doing anything right now, but they certainly coveted the system. This stalemate wouldn't last forever. Everlasting needed to defeat or even destroy Longevity Valley in order to carry out their ambition. That's the only way to take over the system and its power completely. Thus, it didn't matter how much Longevity Valley compromised, war was inevitable, only a matter of time. I need to know who is actually behind this plot. She sighed and said. All of the events in the last several days were part of a plan by someone. It doesn't matter. He said, before absolute power, schemes and plans are meaningless. That's easier said than done. Miaozhen didn't know what to do before this confident man. She felt that he would stay true to his words, which was strange because he was only a junior right now and didn't deserve her blind confidence. How's the Valley Lord? He asked. She shook her head. I don't know since I haven't seen her yet. I hope that she'll be fine with the help of the ancestral cauldron. Perhaps she was comforting herself by being so optimistic. Ultimately, the fact that they had to resort to using the ancestral cauldron was indicative of her master's grievous injuries. This made all the disciples in the valley restless, not just her alone. Chapter 22:45. A brief lull passed by and Miaozhen stared at Li Qia with a sincere look. What if, and just what if something happens to the master, you won't just sit there and watch, right? She sounded quite hesitant when asking this. Though she desired for the master to be fine, she needed to prepare for the worst. Someone needed to take over the position and in seniority, the next successor would be the first disciple, or Li Qia. Don't worry, she'll be just fine. He consoled with a smile. I'm just hypothetically asking. She took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. She was different than her two sisters in this regard, needing to think a lot more for the sect. Well, even hypothetically speaking, it won't be my turn. Li Qia didn't yearn after this position. But what if you can? She stared at him without blinking. Little girl, your idea isn't necessarily a good thing. I won't be staying at your sect for long, so don't place your hope in me. You might just find yourself giving the sect to a devil, letting it fall into damnation. He pinched her nose and said. Everything is possible, but I trust in Master's vision, and you. I'm sure of it. She calmly said. He smiled at her sincerity and responded, don't worry, I guess I will participate because a massacre is always fun. This was a type of promise to her. That's good. She tensed up into an enchanting smile. Despite his current role right now, something told her that he didn't care at all. He was just a guest that could leave at any moment. But now, with his promise of his, everything became different. She could count on him at this point. In a few days will be the conference meant for ceremonial worship. This has always been our sect's responsibility with Master in charge. However, she can't preside over it right now, so it'll be up to us. We sisters will take care of the minor things, but you need to watch over the whole thing and make decisions. She happily said. So much time wasted just to get me to be the cannon fodder. He slapped her buttocks and said, try this again with me and it won't end as well as this time. Pervert. She leaped back, blushed, while giving him a mean glare. The ancestors can't leave the valley right now. Normally, we and the elders can probably take care of this, but I don't think Everlasting will take this sitting down, so that's why we need you. She added. I understand. He leisurely said, if we're going to go all out, then we just need to be direct and destroy their nest. He was speaking as if he was only going to take down an ant colony, not the strongest sect under a system. Nevertheless, his fierce attitude gave her peace of mind and more confidence, no longer worrying about Everlasting causing trouble. The day of the ceremony came quickly. The three sisters and Wuxia embarked towards this place called Alchemy Hut. Miaozhen carried a great burden since it was up to the young generation. Because of animosity and schemes from Everlasting, the remaining ancestors couldn't leave for the conference since it would leave the valley vulnerable to attack. It was too much of a coincidence for the sect master to be ambushed right before this particular event. This event was of utmost importance in the system with the majority of sects and clans participating. Though it was meant to worship the ancestors, it was also a way for Longevity Valley to remind everyone else of their position and control. Thus, only the Orthodox branch could preside over the ceremony, openly telling everyone else that they are still in charge. Due to the ambush, one particular development could have been Everlasting interfering with the ceremony due to the absence of the Valley Lord. If Longevity Valley failed to maintain control, Everlasting would take over and no one else would dare to oppose this due to their current power. At that point, they would be one step closer towards seizing the reign of the system. Replacing Longevity Valley would only be a matter of time. This was why Miaozhen thought that someone was behind all of this. The timing of the ambush was too much of a coincidence. Alchemy Hut was a sacred ground of the system, a place of pilgrimage. In a sense, it didn't belong to anyone alone, not even Longevity Valley. Thus, some considered it their ancestral ground. Many cultivators and alchemists journeyed to reach this place. Of course, it was no hut. The place consisted of numerous mountain ranges, verdant hills, and waterfalls. Of course, one couldn't forget about the trees and flowers. Deeper inside were magnificent mountains floating in the sky, hidden behind the clouds. They had stone steps leading to the sky. The largest one was in the very center and pierced straight up above just like a heavenly pillar. The sun and moon floated around it. One could see it from 1,000 miles away. Some believe that these floating mountains, especially the largest one, were the core of Alchemy Hut. There was a peculiar poem about this location. A young apprentice was asked, "Where does your teacher find his herbs?" The boy answered, "In this mountain, somewhere among the clouds." The mountain mentioned here was the one in the center. Rumor has it that Alchemy Immortal had cultivated, found herbs, and refined pills here. Some true emperors and progenitors descended from immortal lineage just to ask him for medicine. Of course, inferior beings came in droves as well. More often than not, Alchemy Immortal would avoid them by telling his followers to use the excuse that he was away finding more herbs. Thus, this poem was famous during his generation. Everyone who wanted to ask for medicines thought about it. As time passed by, the glory days didn't return. Without Alchemy Immortal, the top beings no longer visited. Alchemy Hut became desolate unlike before. Nevertheless, the cultivators in the system still considered this as their ancestral ground. Many alchemists would travel here at least once in their life. They all respected Alchemy Immortal, thinking that he had few peers in all of history. The conference was about to begin and this added some life to the area. Many disciples from various powers have arrived early. Longevity Valley prepared ahead of time. Their disciples were already here to greet people from all over the world. When Miaozhen's group showed up, many tasks have been carried out. This wasn't their first time taking charge of this event, so they were quite good at it. Chapter 2246. The reception at various points worked perfectly by the valley's disciples. Their first sister's presence only made everything flow smoother. The reception alone wasn't the problem but rather the actual ceremony and troubles looming ahead. This was why all three sisters came this time. A war could break out, so a good doctor like Yalan was crucial. At the same time, Xiaoyao's alchemy knowledge could prevent foul plays such as poison. With their help, Miaozhen was a tiger with added wings. Li Qiye was also necessary since he was her mental support. As long as he was around, she didn't need to worry about Everlasting causing trouble. Of course, he didn't concern himself with menial tasks since she took care of everything. He continued to cultivate alone, waiting for his moment at the actual ceremony. Longevity Valley had a separate branch here at Alchemy Hut. Li Qiye didn't leave this place for several days in order to meditate. Today, he suddenly opened his eyes and smirked, a bit interesting. He finally left the room and the branch to start a leisure stroll. This place was beautiful with forests everywhere. Some had tree trunks just as big as the nearby hills. The place was full of life and an ancient aura. One could still see the old style of architecture from the past. There were plenty of buildings outside of the historical spots belonging to Alchemy Immortal. Though the hut belonged to everyone in the system, not just anyone can start something here. They required the consent of Longevity Valley before starting a branch. Longevity Valley was laxed about it, so one could see buildings everywhere, among the cliffs and pinnacles. The biggest attraction was still the main mountain. Li Qiye was climbing towards there and got a great view of the floating mountains nearby. They consisted of various sizes and shapes, some more majestic than others. They were connected by a series of stone steps and bridges. No one knew how tall the main mountain was since even the midsection was hidden in the clouds. Some waterfalls started from the top and hit several mountains before landing on the ground to be the source of rivers. Li Qiye enjoyed this magnificent scene and commented, "Alchemy Immortal was a character indeed, spending so much effort on this system. This whole place is magical." In terms of power, Alchemy Immortal wasn't a match for someone at Insane Ancestors level. Nevertheless, Longevity Valley wasn't inferior to any other system in Myriad lineage. This was speaking in terms of resources and other aspects, not just sheer power. Alchemy Immortal spent his whole life traveling across the three worlds in order to find treasure grounds and bringing them back to add them to his system. Li Qiye was impressed with the main mountain. The preciousness of this mountain is on the same level as the land of the fire source, but it is even more priceless in terms of significance for the system and Longevity Valley. The land of the fire source was incredible, but it was more suitable for alchemists and firekins. On the other hand, this particular mountain had many secrets unbeknown to future descendants. He continued his climb and the scenery only got better due to the high vantage point. However, the climb was difficult and reaching the main mountain was exceedingly prohibitive. From the ground up, there were steps leading to the highest point. Alas, these steps were extremely hard due to a magical weight. This affinity increased along with the altitude. Flying was impossible, even for true emperors. Only progenitors could travel unprohibited here. A supreme power was in charge of this place and enforced its laws on all climbers. In a sense, this was also a great examination location in the system. No one knew where this power came from. Some believed that Alchemy Immortal didn't want people to disturb him during pill-making sessions, so he added this restriction. Some said that this treasure ground was taken here from immortal lineage and this power was innate. Along the way, Li Qiye saw many other climbers starting from the base. In order to reach the top, one needed cultivation, determination, and Tao heart. Thus, some used this place to hone the latter two properties. Li Qiye also took the first step on this particular route. Strangely enough, he wasn't aiming to go higher. After finishing 2 mountains, he found a cave alongside a cliff. He sealed off space and meditated. A faint glow covered his body as space was being affected with ripples. His body turned ethereal as if melting with space before disappearing completely like snow becoming water. Days went on in this manner as more visitors arrived for the conference. The disciples from the various powers enjoyed this meeting. The old generation utilized this time to build relations while the young generation just wanted to make friends. Many excellent prodigies were present. They commanded attention everywhere, and the 2 most popular ones were Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu. Qingniu was known as a miracle doctor with peerless skills. He once proudly declared that no illness or injuries exist that he couldn't cure. Some believed that he wasn't inferior to Yalan of Longevity Valley, perhaps even 1 level higher. The 2 were different. She had a kind heart and people found it much easier to ask her for help. It was different for Qingniu. Due to his arrogance, he rarely helped others or demanded a sky-high payment. Despite his arrogance and lack of humanity, he was talented enough to be listed among the 3 talents. This group consisted of Poison King from Everlasting, Sacred Doctor Hu Qingniu, and Young Pill King Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was also good at Source Boost Pill, not necessarily inferior to Miracle Young Noble. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough comprehension for cultivation. His background was inferior as well. This placed him into the 3 talents and not the 3 nobles. He came from 100 Pill Gate, quite famous across myriad lineage. In terms of Source Boost Pill alone, it might be on the same level as Longevity Valley. Others called him Young Pill King, but he was very afraid of this title. The reason was very simple. His ancestor, Feng Shaoqian, was the Pill King and he didn't dare to compare himself to the ancestor. This was why he never called himself the Young Pill King. Many youths were more than willing to befriend these 2. Some said that if they were here, then it wouldn't be long before the Poison King comes as well. So many geniuses are here, quite a spectacle. If Miracle Young Noble comes too, this conference will be even more amazing. One youth said with excitement. Not just them. Let me tell you something nice, the 3 ladies of Longevity Valley are here too. A well-informed cultivator revealed. Really? The youths got out of control after hearing this. 1. Recap, we have 3 nobles, 3 ladies, and 3 talents now. Chapter 2247, The news of the 3 ladies attracted so many people. Their ears grew longer, wanting to hear more and more. All 3 beauties were very famous despite rarely showing themselves to the world, especially Qin Xiaoyao. They were beautiful, kind, and had great achievements in their respective field, pill-making, alchemy, and medicine. The cultivators around the system loved to talk about it. Plus, they were from a prestigious sect, the golden jewels of the system. It would be strange if men didn't adore or have thoughts about them. All in all, the 3 talents and 3 ladies were hot topics for the young generation. Thus, so many became excited after hearing about their arrival. When will we be able to see senior sisters? One youth felt his heart beating faster. Of course, they were in the right to pay the organizers a visit. Nevertheless, their goal wasn't out of formality and respect, just a chance to get close to the 3 sisters and hopefully make a good impression. I need to thank Dr. Mu for saving my life last time. Another's eyes lit up and excitedly said. True, she saved my uncle last year and I need to give her his gift of gratitude. Who knows if this guy was telling the truth? It was all about creating a chance to see the three because this was the opportunity. Seeing them later at Longevity Valley was too difficult. Even Hu Qingyo and Zhang Yan felt the same way. Qingyo met Xiaoyao during a herb-finding section and got charmed instantly. However, she was only interested in alchemy and plants. As for Zhang Yan, he visited the valley with a senior and saw Yalan from far away, resulting in love at first sight. Unfortunately, her cold disposition applied to all. He tried to court her but gained nothing from it. In the next several days, these youths came to visit the three girls with the excuse of asking on their senior's behalf about the sect master. The girls had their own problems so they didn't see any of the visitors. One of the problems was Li Chia's disappearance. They asked the branch members but no one saw where he went, and that he hasn't been back for a couple of days. This truly scared the group, so Miaozhen told the other two to start a search for him. It had to be done in secrecy, which limited the effectiveness of the search. The hardest thing was the moment they got out, groups of youth continued to follow. They tried to break away many times but this was impossible. In the interim, Li Chia gradually took form again with rippling waves. He opened his eye and smiled. Others would hide such mysteries in the Tao source, but not this alchemy immortal fella, very unique. This is why Longevity Valley doesn't care about conquest and only focuses on producing plants and medicines. Many progenitors would focus on cultivation first, ending up with conquests and battles in order to reach the Tao. Alchemy Immortal broke this mold and focused on alchemy instead. Thus, his Tao system was also different. Others would treat their Tao system as a way to pass on their legacies. Alchemy Immortal, on the other hand, required great treasure grounds for refinement. He certainly took this into consideration when creating his system. All in all, Longevity system wasn't as powerful as Yang Radiance or Vermilion Martial Court in terms of military power, but it was certainly number one from an agricultural perspective. The main mountain in Alchemy Hut was unbelievably precious with something incredible in it. Logically, most progenitors would leave that in their main lineage or even their Tao source. Alchemy Immortal didn't do so since he had already left something else at Longevity Valley. Meanwhile, this item here at Alchemy Hut required its own space, and a mountain can't have two tigers. Li Chia didn't know that the girls were looking for him. He remained in the cave after returning from a different dimension. During his meditation, the primordial flower was no longer there since it was a Tao fruit now. It was still very young, not meant for consumption just yet. It looked like a pine cone but wasn't because it didn't contain any seed inside. The thing exuded a sparkling and translucent glow as if there were drops of dew inside. Upon careful inspection, these weren't dew drops but rather tiny stars, resembling mercury balls. These tiny stars had tiny trees, vegetation, mountains, and actual celestial bodies inside them. Everything seemed surreal, like an illusion, but they certainly existed. Li Chia called this Tao fruit a pine cone, a very normal name. However, its meaning was significant. One seed to form a world, one seed to turn into the myriad Tao. One pine cone was eternal, capable of deriving all the Tao and culminating into a Tao source. This was the most frightening thing about this first Tao fruit of his. Back then, he had controlled the sword pine, one of the three ancestral trees of Longevity Valley, after earning its recognition. In fact, he didn't need the longevity tree in order to do so. Just his Tao fruit right now could eventually create the Tao source of longevity system. This made it easy for him to control the system's power. Once this Tao fruit matured completely, he would have an omnipotent key in three immortals. The guy wouldn't need to cultivate the prerequisite merit laws to take over a system's Tao source and its power. This particular cultivation system created by him would eventually surpass everything, his biggest ace card for the final battle. He returned from the Zen state and sighed with a distant gaze, one Tao fruit to reach everything. Once I have 12, no 13, I will be able to break through everything. His eyes became profound. This was his grand plan, the reason why he created this cultivation system. Each Tao fruit would be different and had its own uses. Later on, when others cultivated this system, their Tao fruits would be different as well. Of course, his own would be unique and unsurpassable. Chapter 22:48, He eventually left the cave and descended down the mountain. From the main mountain were multiple waterfalls pouring downward. The other mountains in the vicinity had waterfalls as well, but they couldn't compare to the main ones. The main ones looked like rivers from the heavens, one could see them from 1,000 miles away. The waterfalls eventually gathered into a massive lake at the bottom, looking no different from an ocean. Islands were hidden by the mists just like pearls on this lake named Alchemy Lake by others. One could see boats coming back and forth. The islands did have natives, but the majority of people were just tourists. Li Qiye focused his gaze at the waterfall streaming down the mountains and continued to be impressed by Alchemy Immortal. He walked alongside a particular stream to make his way down. Alchemy Hut had plenty of herbs and plants. However, there was one native thing only available in this place, alchemy wood. Rumor has it that there was one divine tree growing somewhere on the main mountain. Each year, some old branches would fall down along the streams. This process would take a very long time, so the branches were truly immersed in the water. They eventually sank to the bottom due to their immense weight and be covered by the river bed. Another 1,000,000 years would pass, then these branches would become alchemy wood. Gestated by both the waterfalls and earth, they contained the essences of this land. This made it as precious as gold, or even more so. Just a tiny piece would be quite costly. A particularly old one would have a sky-high price. Many disciples in the system would try to find them in the streams. However, Longevity Valley didn't allow for reckless excavation, so it was quite hard to find them. Nevertheless, for a nobody, finding one would make them rich overnight. Li Qiye followed the stream and watched the current. He was a bit interested in this special wood, but not in and of itself. He eventually made it to the great lake with its scintillating and golden surface, quite a beautiful scene. The dazzlingness of the lake didn't interest him as much as one tiny island with no inhabitants. There are spirits in all things, truly interesting. He commented with amusement. He took out a shovel and began to dig the shallow water, ignoring the mud and soil dirtying his robe. Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao have been trying to find Li Qiye for several days to no avail. This made them quite anxious until a disciple reported that he had appeared by the lake. The two ran there with haste with their fans right behind them. They didn't like these unwanted tales, but they couldn't chase them away either. They thought it would be so nice if their first sister was here. Fan Miaozhen had too many schemes. If she was here, she could easily lose these young fellas. Yalan and Xiaoyao didn't have this ability since they normally only focused on their own field instead of socializing. The two had no choice but to be out in public right now in order to find Li Qiye. The most excellent among the crowd were Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu, cranes among a flock of chicken. They easily overwhelmed their love rivals. The two girls got on a boat and paid attention to the islands. Many suitors did the same. Miaozhen would have come up with ways to throw them into the water, but Yalan and Xiaoyao couldn't. Miss Mu, are you enjoying the lake sceneries? Zhang Yan came forward with what he considered to be his most handsome smile, one as bright as the sun. He was indeed a handsome fella with a strong background. Many girls considered him to be their prince on a white horse, but he only had eyes for Yalan. Finding medicine. She answered coldly. It wasn't an act since this was her natural demeanor. May I ask which kind? I'm quite familiar with the ones here, maybe I can be of service. The rather quiet Qingniu seized the opportunity to jump in. This normally arrogant doctor was a man of few words. He looked down on speaking to those he considered beneath his station. However, he wanted to show off in front of Qin Xiaoyao, hoping to make a good impression. "Thank you, but it is all right." Xiaoyao shook her head and refused in such a gentle manner. "The two of you are too reserved, we're all family, no need for that. Plus, Longevity Valley is the orthodox branch, it is fine for us to be the errand boys." Zhang Yan quickly added. "My medicinal trove has many different medicines, may I ask what you are looking for?" "Maybe I have it already." Qingyo came up with a way to make the beauty happy. "That's right, the two of you are being too polite right now. Longevity Valley's problem is our problem. Just let us help you find whatever you need," a different youth said. Yalan stopped replying and continued looking over at the islands while Xiaoyao politely shook her head. The two of them didn't talk about Li Qiye's disappearance, using finding medicine as an excuse. Zhang Yan and Qingyo became awkward since the girls weren't responding. Zhang Yan came up with something else and said, "Brother Hu, are there any interesting story during your medical journey?" "Not much, just busy with finding medicine and saving people. I suppose I've seen some interesting illness recently and spent some time researching them." Qingyo contemplated before answering. His answer was only to impress Xiaoyao. He didn't have time to waste saving people. Zhang Yan didn't have a response since he wasn't good at medicine. Talking about this subject would only make Qingyo look better. However, Brother Miracle is coming out of his cultivation and will participate in the ceremony this time around. Zhang Yan changed the topic. He knew about the relationship between everlasting and longevity, so this was a way to attract Mu Yalan's attention. I have heard rumors of him wanting to have a Tao discussion with longevity sage." Qingyo immediately replied. But he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing because the sage was the two girls' master. This particular topic could annoy the two. Zhang Yan wanted to strangle the guy. He might be a good doctor but was so bad at idle chatting. He could save people but could kill a conversation right away. This was driving Zhang Yan crazy. Chapter 2249, Fortunately enough, one quick-witted youth interjected, "Speaking of miracle young noble, I heard he came to the land of the fire source and met Vermilion martial goddess." "Yes, so I've heard too." A different one replied, "But there was a man hanging around the goddess, seemingly very close. I think his last name was Li, but his background sect is unknown." "Last name Li?" Mu Yalan, who was looking into the distance, turned around and asked. "Right." The youth noticed that the doctor had taken interest in the conversation and quickly said, "The goddess is incredible, the only youth to attack Insane Court in the Alliance on top of coming back unscathed. However, no one knows anything about her companion, just that they are very close. I believe there are rumors that their relationship is special, that's why Miracle Young Noble is antagonistic towards him, resulting in a clash." One more jumped in. "What does he look like?" The two of sisters glanced at each other while having a pretty good idea about this man. "Well, I'm told that this guy very ordinary look. No one understands why someone like the goddess would be with him. That's why Miracle Young Noble was annoyed and even wanted to do something about it." The youth responded. What happened next? Xiaoyao became interested because this was her first time hearing this story. "I heard this Li guy burned young noble Wu Lian from everlasting to ashes, then declared his intention of destroying it, quite a fierce style." The first guy who started this topic didn't want to lose and added. The two girls glanced at each other, knowing exactly who this Li guy was now. There are too many insane men in the world, ignorantly fearless. Just an ant wanting to talk about destroying everlasting. He overestimates himself. Hu Qingyo coldly uttered. Qingyo wanted to show off his speaking skill, but the atmosphere became quiet again. Outside of the two sisters, he and Zhang Yan had the highest status here. His frank statement left no room for others to retort without offending him. Zhang Yan went crazy again since they just got the beauty's attention. Now, Qingyo killed the conversation again. The world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yalan flatly responded, clearly on the side of this Li fella. Right, Miss Mu is completely right. Maybe that guy has an amazing background. Zhang Yan quickly flattered, that's why he dares to say whatever he wants. That's useless. Qingyo replied right away, Everlasting is the strongest kingdom in the system with countless ancestors. Miracle Young Noble is an amazing genius himself. A nobody talking about destroying this lineage? That's just the daydream of someone who's tired of living. Zhang Yan almost vomited blood, not understanding why a medical genius was so socially inept, unable to read the situation. He wanted to break the guy's head and take a good look at his brains. Even a fool knew about the delicate situation between longevity and everlasting. Now, this Qingyo was praising everlasting, so the two sisters naturally wouldn't like it. Alas, he couldn't come up with a new topic. Miss Qin, what do you think about it? Qingyo continued on and revealed a rare smile, the world is full of ignorant fools. This guy boasting about destroying a kingdom is ridiculous. He might just be a youth that hasn't experienced enough tribulations. Xiaoyao didn't say anything and continued to stare at the lake. Everyone else was speechless. This guy didn't realize he had said the wrong thing and was feeling quite pleased with himself. It looked like no one could talk when this conversation killer king was around. Mu Yalan, who has been searching the area, suddenly noticed something. She softly elbowed Xiaoyao to get her attention. Xiaoyao saw a remote island with someone digging then. It was a man who couldn't be more ordinary looking. He was quite busy with pits and piles of mud around him. He was completely focused on the task as if he was trying to become a digging virtuoso. The two girls heaved a sigh of relief, then smiled after seeing who they were searching for, the first brother. Despite his dirty and muddy appearance, he was especially beautiful right now. As long as he was around, everything would be just fine and dandy. Yalan was a proud apricot in the snow while Xiaoyao was an orchid hidden deep in the valley. When they smiled, the youths lost their mind, instantly charmed by this gorgeous scene. The girls didn't know what Li Qie was doing, but they couldn't come over either. They told their fellow disciples to stop the boat in order to watch him. In their eyes, the mud pits resembled windows that would lead to another vast world. They didn't know what his goal was, but it certainly wasn't just playing in the mud out of boredom. The rest of the group looked over too. This was just another man that could be found anywhere on the street, nothing peculiar about him except his common and boring appearance. Qingyo and Zhang Yan believed that if they were standing side by side, no one would notice this guy over them. In fact, another random guy from the street could overshadow this guy, let alone geniuses like them. Alas, the two girls were completely fixated on each of his actions, as if nothing else in the world could be more interesting. They became sour. What was the point of watching this guy? The guy looked wretched when covered in mud, just like a beggar, certainly not a sight for sore eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yan shouted at Li Qie, full of annoyance. Treasure hunting. Li Qie answered casually without bothering to look at them. Oh. For what? Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask. A really good one. He replied without pausing. Miss Qin, that's just a muddy beach, but for some idiots, even a scrap metal found here could be considered a treasure. This penurious man at the bottom of society has never seen anything good. Give him a phoenix wood or raw alchemy branch, that might scare the crap out of him. Qingyo was one to never give face and had zero sympathies for anyone. He arched his chest proudly because he actually had these rare alchemy materials, more than 1,000,000-year-old. He wanted to show off to Qin Xiaoyao. However, she wasn't interested in them at all. She stared at the pits and said, "What do you mean by a good treasure? Mind elaborating? Are you digging for alchemy wood?" Zhang Yan could observe the situation far better than Qingyo. He could see that the two girls were interested in what he was doing, so he wanted to keep this mood up. As for whether this man could actually find something, he didn't actually give a damn and only wanted to use him for conversational reasons. Chapter 2250, Indeed. Li Qiye replied, still digging. Digging for alchemy wood? This garnered the attention of the youths on the boat. These branches were very precious. If you can actually find one, then you'll be so rich, maybe enough to join a good sect. One of them joked. Of course, they have never seen Li Qiye before, so they didn't know that he was the main topic of their prior conversation. Just one piece, not that valuable. Qingyo looked at Li Qiye and said with disdain, a true god once carried a trunk of alchemy wood to ask me for help and I still refused. Having said that, he stole a glance at Qin Xiaoyao. Normally, the guy was stingy with his words, but he wanted to be cool in front of Xiaoyao, letting her know how many treasures he had and his prestigious status. This was ineffective, even the pit holes seemed to be winning against him. The only thing he won was the animosity of the youths here because of his arrogance. Alas, the guy was indeed qualified to do so. His medicinal abilities were incredible and he did refuse many great gifts. Zhang Yan scratched his head helplessly. This guy could kill a conversation at any moment. If he didn't know Qingyo for a while now, he would have kicked the guy off the boat for ruining his good chance at courting the doctor. It's not easy finding them in this place. Zhang Yan tried his best again to liven up the mood. The branches are often submerged deep in the streams. Digging like you right now won't be as effective because they are as heavy as steel. This is the alchemy lake, any wood found here would be at the bottom, it can't float up here or be stuck on this beach. Our Dr. Mu and Goddess Qin are both masters of this field. If they give you a few pointers, maybe you'll be to find some. Dr. Mu often uses them as an ingredient for her medicine and will know where they are right away. Go ahead, ask her. This guy managed to act helpful and praise his crush at the same time, so he was feeling quite pleased with himself. A good atmosphere was crucial to flirting. Otherwise, no one would bother speaking with each other. Alas, Yalan stood there quietly, still watching the digger. I see. Looks like I need to ask her for help then. Li Qiye smiled and finally looked over at the two girls. Not just anyone can ask the two ladies questions. You are a piece of rotten, uncarvable wood, you can't understand anything even if they were to help you. Qingyo uttered coldly. Another cold water splashing to the face. Zhang Yan lamented his fate again. Everything is doable with sheer effort. Perhaps you can find them via this method. Zhang Yan eventually said. What he actually wanted to say was to tell Qingyo, boss, if you want to boast, then at least wait for the right moment instead of just jumping in like this and killing the situation. Indeed, all things are possible. Li Qiye chuckled. Humph, finding alchemy wood in this place will be the miracle of the ages. Qingyo grew increasingly annoyed at Li Qiye. The reason was very simple. He tried his best to please Xiaoyao, but she hasn't even taken a look at him. How could this ordinary man win all of her attention? Really? Li Qiye absent-mindedly replied. Yes, it will be a miracle, and I shall reward you with a fortune. Qingyo uttered coldly. Then why don't we make a bet? Zhang Yan's eyes flashed as he came up with an idea. Brother Hu is an incredible member of longevity system, if you can win this bet, you'll benefit a lot. He told Li Qiye. Qingyo snorted in response, fine, we can bet. I have a bottle of tiger tendon resin. If you can find a single piece of alchemy wood, it will be yours. Tiger tendon resin, that's an amazing medicine. This ointment caused quite a stir in the crowd. I heard this medicine is created from the tendon of a sacred tiger. It is a panacea that can flesh and bones grow again, very magical. Another youth praised. Qingyo was complacent and continued on, this is my secret formula, completely priceless. A sect once tried to buy it with a sky-high price but I still refused. He naturally glanced over at Qin Xiaoyao again. Oh, You must really be somebody then, to be so generous with this bet. Li Chia said. Li Chia's silly act amused the two girls, but they didn't expose his intentional mockery. Of course. Zhang Yan said, if you have heard of Doctor Who's name, then your knowledge is too shallow. Brother Who, let's keep going then, let people know of your extravagance. Zhang Yan saw that the two girls were interested again with the bet. This was another good chance to get closer to them, so he egged Qingniu on. Qingniu was actually already feeling bad about betting a bottle of tiger tendon resin, but he decided to go all out after seeing Xiaoyao's interest. I have a root of mountain ginseng, 3 million years old. Needless to say, it is priceless. If you can find a piece of alchemy wood here, it will be yours too. Qingniu took out a wooden box. People could smell the rich and pleasant medicinal fragrance of ginseng even before he opened it. The crowd gasped at how extravagant the guy was being. Qingniu was pleased with this. He had plenty of treasures, so using the to boast was totally worth it. I'll join in too. Zhang Yan smiled, I'm not on the same level as Brother Who, but I have a pouch of true coins, just a little bit more. His heavy pouch of coins should be worth a lot as well, though not as valuable as Qingniu's treasures. Me too, here's a box of young deer antler. Another youth added more. I'm in as well. Others began to join the bet. Pleasing the beauties and the two famous guys. Who wouldn't want to do that? It didn't take long before a mountain of treasures and money formed before Qingniu. Everyone was betting that Li Chia wouldn't be able to find anything. It won't end well for you if you can't find any. Qingniu told Li Chia. What will happen? Don't tell me you will kill me. Li Chia smiled. Zhang Yan said, not that much, it'll ruin the sceneries. If you can't find any, then just eat the mud here. 1 mouthful of mud for each pit. He was treating this man as a clown in order to entertain the beauties. That's a tough bet. Li Chia replied. It's too late to back off now. Qingniu uttered coldly. Li Chia looked over at the two girls and smiled, pretty ladies, what should I do? How impudent. Qingniu immediately shouted. It's up to you. Xiaoyao smiled and played along with Li Chia. Well, the treasures are very tempting indeed. I would be lying to say that I'm not interested. If I actually find one branch, I will become very rich. Li Chia had a happy expression. Humph, daydream after you find one or start eating. Qingniu aggressively said. The guy was jealous because Li Chia could make the girls smile for some reasons with just a few words. On the other hand, he was going all out and they were still ignoring him. Chapter 2251, Eat Mud. Li Chia chuckled and said, then I better prepare myself. Having said that, he headed for the boat. What do you want? Zhang Yan frowned after seeing Li Chia approaching closer. The latter climbed on and smiled, if you all want to bet, then how can I do so with this dirty outfit? Get down, you don't belong here. Zhang Yan unhappily said. Earlier, it sounded as if Zhang Yan was doing Li Chia a favor. Alas, he only viewed the guy as a tool to liven up the atmosphere. He didn't give a damn about the guy, so he naturally didn't want him here. How could a nobody, a dirty one at that, be qualified to stand on their boat? A beggar like him would only dirty their boat. Is that so? Li Chia was already on the deck, leaving muddy footprints everywhere. Scram, you aren't qualified to stand here. Hu Qingniu became annoyed and shouted. Get down now or we'll throw you off. Two youths took the initiative and stopped Li Chia in his path. These were prodigies that looked down on vagrant cultivators, treating them like ants. They simply joined the bet earlier just to increase the stake and make it more interesting for the two ladies so that they would smile. They would never allow someone like him to be on the same boat as them. His unkempt and dirty appearance only made it worse. The other youths have already worsened the situation before the two girls could say anything. You're only a pawn in this bet, not qualified to sit with the bettors. Leave now, don't dirty goddess Qin's boat with your smelly feet. One of the two youths shouted. Li Qiye ignored them and told the two girls, I'm covered in mud, help me tidy up. This frank command shocked the young ones here. How dare this junior treat the two ladies like maids? How impudent! They all cried out. Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu were the most affected. Qingniu was ready to kill as he threatened, fool, daring to disrespect the ladies. I will have your he dash. However, the rest of his words was stuck in his throat. The cold Mu Yalan came over and held Li Qiye's arm, seemingly afraid of him tripping over. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyao was taking off his muddy outer robe. The two girls didn't care about the mud dirtying their own clothes while tidying him up like two maids. You're muddy too, a bath is necessary. Xiaoyao said. I'll go get things ready. Yalan immediately left. Xiaoyao walked Li Qiye into the underdeck and slightly pouted, First sister got scared out of her mind in the last several days because of you. Just a quick trip, don't worry about this trivial matter. Just one wave is enough to take care of them. Li Qiye said with a smile. Meanwhile, the crowd on deck became silly and stunned with their mouth agape and their wits gone. These two girls were the jewels of Longevity Valley, famous and beautiful. Many considered them to be unreachable yet lovable goddesses. They were now acting like maids towards Li Qiye, gentle and obedient. This was a treatment none of the crowd could enjoy. Those who shouted at Li Qiye earlier were especially embarrassed. Zhang Yan and Hu Qingniu had nothing to say earlier. They tried hard to please the beauties and make them smile, but these beauties were now with another man. The most annoying thing was that this man wasn't a big shot at all, just a nameless junior. There were no words to describe this terrible feeling they had. What's going on? One youth asked with confusion. After a while, Li Qiye finally finished washing up. He felt quite good and said, a cup of hot tea would be nice right now after a hot bath. Everyone saw the guy stretching by the entrance to the underdeck and found him quite vexing. Mu Yalan even put another cloak on him. Xiaoyao smiled and said, luckily, I have another unopened bottle of snow condensation. Go for it, let's see how good you are. He smiled and said. I'm not as good as first sister when it comes to tea brewing. She humbly said, looking quite bashful. This ended with Xiaoyao brewing tea by the window while Yalan went to get a large chair. Li Qiye lay on it, half basking in the sunlight. Just a moment later, a tea fragrance permeated the air. Xiaoyao held the cup with both hands and said, this is spring tea, try it. Yalan accepted the cup and began serving Li Qiye. A beauty serving tea by one side. This was enjoying life, making everyone envious. The youths were speechless staring at this scene. The tea isn't bad at all, and Yalan's pastry skill is good too. He enjoyed both the snack and the tea. No one had anything to say but Qingniu did snort loudly. Li Qiye finally looked up after hearing the snort and looked at everyone. I almost forgot about the bet. Alright, let's continue. He smiled. Senior brother, stop playing with them. You know what you're doing. Yalan smiled and shook her head. She knew that Li Qiye would succeed for sure. The outcome of this bet was predetermined. I suppose I don't need to bet if they can't afford to lose. Li Qiye shrugged and said without a care. Who says? Qingniu scowled and said, unable to swallow this anger. He didn't want to back down in front of Xiaoyao and look weak. Just you or everyone else too? Li Qiye said with a smile. As long as you dare, the rest of us isn't afraid, we'll play to the end. Qingniu said with a sharp glare. Even though he was an arrogant person with no social skill, he was also very determined and competitive. Brother Zhang Yan, let's do it. He pulled Zhang Yan into the fray. Well, Zhang Yan hesitated. He eventually bit his teeth and said, if he wants to do it, then let's see if he can find some alchemy wood. The guy was smart enough to see that Li Qiye had a special relationship with the girls. Their senior brother must certainly be amazing. Normally, he would never want to antagonize someone from the valley. However, he would look like a coward in front of his crush if he were to back off now. Thus, he chose to side with Qingniu. Chapter 2252, The other young ones began to think about the situation. In the end, they chose against joining the bet. They could see that Li Qiye was close to the two girls, so there was no point in antagonizing the valley. It was still the current leader and the girls wouldn't like it. Moreover, they were love rivals with Zhang Yan and Qingniu. Why would they team up with these two right now? If they were to lose and be embarrassed, this would lower their standing in the beauty's heart. The group would be too busy gloating at them, let alone lending any assistance in the first place. Brother Hu, the two of us is more than enough. Zhang Yan was dissatisfied with the group and snorted. Let's go then. Qingniu said with an aggressive air, if we lose, all of this will be yours. If you lose, it's meal time. He wanted to see Li Qiye's ugly moment. Winning would make him quite cool in front of the ladies. Li Qiye looked at their betting items and smiled, wanting to bet with me using that crap. Not worth mentioning. You. Though his two items weren't considered supreme or anything, they were still very precious. Qingniu was infuriated to hear Li Qiye putting them down, bold words. My ginseng is from the Crescent Moon Cave, bathed in the moonlight and had absorbed its essence, just a piece of grass, no point in boasting. Li Qiye interrupted him and said, Yalan, I have a little ginseng root here, go make some ginseng tea for me. Having said that, he casually threw a wooden box on the table. Yalan opened the box and it didn't take long before an immortal energy billowed. There was a ginseng root around the size of a finger with a glorious glow just like a star. Divine Moon Ginseng. Xiaoyao was startled to see this, a ginseng that only grows in immortal lineage, extremely rare. Qingniu blurted out the name of the ginseng as well. As a doctor, he naturally knew about its value. His own was indeed only a blade of grass in comparison, not worth mentioning. Some members of the crowd were amazed as well, having recognized the root. Yalan finished the tea at this point. Li Qiye blew on it and took a small sip before giving an assessment, a bit too young, would be much better otherwise. People were astounded. Using this rare material to brew tea? This would drive people mad from the sheer wastefulness. Even their ancestors couldn't enjoy such jealousy-inducing treatments. Of course, this root was nothing to Li Qiye. The treasuries he got from Samsara wild ancestor and insane ancestor were enough to scare people to death. Hu Qingniu finally stopped retorting this time around. Their bet did seem insignificant in comparison. Just this teacup in his hand right now was more precious than their bet. In fact, they could try to gather all of their wealth and that might still not be enough to match its value. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Conceding or keep on going. It was as if one person took out a gem to show off before someone, but the latter engraved a gem worth 10 times more to his shoe. This humiliating psychological slap wasn't easy to take. If we're betting, I don't want your ingredients or bully you too much. Li Qiye chuckled, let's do it like this, if I lose, I'll eat the mud down there, if you lose, then go roll around in them, that's not bad. The two glanced at each other and contemplated. Everyone else felt that this bet was very reasonable, Li Qiye didn't make it hard on them at all. That's doable. A youth agreed. Yes or no? If you don't dare, then run back to your home, stop being an eyesore here. Li Qiye waved his sleeve as if he was swatting away a fly. Very well, if I lose, I will roll around in the mud. The arrogant guy wasn't a sore loser. He wanted to try and would accept defeat gracefully. How courageous. What about you? Li Qiye clapped before looking over at Zhang Yan. This guy was hesitant since he didn't want to join in this bet in the first place. He also saw how confidently Chia was, so he wanted to retreat. It's just rolling down there, brother Zhang, let's go. Qingyo egged him on. Rolling in the mud wasn't a real loss to Zhang Yan, but it was indeed a blow to his dignity and honor. He was the successor of 100 Pills, losing this bet would leave a stain on his reputation. Most importantly, rolling around in front of the beauties. How could he ever lift his head again? I'll do it. He gritted his teeth and let caution to the wind. Giving up was also humiliating, so he might as well go all out. Perhaps there was a chance of victory. We'll start now. Li Chia chuckled. All eyes were on the muddy beach now and the strange pits dug by Li Chia. Everyone thought that he would come down again for a second attempt, but he simply took out a golden gourd. Whoosh! When he opened it, a tiny current of light flew out, resembling the reflection of a star in the ocean. It split and went into the different pits. Next, the mud suddenly rose like a steamed bun being cooked, bigger and bigger. No one had a clue about what he was doing. Pop! After reaching a certain size, the mounds of mud suddenly exploded and went flying. The young cultivators quickly dodged the slinging piles of mud. It was like the explosion of beehives, numerous little creatures came out and filled the sky like a locust swarm. What are they? The crowd was shocked and looked over. These tiny insects looked like louse but were completely green. When they stopped on the water surface, they looked like tiny lamps. They're wood-eater lice. One youth recognized them. They love nibbling on wood, especially the ones from Alchemy Hut. My master says that if we see them, no alchemy wood will be around since it would have already been eaten by them. Right, that's the type. Qingyo heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Perhaps there were a lot of branches here, but not anymore. He looked over at Li Chia. Everyone knew that there wouldn't be a single piece of wood left here, let alone the best kind, alchemy wood. Anything here would have been eaten long ago since these lice can detect them much faster than cultivators. This muddy beach was clearly their nest, so how could there be any alchemy wood here? Zhang Yan felt the same way, feeling that victory was certain. Nevertheless, he came closer for a look and found that there was nothing else inside the exploded pits and mud mounds. Chapter 2253, No Alchemy Wood, Nothing Else Either. Zhang Yan heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the boat. Qingyo smelled the air, utilizing his rich experience as a doctor. He could instantly smell the scent if there was any alchemy wood around. There was nothing but the scent of mud. No alchemy wood here. He firmly concluded. All eyes shifted towards Li Chia. Everyone could see the outcome. There really isn't any. The young cultivators quietly talked among themselves. Some were regretting not joining in earlier for an easy win. There might have been some in the past but were eaten already by these termite lice. Another speculated. You have lost. Qingyo stared at Li Chia and uttered coldly, there are none here now, one wrong guess, lose everything. We've won, so it's time for you to eat some mud. Zhang Yan was ecstatic and told Li Chia. The doctor is still the best, capable of seeing through everything. One youth decided to flatter Qingyo. After all, the cultivation world was dangerous, he might need the guy's help one day. Ha, Doctor Hu and young Pill King are extraordinary, winning so easily. One more sneered, if the mud doesn't taste good, I guess he can drink the lake water to swallow easier. This water comes from above and also has the taste of alchemy wood. Many had a gloating expression while staring at Li Chia, stemming from their jealousy earlier. So now, they wanted to see him do this humiliating act. Ha, that's a good combination for a meal. A different person chimed in. Li Chia simply chuckled and continued to drink his ginseng tea, not in a rush at all. It's useless to delay this, you have lost, so fulfill your promise. Zhang Yan snorted. He felt quite good and proud to shame this guy before the two beauties. All of you are still too young with shallow knowledge, but that's understandable. The lack of critical thinking is the issue here, yet you still dare to come out to the real world. We're not here to hear you preach, just to watch you eat. Zhang Yan sneered. Before he could finish, water gushed out from the mud. Something seemed to have been opened underground, resulting in this current. Boom! The thing finally opened fully and emitted mist. What is that? Everyone looked over and saw a large clam. The mist stemming from it had the smell of wood. Everyone felt as if they were deep in a forest and basked in this scent. It was as tantalizing as the smell of fine wine. Alchemy wood, the best kind. Qingyo blurted out in astonishment. A resplendent green glow came from the clam, bringing out endless life force like the opening of a new world. The crowd saw the thing inside, the real source of the glow. It has been swallowed by the clam for who knows how many years. This looked like a piece of wood since one could see the tree rings on the sides. However, because of the current then the clam, the broken sections were very smooth now. It had turned into jade, no longer carrying the original characteristic of wood. It was around 3 feet long with an amazing scent. Superb, this can be called the best of the best alchemy wood. Qingyo started salivating. Li Qiye came and grabbed this piece of wood. Indeed, this is a main root of the divine tree. After countless years of accumulation, it almost has its own sentience. A rotten piece of root turning divine. Quite unbelievable. We have one, not as large as this one, only 1 foot long back in our valley. The ancestors greatly cherish it and use it to help them recuperate. Mu Yalan was shocked too. The rest of the crowd felt the same way. As members of Longevity Valley, they were aware of the various ranking of alchemy wood. They could see that this was at the very apex, truly priceless. Alchemy Valley had plenty of finest materials due to its peerless treasuries accumulated by its founder. No other sect could match it in this regard. However, it only had a smaller one, far inferior compared to this one. The initial shock eventually turned into desire. One youth even drooled all over his robe before realizing and wiping it off. Though they came from an amazing background, obtaining this piece of wood would make them wealthy. Handing it to their sect would result in a gigantic reward, or they could just keep it for themselves. Pure grand clam. Xiaoyao, unlike the others, was more impressed with the clam. This is also a divine type, very rare. Correct, Xiaoyao is quite knowledgeable. Li Qiye said, it had swallowed this main root for many years. The wood lice came but couldn't handle this clam, so they built nests here in the mud to wait for the right time. If we boil it, it will make some supreme medicine. Qingyo realized after hearing this name. He didn't pay attention to it earlier but was now aware of its value. Li Qiye began cutting the meat of the clam with wondrous dexterity and precision like an experienced butcher. People had a hard time following. He also took out another item inside the meat. It was actually a golden pearl with a blinding light, resembling a sun. Pure grand pearl. Xiaoyao was shocked for the second time. Rumor has it that only 1 out of 1,000 clams would have one. This is even more incredible. Our ancestors want one so bad but can't find it. Zhang Yan was stunned and murmured, our ancestor has one the size of a thumb from an eternal. He traded it for a bottle of longevity pills. He was referring to the pill king whose longevity pills were very desirable. Just 1 pearl was enough to trade for a full bottle. One could see its value from this trade. But now, Li Qiye's pearl was the size of a pigeon egg. It was naturally far more valuable. Just the highest grade alchemy wood was astonishing enough, but this pearl on top of that? 2 birds with 1 stone for sure. No wonder why he was digging in this place. He then recalled the yang gourd and its abilities. With that, the clam immediately closed its mouth and ran into the lake again. This took the crowd by surprise. They didn't know that a clam could escape so fast. Chapter 2254, attention shifted back to Li Chia. He held the pearl in one hand and the alchemy wood in the other. Either one was priceless, coveted by all. Just finding one in an entire lifetime was virtually impossible, but Li Chia did it so effortlessly, making the crowd very jealous. "Little girl, this will aid you in curing people." Li Chia smiled and gave the pearl to Muyalan. She stood there in a daze after accepting the pearl. "You are close to plants and alchemy, so this wood is very suitable for you." He then gave the piece of alchemy wood to Qin Xiaoyao. The two girls were stunned. These treasures were still very valuable, yet Li Chia gave them away without a care. The crowd was astounded and overwhelmed with many emotions. Even Qingyo and Zhang Yan found these treasures priceless. If they had these two treasures, they would hide them forever instead of gifting them away, not even for a beauty's smile. They might even consider these treasures more valuable than their own lives. This wasn't the case for Li Chia, evident by his extravagant showing just now. He treated the two treasures as if they were just meager gifts. It would be hard for him not to attract attention and loyalty by being so generous. "Thank you, senior brother." The two girls bowed deeply towards him, moved by the grand gesture. Li Chia lazily sat there and continued to sip on his tea while the two girls served him. "Looks like I don't have to eat mud then." He then smiled at the two opponents. Qingyo and Zhang Yan turned red. There was no doubt that they have lost the bet completely. Furthermore, they were humiliated before the beauties since Li Chia won so convincingly. There was no way the two girls would like them now due to this initial impression. "Start rolling." He smirked. The two didn't know what to do. They were famous as part of the three talents, so rolling around in the mud in public was a tough task. However, reneging a bet would destroy their reputation as well. "Fine, I'll do it." Qingyo made up his mind. He was arrogant but could handle losing gracefully. Splash! He didn't waste time and jumped into the mud and continued to roll around. It didn't take long before he was covered completely like a mud statue. Some called him a miracle doctor, the hand of God. This allowed him to look down on all people. So many big shots would come to ask him for medical help and he would act quite arrogant towards them too. Being forced by Li Chia to roll in the mud was a great blow to him due to his prestigious status, but he still did it anyway. Well, Zhang Yan saw this and didn't want to share the same humiliating fate. He coughed and told Li Chia, "Dao brother, we were just playing." The guy was inferior to Qingyo. At the very least, Qingyo was an unbending person who could keep his words. "Start rolling." Li Chia didn't want to waste time and kicked the guy off the boat. He couldn't dodge at all and fell into the mud, face first. Fine, I'll do it." Zhang Yan was too embarrassed to look at the crowd and decided that it was better to roll in the mud. He was so much lazier compared to Qingyo, only rolled around several times before playing dead. The crowd didn't dare to say anything, only quietly watching this event. "Is that enough?" Qingyo did it plenty before asking. "Scram now, stop being an eyesore." Li Chia waved his sleeve and said flatly. Before the second sentence came out, Zhang Yan ran away so fast. He jumped into the lake to escape, not wanting to linger for half a second due to shame. Qingyo, on the other hand, got up slowly. Despite being covered in mud, he was still proud and stared straight at Li Chia with his back straight. "I will find you again for another match." Qingyo was unconvinced and not deterred by Li Chia. This was an unyielding bull that would always go straight, never looking back. "Scram now." Li Chia didn't care. Qingyo turned and left, as dignified as can be given the circumstances, unlike Zhang Yan. "All of you leave too, or I'll throw each and every single one of you down there too." Li Chia glared at the crowd. They immediately dispersed after hearing this. A bunch of uncarvable rotten wood. Hu Qingyo is far better than them. Li Chia shook his head and said. It's because they don't know of your abilities, senior brother. Xiaoyao slightly smiled. Li Qiye went back to enjoying his tea and sunbathing afterward. Since we found you, we need to report to First Sister or she'll truly go crazy. Yalan said. Why go crazy, the sky is still up there. He said with a smile. It's about to fall down. Yalan continued with a serious expression. First Sister had received news a while back. Not only will the kingdoms from our system participate but also Yang Radiance, Vermilion, Coiling Dragon. I heard Everlasting invited them. They want the rest of the world to watch this usurping attempt. Li Qiye smiled, perhaps forcing Longevity Valley to abdicate. I believe so. Yalan said, that's why First Sister asked the ancestors about mobilizing troops to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Miaojin was aware that any reinforcement would be weak because if Everlasting wanted to take over, they must take down Longevity Valley eventually. Thus, the valley needed to focus on defending itself instead of sending troops to other places. This was why Miaojin was going crazy. They needed to rely on Li Qiye since the three of them alone wasn't enough to deal with this mess. No rush, let the storm become bigger. Li Qiye was still carefree. First Sister also said that once we find you, we should take you go light the first incense to announce the start of the ceremony. You will be in charge. Xiaoyao said. That's fine, we can go then. He smiled. The two felt much better after finding Li Qiye and began heading back. Alchemy Hut was very lively this time around because other systems were joining as well. Click, clack, click. Someone saw a divine carriage driving into the area. Yang Radiance, they're joining too. Cultivators from Longevity System were surprised. Boom! A massive beast rushed over right after the carriage. Coiling Dragon 2, in just a short time, Vermilion Martial Court and Resting Bull also appeared. What is going on? The sects and clans in Longevity System were caught off guard. Chapter 2255, Yang Radiance, Coiling Dragon, Vermilion Martial Court. Many systems sent their representatives here, only consisting of big shots or even sect masters. The cultivators from Longevity were taken by a storm from seeing these characters. Keep in mind that this worshipping ceremony was a personal matter for Longevity, showing respect for their ancestors. It had nothing to do with outsiders. Even if other people came to participate, it would have been on a small scale and for personal reasons, such as coming as a friend. However, these top powers came wielding their banner. This was an official visit. Why are they here? One disciple asked, completely unaware. I heard Everlasting Kingdom sent out invitations. A clan elder with a good information network answered. The crowd shuddered after hearing this. Longevity Valley has always been in charge of this event since it was the leader of the system. Only it was eligible to send out invitations, but now, Everlasting Kingdom had overstepped their bounds. Everyone realized that Everlasting was serious this time. Are changes coming? Many sect masters and elders became worried. For the great powers here, if they were to pick between Longevity and Everlasting under zero pressure of military intimidation, the majority would certainly pick Longevity. Outside of it being the orthodox branch, its neutral stance allowed these powers to grow since it didn't interfere with their sovereignty and choices. If Everlasting were to take over, this current political climate would end because Everlasting prospered on the foundation of military might. It would sweep through the system in order to establish its position and status, eliminating all oppositions. Boom! An explosion interrupted their worried rumination. Another cavalry crossed through the sky like a silver thunderbolt, heading straight for Alchemy Hut. This was a 100,000-strong legion. It soared through the sky like a silver dragon, seemingly capable of causing earthquakes. Silver Dragon Legion. The crowd here took a deep breath. Miracle Young Noble is here. Someone murmured. Silver Dragon was Everlasting's strongest and oldest legion, being around since the founding of the kingdom. Its might had swept through the system before. Its new commander was Miracle Young Noble. Furthermore, several ancestors at the Ascender level were the main fighting force as well, more than enough to make others tremble. Silver Dragon is here to help Longevity Valley keep the peace. This message spread across the area. The participants here naturally knew that there was more going on. The ceremony was Longevity Valley's responsibility, but Everlasting brought their legion here on the night before. This implication needed no further explanation. Everyone understood that it has finally begun, the power struggle. Alchemy King Valley is willing to assist Silver Dragon. Sacred Pill Kingdom is willing to assist Silver Dragon. Roundstone Sect is willing to assist Silver Dragon. One power after another stated their stance before the incoming storm. Many powerful clans and sects were joining Everlasting as the ominous air grew denser. Everyone knew that it was time to pick a side. Their decision today would determine the fate of their sect. Picking wrong could result in becoming ashes. Fan Miaozhen was under great pressure during these declarations. She has been quite busy due to the pressure from Everlasting. This stressed her even more. She inevitably thought about Wuxia, wanting him to come back to take care of things, yet the guy was nowhere to be found. She sent several letters to him but didn't receive any response. Meanwhile, Wuxia was not anxious at all during his journey on the sightseeing tour. Leisure, relaxed, and even ignoring the messages from Miaozhen. Senior brother, senior sister has asked for you to return right away after you're done here. Xiao Yao gave the message. No rush, not everyone is here yet. Wuxia sat by the window, enjoying the sceneries of the lake. In fact, they could make it there in half a day by flying. Using the boat was slowing them down quite a bit. But Silver Dragon is there, they might be in danger. Yalan worriedly said, wanting to come back as soon as possible, but there was nothing she could do when Wuxia wanted to take his time. Don't worry, Everlasting won't flip the table before the start of the ceremony. Plus, this is good training for your first sister. She'll be the leader of the system in the future. The two girls exchanged glances, not knowing how to respond. The worshipping ceremony took place in an altar at Alchemy Hut. This used to be the place where Alchemy Immortal taught his disciples and gave orders to the system. Thus, it was the perfect location. Performing the ceremony here meant that Longevity Valley was still in charge, at least symbolically. The true start of the ceremony began with the lighting of the incense. This didn't take place at the altar but rather in a grass hut. This grass hut was also known as the Ancestral Shrine because Alchemy Immortal used to stay here. Many forefathers and ancestors had their memorial tablets placed here as well. Thus, lighting up a bundle of incense served as worshipping the ancestors on top of being the formal commencement. Many experts were waiting outside of this hut, waiting to light incense for the ancestor. However, the first bundle must be lit up by Longevity Valley. No one else could do it beforehand. This particular hut was indeed made out of grass, rumored to be created by Alchemy Immortal. It stuck around after so many years, surrounded by verdant trees now. In front was a stone passage leading straight to the lake. There were plenty of boats there now with cultivators waiting near the steps. They were ready to worship the ancestors and pray for their blessings. They're here, Longevity Valley's people. An eagle-eyed cultivator saw Wuxia's boat coming from afar. Dr. Mu and Fairy Qin. The girl's beauty instantly attracted the spectators. Chapter 2256. When Wuxia finally got off the boat and began to walk on the steps, people finally noticed him. This was because the two girls were too famous, the dream lovers for many men in the system. However, they walked behind him, so this elevated his status even more. Who is that? People quietly asked. I heard his last name is Li, the current first disciple of the valley and the first brother of the three ladies. A friend had gotten wind of information about him. Since when did Longevity Sage take in a different first disciple? Doesn't that spot belong to Fairy Fan? A junior didn't know what was going on. The first disciple at the valley means inheriting everything from the sage and will be the future lord of the system. An elder said, as far as I know, this position has been empty all along, so this guy came out of nowhere. People took a deep breath and the atmosphere became serious. The successor of the valley and the future ruler of the system? This was quite prestigious. This guy appeared several days ago and controlled their ancestral pine tree to kill Everlasting's tutor Shao. A protector looked at Li Qie and elaborated, I think he has been the sage's student all along, just not publicly announced. I see. That sword pine is one of their 3 ancestral trees, personally cultivated by their progenitor. Earning its recognition is indeed amazing. It's not strange that he can become the first disciple. One ancestor nodded his head. Disciples from the valley immediately greeted them as they made their way to the top. This was a sacred location, so guards were always around. Senior brother, senior sister, you guys are finally here. Senior sister Fan said that it's coming, but we are prepared well. We can light the incense now. One of the disciples blurted out without pausing. People have crowded the area for several days now, but no one dared to come up before Longevity Valley. They waited for a long time and some have voiced their complaints. Everlasting has done some damage to Longevity's authority, so dissenting opinions became louder. People didn't take Longevity as serious as before. Let's get started then. Li Qie calmly said. Get ready to open the cauldron for the incense lighting, first brother will be in charge. The disciple announced before leading Li Qie's group towards the hut. Isn't Longevity Sage the first to light the incense? Someone immediately complained. Who knows if this was deliberate or just during the heat of the moment. Though it was more of a soft whisper, everyone clearly heard it. This person also immediately disappeared into the crowd and no one knew who it was. That's right, the first incense should be by the Lord of the Tao system, so only Longevity Sage. Others echoed the sentiment. Only the leader can light the first incense. Some older cultivators found logic in this and nodded their head. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Someone clearly wanted to start trouble in order to weaken the valley's authority. The sage's injuries were no secret at this point, so she couldn't personally come. This created a weak spot for opponents to break through. Yes, the first incense has a special significance to our system, a symbol of authority, so only Longevity Sage can do it instead of some random nobody. Another voice came from the crowd. He can't light it, only Longevity Sage can. Numerous members agreed. Our senior brother is the first disciple of Longevity, inheriting our legacies and the system's authority in the future. It is completely suitable. Mu Yalan's expression turned cold as she announced. This shut up many people in the crowd. Though she rarely showed her face, she was in charge of the medicine hall and had saved many people including ancestors. Thus, her reputation was golden. If Longevity Sage can't come and a third-generation disciple has to do it, it should be Miracle Young Noble then. He is qualified to light the first incense, instead of this so-called first disciple. The people won't accept it. A prideful voice broke the silence. Poison King Huang Quanwei and his entourage made an entrance. A youth walked side by side with him, handsome and yet imperious with his eyes looking down on everyone. The Poison King is here too. The crowd naturally stared at them, then at 2 more youths in the crowd, Hu Qingyo and Zhang Yan. These 2 were here way early but only spectated to the side. Nevertheless, they were gleeful to see people causing trouble for Li Qie. In fact, they wanted to fan the fire as well. All 3 talents are here, should be fun. Someone looked at the trio then back at Li Qie. These 3 talents were the most excellent prodigies in the system. They wouldn't be convinced of a first disciple who came out of nowhere. After all, this first disciple would be the future lord. Many people would want to challenge him in order to make a name for themselves. Wu Xianyi is here too. Someone noticed the youth standing next to Quan Wei. Who's that? Should be someone important since he can walk next to Poison King. A newly debuted cultivator didn't know him. Humph, just a random guy who managed to find a big backing. Now he looks down on everyone after leaving our system, forgetting all of his old friends. Another spectator scowled with derision. Quan Wei came over and stared at Mu Yalan with desire in his eyes. He changed quite a bit from last time, seemingly even more imposing or even arrogant. In other words, his confidence rose and he walked in a pompous manner now. He looked around at the crowd and said, "If Longevity Sage can't come to personally light the incense and it has to be someone from the third generation, I propose Miracle Young Noble. He's world-renowned and will become a true emperor later on top of being a great pill alchemist. That's more than enough to represent our system. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" "You're right, Miracle Young Noble is qualified to light the first bundle." Someone else supported this claim. "We can't have someone coming out of nowhere doing it." "Yes, I'm also in favor of Miracle Young Noble doing it." Many parroted. This was certainly a scheme. If Miracle Young Noble were to do it, he would successfully override Longevity Valley's authority, the first step of usurping. Meanwhile, the older cultivators only wanted to watch, not wanting to be involved. I also feel that Miracle Young Noble is the right choice. Zhang Yan smiled and said. However, when he noticed Yalan's cold glare, he coughed and added, "Miss Mu, I'm only speaking the truth. The first incense represents our system, this requires great abilities. Our system is famous for its alchemy, and Miracle Young Noble is not only strong but also an amazing alchemist." These prodigies had a good relationship plus, Zhang Yan and Qingyo lost to Li Qiye earlier. They naturally wouldn't take his side. Qingyo stepped out as well. "It's fine if he wants to represent the system, but I want to have a competition of alchemy. The leader of the system must be good at pill making, alchemy, and medicine in order to be recognized by the mass. Our first brother is unbeatable in all three fields and poison mastery too, he is more than enough to represent our sect and the system." Yalan retorted. Qingyo arched his chest and declared, "Nothing would be better if that's the case. I will compete with him in medicine. If I lose, I will be the first to support him." Despite his eccentric and arrogant personality, Qingyo was a man of his words. Chapter 2257, someone boisterously shouted after seeing Hu Qingyo's challenge to Li Qiye, "That's right, if he is good at everything, then have a competition to see who is actually better." Zhang Yan nodded, "I agree. Today, the three talents of longevity system are also here. We will overestimate ourselves and be your opponents. The three of us are proficient in pill, medicine, and poison. Do you dare to take us on, first brother Li? Why should I accept your challenge?" Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. "If you don't, how can you convince others of your worthiness to light the first bundle?" Qingyo uttered coldly. "Because he is from Longevity Valley." The always gentle Xiaoyao finally spoke up in a resounding manner. No one from Longevity was a coward. She turned her gaze towards Qingyo and said, "No one else is qualified to light the first bundle outside of our sect. He is the first disciple, that alone is enough." At this key moment, she became quite aggressive. Her master taught her well indeed. "That's too imperious." The youth accompanying Poison King Quan Wei spoke, "Such a matter shouldn't be decided by status but rather, skills and abilities. Wu Xianyi, you are no longer a disciple of Longevity System, shut your mouth." Yalan didn't spare any face either and retorted. The youth's expression darkened but he recalled his new status and became emboldened. He arched his chest and proudly said, "Dr. Mu, I'm speaking out for the sake of Longevity System and its future. If this keeps on, it will certainly decline." Wu Xianyi used to be a disciple from a common sect in the system. However, his senior brother, Zhou Jikuan, joined the banner of someone quite amazing and he quickly followed suit. They left Longevity System from then on. In the past, his status was far inferior to a regular disciple of Longevity Valley, let alone Muyalan. He wouldn't have the courage to speak in front of her back then and could only watch from the distance. Now, his master had a shocking origin, feared by all in myriad lineage. Every Tao system had to give him face. Thus, he returned with great fanfare. Even Huang Quanwei called him a brother, something he never dared to dream about in the past. Is that so? Yalan said. Xianyi went on with confidence, that's right, longevity system was built from the blood and sweat of our ancestors, so no disciple here wants to see it decline, especially because of Longevity Valley's imperious and dictatorial acts. Because of this, all disciples have the responsibility to speak out and interfere so that people know that longevity system belongs to everyone, not just the valley. If it continues to be stubborn, sects like Everlasting should stand up. The youths didn't realize right away, but the older cultivators took a deep breath to compose themselves. The latter was aware that Xianyi was on the side of Everlasting, and thinking about his backing made them tremble. I agree as well. Zhang Yan said, status shouldn't matter that much, but even if we're talking about seniority, a first disciple can't convince all of us, and Longevity Valley can't do whatever it wants. We have more respect than that and demand Longevity Valley to show something that can prove otherwise. This fella didn't want to rebel, only simply wishing to go against Li Chia. Nevertheless, this was going along with Xianyi's flow. Idiot. Li Chia flatly insulted without looking at the guy. This direct insult angered Zhang Yan even more. Just rolling in the mud earlier was bad enough, but the public scorn was too much for him to take. Li, are you willing to compete against me or not? Otherwise, you're not qualified to light the first bundle. He shouted. Are you speaking on behalf of your sect, 100 Pills Gate? Yalan coldly interrogated. His face turned red but he couldn't get off the tiger. There was no way of backing down now before so many people. His reputation would suffer a great loss. That's right. His brain melted, letting caution go with the wind. An incapable man relying on his position alone can't lord over us or act as the system's representative. Don't think about lighting that first bundle. Idiot. Someone loudly shouted, and it wasn't Li Chia this time. Pop. Next, a heavy slap struck Zhang Yan's face, causing his head to turn with blood streaming down his lips. Being slapped for no reason enraged him. He looked back and got scared out of his mind. A group was approaching with an old man wearing a hemp garment as the leader. His peer was another elderly man, looking quite stately and austere. Master, ancestor. Zhang Yan cried out. Pill King and 100 Pill Sect Master. People were startled because this sect was indeed powerful. Pill King Feng Shaochen shocked the crowd the most. Many older experts quickly cupped their fist and greeted him. This was an existence famous all across myriad lineage, one of the two great ancestors of longevity system. He held a pivotal position due to his longevity pills. Even Eternals wanted to ask him for help and might not get any. Zhang Yan's legs were trembling, just like his heart overwhelmed with fear. Humph. The sect master scowled, no longer protecting his favorite disciple because the kid had botched it up. Feng Shaochen was no longer smiling like always since Zhang Yan had dragged 100 Pill Gate into this mess. They were opposing Longevity Valley now. He wanted to speak with the other party but was astounded to see Li Chia. Other people here didn't know about this first brother but he did. He was one of the ancestors who attacked Insane Court, so he naturally knew that Li Chia was current in charge of that system. Of course, he was shocked to see this guy acting as the first disciple here. He took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Chia. Young noble, welcome to our humble abode. I'm sure Longevity Valley will prosper under your rule for the world to witness. He purposely spoke vaguely, but the two of them knew what was going on. I naturally will sweep across 3 immortals and stand at the apex. This is merely a brief stop. Li Chia nonchalantly said. Indeed, seeing you again today is the blessing of 3 lifetimes, my greatest honor. Your supreme Pill Dao is untouchable and I will visit Longevity Valley later to learn from you, young noble. The old man bowed his head again. He was being quite serious with his comments. This was someone who was willing to be a hostage back at Insane Court in order to watch Li Qia's Pill Dao. His showing of reverence astounded the crowd, making them speechless. This was a great ancestor of the system, an amazing alchemist and pill creator. Even true emperors asked him for help before. Not to mention regular true gods, even ascenders would perform a respectful greeting when seeing him. Now, the old man was acting in this manner towards Li Qia. Chapter 2258, Pill King Feng Shaochen smiled and actually got on his knees. Your wondrous brilliance will illuminate all of us. Li Qia simply nodded and accepted the grand gesture. Fool! The old man then turned his attention towards Zhang Yan and yelled, the grand matters of a sect can't be treated so frivolously. We are part of Longevity system which stemmed from Longevity Valley. We shall not forget this grace and will listen to the valley. Zhang Yan shuddered with his head lowered, not daring to say a single word or even breathe loudly. This was his sect's top ancestor who had full control. Though he was the current young lord, Shaochen could remove him from his post instantly. I am the master of 100 Pill, nice to meet you, first brother. The sect master humbly referred to Li Qia as a brother and kneeled. 100 Pill is under Longevity Valley, this was true in the past, still is now, and will be so in the future. Our loyalty will never change and we shall obey all orders. Just say the words and all members of our sect will jump into the fire for you. His bravado certainly showed both his sect stance and his towards Longevity Valley. The Pill King had made his decision and determined the direction of 100 Pill. They have decided to side with Longevity Valley. The crowd shuddered, realizing that it was time to state their allegiance. A while ago, many sects have chosen Everlasting. So now, 100 Pill was the first powerful sect to pick Longevity Valley. This was indeed a valuable and timely act. Though 100 Pill wasn't as strong as Everlasting, they were certainly among the mightiest in the system. So now, this woke up numerous old masters. Recently, Everlasting had all the limelight, akin to the sun at noon while acting quite arrogant. Furthermore, many sects sided with them, increasing their momentum and morale. On the contrary, Longevity Valley has been quiet, giving off a vibe of declination like the sunset in the evening. Everyone felt as if Longevity system will have a new leader. Alas, 100 Pill had shown its stance and allegiance to Longevity Valley. The older experts remembered how it had controlled the system for so long in spite of its reclusive policies. No one had successfully taken over its position. Perhaps the valley was not on a decline at all. This was only an illusion. It's good being wise and insightful. Rise, your sect is pardoned. Li Qia nodded. The sect master of 100 Pill was in the same generation as Longevity Sage. It was unbelievable that her disciple would act like a superior before the sect master. Nevertheless, this sect master remained respectful despite the gap in seniority. Even the Pill King was so respectful while the sect master was numerous generations below, he naturally needed to act in this manner. Little Cheng, he's your disciple and will be your responsibility. Let him admit his mistakes, if young noble doesn't wish to pardon him, then punishment is in order. The old man said. The sect master felt a chill. Their ancestor was experienced with guests consisting of ascenders and true emperors. There was no doubt that if he were to cross Li Qia, he would instantly lose his position as sect master. Yener, you are responsible for your own wrongdoings. It is a great crime to violate the rules of our sect. Go apologize to first brother. If he and Longevity Valley forgive you, then we shall punish you once we get back. If they do not, then end yourself. The sect master said. He wanted to protect the boy that he taught himself, they were close like father and son. Alas, The boy had committed a huge mistake, one beyond his control. This pertained to the future of 100 Pill. The direction of the sect wasn't something he could decide on his own, so the young lord definitely couldn't either. However, Zhang Yan took the initiative to do so before everyone without consulting his own sect. This was betraying Longevity Valley and pushing 100 Pill down the abyss of no return. Zhang Yan turned pale with his legs giving in. After their numerous feuds, Li Qie would definitely not spare him. Once he accepted his mistake, Li Qie would ask for his death. There was no other choice. If he were to resist, his master would be the first to take him down since he would be implicated and dragged down as well, failing as a master. He dropped to the ground and kneeled before Li Qie, his voice trembled. First brother, I was ignorant and shouldn't have offended Longevity Valley. I am willing to accept the punishment. He closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. This was the only way to not involve his master who he viewed as a father. All eyes were on Li Qie and the kneeling youth now. Everyone understood that this was the best time for Li Qie to make an example out of the boy and intimidate the crowd while establishing his authority. Young and ignorant indeed. Out of consideration for Pill King, I shall spare your life. Go back and reflect on your errors in imprisonment. Li Qie looked at him and nonchalantly said. If he wanted the boy's life, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. It didn't matter whether the Pill King interceded or not. Zhang Yan seemed to be struck by lightning, he couldn't believe his own ears. He thought that Li Qie would certainly take his life due to their history, but the opposite happened. Thank you for your pardon, first brother, I will sincerely aid Longevity Valley in the future, given the chance. He regained his wits and continued to kowtow. He eventually went back behind the sect master and stood there respectfully. And you? Li Qie turned his attention towards Hu Qingyo. Among the three talents, Qingyo had the biggest influence. Zhang Yan had backed down, so people thought that it was time for Qingyo to concede too. He took one step back with an uneasy expression. Nevertheless, he braced himself and walked proudly forward again. My stance does not represent my sect, and I shall not change it. Longevity Valley might represent the system, but the person who lights the first incense must be someone who is capable enough to do so. Our system is famous because of alchemy, pill-making, and medicine, so I shall challenge you as a doctor. If I lose, then do as you please. If you lose, you are not qualified to light the first incense. Though Qingyo cared about frivolous matters, he was still courageous enough to not back down at the last second. No need to trouble first brother, I shall take you on. Yalan coldly responded, you think you are qualified to challenge Longevity Valley's first disciple? Qingyo turned red from the provocation, unable to answer right away. No one felt that she was being unreasonable. Her medicinal abilities were probably on the same level as him, but her reputation was far superior. If people were to pick a side, they would gladly pick her. Yalan, let me. Medicine is only a minor path for me, more of a hobby, so this can be fun. Li Qie looked at Qingyo and leisurely said, how do you wish to compete? Anything is fine. 1. Commit seppuku would be the perfect translation here if it wasn't out of place. Kill yourself/commit suicide doesn't seem formal enough for the situation. End yourself sounds weird, but fits a bit better. Chapter 2259, Qingyo readied himself and stood proudly, still as confident as ever, will save someone from death, do you dare? All eyes were on Li Qie now. Everyone was familiar with Qingyo's medical abilities, capable of bringing people back from the brink of death. Few in the entire system could match him, let alone the young generation. Why not? You go first so that you can at least have the chance to do something. Li Qie chuckled. Brother Hu, you can do it, no one else can compare with you when it comes to medicine. Huang Quanwei showed his support. The rest didn't dare to show their attitude because they couldn't represent their sects and didn't know which side to pick. Qingyo took out a frog and let his blade go to work. He cut off its limbs before adding more slashes, leaving it in 8 pieces. Next, he chopped it completely on a wooden board. I'm starting. He used his unique medicinal powder on the minced meat. At the same time, he channeled his true energy into the meat with lightning speed. The pieces started coming back together. He then used a needle and pierced the wounds with precise movements, just like a master craftsman. It didn't take long before he stitched the frog back together. There were still visible wounds and the frog was naturally on the verge of death. It was put back together perfectly. The next step was from a treasure bottle with a thick liquid. This liquid covered the frog completely while emitting a musky fragrance. Let's go. He grabbed the frog with both hands and strands of energies entered its body through the veins. The visible wounds were closing now and the frog's skin became as smooth as before. Rib bit. The little guy was feeling as good as ever and instantly jumped around. I'm done. He took a deep breath and stared straight at Li Qie. He might be inferior in other aspects, but medicine was something he believed to be the best at. It was his pride. Nice. The crowd couldn't help applauding. Regardless of their feelings about him, they must admit that he was an amazing doctor. Incredible. Even Pill King Feng Shaochen was impressed. Cultivators were able to create their own body after reaching a certain level as long as the true fate and Tao foundation were still around. However, recreating someone else or saving them from near death, it required a heaven-defying method and a massive amount of resources, a much harder task. Qingyo used his skills to save a frog that had been minced completely and restored it in full. It truly showed his matchless abilities. Your turn. Qingyo saw how the Pill King treated Li Qie earlier, but he remained confident in his art and still looked down at Li Qie in this regard. A bit capable. Li Qie chuckled. Then it's time for you to show us your abilities. Of course, it's not too late to accept defeat either, it won't be shameful at all. Huang Quanwei laughed. Li Qie smirked and flashed into nothingness. In the next second, he appeared again in front of Quanwei and casually said, saving a frog is no big deal. Saving a man? That's real abilities. What do you want? Quanwei became alarmed. Poof! Before he could calm down, Li Qie simply touched him. His eyes widened in fear but next, he exploded into a mist of blood. Buzz! His true fate appeared since Li Qie didn't destroy him completely. The scared guy and his true fate tried to run but Li Qie immediately grabbed it. Now, I'll show you how to raise someone from the dead. Li Qie smiled. Pop! His true fate got crushed into articles that eventually scattered around. Wu Xianyi who was next to him before turned pale and quickly got back. In the next second, Li Qie raised his palm. A massive life force appeared like the coming of a new world. It gathered the particles together, gestating it with life. Before one knows it, 1,000,000 years seemed to have passed as the particles came together to form Quanwei's true faith again. Li Qie's grasp shielded all divination and stole the creations of the heaven and earth. Everything was under his control. Buzz! After the true fate came back, his body was being molded again. It didn't take long before it was entirely finished. Bam! Huang Quanwei fell to the ground, paralyzed while shouting in horror, what the hell did you do to me? The crowd became frozen after watching this unbelievable scene. Even the Pill King was no exception. Just mastering life and death. Li Qie glanced at the youth and said. People took a deep breath after hearing this and accepted the gravity of this phrase since they have just witnessed it. Not only did he kill the guy, but he could also give him his life back. Young noble, this exceeds the boundary of medicine, it pertains to the mysteries of life. Even at the very apex, the medicinal Tao is only a tiny branch before the profundity of life. The only things greater would be eternal life and life creation. Nevertheless, what you have done so far is beyond our grasp regardless of our effort. The Pill King emotionally stated. The crowd didn't know what to say. If this was still considered a medicinal method, then it would be at the apex of this Tao, exceeding everything else, the real form of bringing people back from the dead. How is it compared to yours? Li Qie chuckled. Hu Qingyo was as white as paper with beads of sweat running all over. He had nothing to say because this was beyond his comprehension. Like the Pill King said, it was no longer in the category of medicine. Even if he could cure all illness and save someone near death, what Li Qie did just now was on a different level. Li Qie had destroyed a life completely before bringing it back, showing his understanding of the mysteries of life. I've lost. He dropped butt first to the ground, feeling his pride broken to pieces and unable to hold his head high. My life is yours, he said feebly. Li Qie had broken his lifelong confidence and possessed what he yearned to achieve yet will never be able to. Scram now. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. Qingyo took a long time before looking up, completely indifferent towards life now. He slowly got up and left. Everyone watched his departing figure and they felt as if he had become much older. The lonely youth then disappeared before everyone. Chapter 2260, Some sighed at this scene. Hu Qingyo was too arrogant and proud to an unbearable level. Nevertheless, he was indeed capable on top of being straightforward and unyielding. Li Qie turned towards Huang Quanwei. The guy had just experienced death so he was scared out of his mind and started rolling backward to flee. He didn't get far before Li Qie stopped him, causing him to stumble backward. What do you want? He felt his scalp tingling and his legs trembling. You tell me. Once someone wishes to oppose me, I would like to put an end to them. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Don't be crazy now, I am a disciple of Everlasting, highly regarded by His Majesty. Quanwei continued to walk backward with trepidation. Li Qie casually retorted, compared to your national tutor. If I'm not mistaken, your tutor is already viewed highly by your emperor. This almost made Xuanwei's soul leave his body. The spectators did what they do best, quietly observing. No one dared to interfere, realizing that Everlasting and Longevity Valley were about to fight to the death. It was understandable that the first disciple of Longevity would want to kill Poison King Huang Quanwei. Our Silver Dragon Legion is here right now, same with His Majesty and many other ancestors. If you dare to do anything foolish, you won't be leaving here alive. He screamed. What he said just now revealed too much information to the crowd. Their emperor was coming in person with many other ancestors. This confirmed that Everlasting was going all out in this usurping effort. So what? They can't save you. Li Qie smiled. Go. Quanwei didn't accept death without a fight and took out a pouch. Rawr! The moment he opened the pouch, a cry of a flood dragon came about. One as black as ink jumped out. Beneath its jaw was a flesh pocket containing venom. The vegetation and plants nearby instantly withered from the toxicity. Venomous python dragon. An elder was shocked to see it. Watch it, it's extremely poisonous. The crowd was scared of this name and instantly retreated. This was a monster raised by Quanwei. Not only was its body completely poisonous, but it was also quite powerful as well. This made up for Xuanwei's weak cultivation, allowing him to compete against stronger foes. The half-dragon creature spewed out a poisonous smoke. One could hear a melting noise right away. Even the ground was being melted, same with any other metal. The smoke surrounded Li Qie completely. Quanwei sighed with relief, certain that Li Qie had fallen prey just like many others before him. Alas, a figure came out of the smoke, Li Qie, completely unaffected. This was nothing compared to the sea of tribulations. R.A. The creature attacked with its mountainous claw, intending of turning him into meat paste. Down. Horrifying rays exuded from the depth of his eyes. Boom. The creature instantly got on the ground like a cute little snake, not daring to move in the slightest. Many became confused, including Quan Wei. Why did his ferocious pet become so obedient towards Li Qie? Only the Pill King knew why. This was the power of a supreme. Once a cultivator reached a certain level, each of their word and action could frighten beasts. It wasn't that the half-dragon was weak, Li Qie was simply too terrifying. Quan Wei turned to run again, but his legs were no longer touching the ground. Li Qie had lifted him up by the neck. "Brother Xiani, help me." The panicked youth asked for help. Xiani was someone who wasn't qualified to even speak with him in the past, but now, they were on the same level. Now, Quan Wei had to ask the guy for help. "Stop!" Xiani shouted. Everything changed for this guy ever since he joined his senior brother's new backing. When he entered the royal clan of Everlasting, many kings acted polite and even respectful towards him. If he were to meet these kings in the past, his legs would certainly tremble. Such treatment made his confidence bloat. In his mind, his backing was invincible. All experts and sects in myriad lineage must give him face. This was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. Of course he was scared right now, but his backing gave him enough confidence. Who wouldn't give him face? He didn't believe Longevity Valley would break the mold. Got something to say? Li Qie looked over with his hand still clutching Chuanwei's neck. "I'm ordering you to let Brother Huang go right now." Xiani put on a stern expression, thinking that he was being quite imposing and cool. "And if I refuse?" Li Qie became amused. "Refuse?" Xiani's eyes became fiercer as he uttered coldly, "I'm afraid you will find that even Longevity Valley can't protect you if you don't give me face." Xiani's vanity was at an all-time high, starting from a nobody and becoming someone with a chance of being superior to Longevity Valley. "Oh, you sound quite capable." Li Qie looked at him and said, "Why do I see otherwise? Only a nobody with a weak cultivation, inferior to a regular disciple at Longevity Valley." This struck the guy where it hurts, since it was indeed the truth. He wasn't a genius. The only reason why he could act like this was by relying on someone else's prestige. Being blatantly reminded like this in front of everyone was akin to showing them his ugliest side, leaving him quite embarrassed. The crowd was secretly enjoying this as well due to Xiani's pompous act recently. In fact, he even looked down at some of his old friends in the crowd. There were no fans of him here. Xiani trembled with rage before shouting, "Even if I'm weak, there are people who you will never be able to mess with, not just you, even all of Longevity System." "Really now?" Li Qie smirked, "That's quite hard to find and only makes it even more interesting. I want to provoke them even more." "It's best that you don't," Xiani said. Pop. He was interrupted by Chuanwei's death. The guy got turned into a mist of blood again, dying before he could react. Xiani's mouth remained open. Even the Emperor of Everlasting got off the imperial carriage to greet him, but now, Li Qie didn't give a damn. This caught him completely off guard. If there are indeed people who I can't afford to mess with in this world, consider this a provocation. Li Qie wiped his palms off before walking towards Xiani with a smile. Chapter 2261, Xiani jolted while seeing the opponent approaching closer and instinctively staggered backward. "What?" he shouted. "I haven't killed in a while, so my hands are itchy. Time to feed the addiction." Li Qie happily grinned. "Don't be crazy." Xiani was horrified, aware that this guy was much stronger. "And if I want to?" Li Qie smiled. You must know that I'm just another man, but my senior brother Zhou is an apostle. Touch a hair of mine and he won't let you off so easily." The guy shouted. "Apostle? Wow, I'm so afraid." Li Qie paid no mind. Xianyi became increasingly nervous, so his volume rose. He's a favorite apostle under young Lord Mu. Know that we're under his banner, so killing me is the same as declaring war on him, and I don't need to elaborate on how terrifying he is, you should know full well. He finally revealed his backing since there was no other choice. The older experts, ancestors, and sect masters became serious after hearing this name. The Pill King's expression turned solemn as well. The youths here were not familiar with this name. They only knew that his senior brother Zhou Zhikuan had found a new backing, and their seniors were apprehensive of this power. Who is that young Lord Mu? A junior quietly asked his senior. Shu. The senior immediately gestured before answering in a hushed tone, can't talk about it, this is a taboo character. Li Qiye remained all smiles, young Lord Mu. Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. You're a dead man. Disrespecting young Lord Mu is an unforgivable sin. If he were to find out, your 9 clans will be exterminated. Xianyi was scared for real this time, and also of the consequences if his lord were to find out about this transgression. Alas, Li Qiye's figure flashed again and he showed up before Xianyi with his hand on the guy's throat. Disrespecting? Li Qiye leisurely repeated, all of you are the one disrespecting me. An ant like you dares to bring this up. Your young Lord Mu isn't qualified to lick the bottom of my shoes, so how can I disrespect him? All of you, stop this madman. Or your longevity system will suffer the misfortune of his wrath. All will become ashes. Xianyi was horrified of Li Qiye's devilish smile. The big shots here were alarmed because this was indeed a possibility. Young noble, take one step back and all will be fine, no need to be so extreme. A high elder coughed, wanting to persuade Li Qiye. Yes, bask in the immensity of the open vistas by taking one step back. Young Lord Mu is someone from above, it's better to have one fewer problem. Another ancestor joined in. The most prestigious person here, the Pill King, didn't bother trying to stop Li Qiye. He was aware of this guy's personalities. This was someone who didn't care about antagonizing all of myriad lineage. One young Lord Mu alone couldn't scare him. Listen, if you care at all about longevity system, you need to release me right now and I will put in a good word for you before the Lord. This will protect the system on top of potentially benefiting you quite a bit, perhaps you can even go up above and under his protection, you'll be able to do anything. Xianyi shouted. This was both threatening and tempting him at the same time. Oh. So this young Lord Mu is very powerful. Li Qiye grinned. When he said this, everyone thought that Li Qiye was conceding. A few elders heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this was the right choice. However, Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao knew that this was about to escalate. That smile of his was the first sign of death. Of course. Xianyi remained ignorant and continued on, young Lord Mu is a deity, a supreme member of a noble clan, heaven's favorite with no equal in the world. The Mu clan is above all with true emperors and progenitors appearing in waves, their might sweeps through 3 immortals, crack. He was stopped short by Li Qiye who broke his neck. You, actually, dare, to kill me, he still had one breath left and bellowed. Why not? If the high heaven has a son, I would still dare to kill him all the same, let alone an ant. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Poof. He then rendered the youth into a mist of blood, not even a bone was left behind. It's a shame that you can't send a message to that young Lord Mu or whatever. He wiped his hands and said, should have let you tell him to run as far away as the world allows from me, or I would hang his head as a warning. The scene was eerily quiet after witnessing this declaration of war. In myriad lineage, everyone needed to be wary of young Lord Mu. Not to mention a sect, an entire system needed to do so because of his background. Young noble, I heard young Lord Mu is from imperial lineage. His background is frightening with masters protecting him. They could easily destroy a Dao system. One ancestor quietly warned Li Chia. That's great to hear. Li Chia replied with a smile, picking on a few juniors is quite boring, people will laugh at me for being a bully. It'll be more interesting when his clan comes with true emperors and progenitors. Yes, destroying this noble clan and slaughtering their emperors, that will be immensely enjoyable. 3 immortals will know of my notoriety as fiercest afterward. The astounded crowd gasped after hearing this. They didn't know whether he was insanely arrogant or actually had this ability. However, the majority agreed with the former more. Alright, anyone else has something to say about the first bundle of incense? If so, speak now. My best trait is being a good listener who welcomes all opinions, even opposing ones. Li Chia chuckled. Gazes were exchanged, who would dare to oppose him right now? They have learned their lesson from the mistakes of Zhang Yan, Hu Qingniu, Huang Quanwei, and Wu Xianyi. Zhang Yan and Qingniu were relatively lucky since they didn't turn to ashes. First brother, please. A disciple from Longevity Valley led the way for Li Chia since no one dared to open their mouth. Li Chia climbed the steps with a natural smile as if he didn't just kill 2 people just now. Yalan and Xiaoyao walked right behind him. He suddenly stopped and turned back at the crowd with a declaration, to put it frankly, it's not too late to suck up to Longevity Valley right now. If you wait until after I sweep through the world, the line for kneeling down is very long. With that, he entered the hut, leaving the quiet crowd behind. They glanced at each other, some feeling quite shocked. Everlasting has been stealing the spotlight and seemed to be stronger than the valley. They had a momentum strong enough to take over Longevity System. This made people hesitate, wondering if the valley had truly fallen. However, this first disciple came out of nowhere and swept away the dark clouds above his sect. People once again saw hope for this sect. Perhaps Everlasting wasn't as strong as they thought, and the valley wasn't as weak. Clank! 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 The ancient gong sounded. After the first bundle was lit by Li Chia, this gong echoed across Alchemy Hut to signal the start of the ceremony. Chapter 2262, The members of Longevity System suddenly felt excited after hearing the gong. They knew that the ceremony was about to begin to herald a new generation. In the past, the atmosphere was completely different since nothing much would happen. Longevity Valley would still be in charge and the system would continue to grow. This wasn't the case now, for something big was looming in the horizon. Everlasting might try to take over. So many sects had conflicting feelings, anticipation, worries, nervousness. The Emperor of Everlasting is here himself, representing the system to greet the representatives of myriad lineage. He's talking with the untethered of Yang Radiance about the future. This news came out not long after the ringing of the gong. Who knows if this was on purpose, but it certainly took over the place. The cultivators here became wary because Longevity Valley should be the one greeting the different factions. As the leader, it was the only one qualified to do so as well. Everlasting's emperor was overstepping his bounds by seeing these representatives. It wasn't about sharing the responsibility but completely overtaking the role. An adage perfectly described this: East everyone on the street knows what's in Sima Zhao's mind. The thing shocking the experts here was that the emperor managed to invite the untethered of Yang Radiance. The untethered was the master of Yang Radiance, extremely powerful and on the same level as Longevity Sage. So if this Daoist decided to have his sect support Everlasting, it would be a great blow towards the valley. It would make the rebellion much easier since many other sects would accept the legitimacy of Everlasting's claim. After all, Yang Radiance was among the top 3 sects in myriad lineage, some considered it to be number 1. Their involvement could change the tides. Longevity Valley's Fan Miaozhen conspires with the heretical Dao, wishing to take over the system but was figured out by Miracle Young Noble of Everlasting. Another news exploded. All cultivators at Alchemy Hut were shocked, especially the ancestors of the bigger clans and sections. They knew that something was beginning. This news came when the Emperor of Everlasting was meeting with the Untethered. This came too fast, quite a big coincidence. This seemed like it was all part of a conspiracy. After the failed rebellion, her allies have been captured. She herself had run to the main mountain under the pursuit of Miracle Young Noble. He swears to capture her. Another news came sweeping by. They're not messing around anymore, Everlasting is going all out. An ancestor's expression changed. Who was Fan Miaozhen? The first female disciple of Longevity Sage, responsible for many tasks. She was respected and welcomed by many in the system. They believed that she would eventually inherit her master's position. So now, Everlasting's declaration of her heretical involvement to take over while trying to kill her? Completely baseless and out of line. First, regardless of the claim's validity, even if she was conspiring with the heretical faction, it wasn't Everlasting's turn to take charge. Longevity Valley would be the one deciding the punishment. The development now showed that Everlasting didn't give a damn about the valley. It was time for them to seize power. Everyone became afraid. This power struggle was no longer in the probing stage, it had finally begun. This came too sudden without any warning, catching everyone off guard. Yi Clan, Nourish School, Flying Snow Kingdom, these powers are also part of the conspiracy and have been captured, awaiting their trials. Everlasting will take over the ceremony. One more news took the crowd by a storm even before they could calm down from the previous. These sects were long-time supporters of Longevity Valley, but their disciples here have been captured in one go. Everlasting seemed to be going to the extreme, eliminating all supporters of Longevity Valley first. People started worrying about themselves, especially the weaker ones. They must make a choice between the two right now. Any sect in Longevity System can participate in the ceremony tomorrow, presided over by the Emperor of Everlasting. His Majesty will purge the evil and herald the dawn to the system. A formal announcement finally came. The prior ones didn't come from an official channel like this one. It seemed that Everlasting had seized the upper hand. This storm came so fast. An ancestor thought. It only took one day for Everlasting to take over and replace Longevity Valley for the ceremony. Quite a swift maneuver that still caught the suspecting crowd by surprise. Is Everlasting actually strong enough to take over? An older expert wondered. After all, Longevity Valley has been in charge for so long without falling. It had weathered enough storms and troubles. No one knew just how deep its power was. I think it's possible. Everlasting has been accumulating power for several eras now just for this chance. Its martial might is well known and the valley is only good at alchemy and medicine, force isn't its forte. Another ancestor thought about joining Everlasting. The momentum right now called for this choice. Some started believing that Everlasting had a superior military might when compared to Longevity Valley right now. Moving Sun Gate is willing to help His Majesty carry out the ceremony. One sect chose a side. Buddhist Lotus is willing to assist Everlasting Emperor. Yellow River Island is willing to assist Everlasting Emperor. The waiting sects began to announce their allegiance towards Everlasting, changing the temperament of the system completely. It made Longevity Valley look even weaker in comparison. Is it really over for Longevity Valley? Is Longevity Sage dead from her injuries? Longevity Valley supporters became worried because it hasn't responded to all of these news. Longevity Valley has fallen. If we want the system to prosper, we must pick a new ruler. The sects that have chosen Everlasting began to spew out propaganda. That's right. If Longevity Valley remains in charge, the Tao source will wither and our land will crumble, we'll no longer have a home to go back to. For the sake of all inhabitants and citizens, we need a stronger power like Everlasting to take over. The revitalization of Longevity System will start with Everlasting. These chants echoed around Alchemy Hut and started to spread around the system. Chapter 2263, the echoes of allegiance and praises towards everlasting permeated across the system, intending on legitimizing its ascension. Even the loyalist factions wavered in the face of this. Fan Miaozhen is hiding on the main mountains, deep in the clouds, but Miracle Young Noble is there to block off her path. The entrance is also sealed by ancestors from Everlasting, it's only a matter of time before she is captured. New information came, increasing Everlasting's momentum. I'm afraid the result is clear, Longevity Valley has truly declined. One pale elder murmured. Death to longevity, long live Everlasting. Another chant started by the rebels in order to boost morale. Only a bunch of ants. A leisure voice suddenly overwhelmed all the chants. I shall worship the ancestors by decapitating the traitors and stick their head on a pike around the main mountain. Everyone could clearly hear it. This declaration was much fiercer compared to the chants and propaganda from Everlasting. The speaker didn't give a damn about Everlasting at all, sounding as if he alone was invincible. Alchemy Hut became quiet, the sects that were screaming the chants earlier immediately stopped due to the aggressive nature of the declaration. That's Longevity Valley's first disciple. Someone recognized the voice. The sage's student, Looks like Longevity Valley is finally speaking up. One ancestor murmured. Though this guy wasn't as famous as Miracle Young Noble or even Fan Miaozhen, his announcement just now should represent the valley's stance due to his position there. Though the valley seemed to be weak at the moment, it was still the orthodox branch, the true legacy of alchemy immortal. Due to its strong roots in the system, it couldn't be shaken overnight. Traitors deserve death. An old voice chimed in with bravado. Longevity system is governed by Longevity Valley alone, all members have a responsibility to kill these traitors. Pill King, Senior Fong. Many experts were shaken to hear this voice. 100 Pill is on the same side as Longevity Valley. People reacted with this realization. A while ago, they were still skeptical after hearing about the Pill King showing his support and reverence towards the first disciple of Longevity Valley. Longevity Valley is still ultimately the orthodox branch of our system. One ancestor didn't find this surprising. The pressure was now on the sects that chose Everlasting. When omitting Longevity Valley, if Everlasting was number one in terms of military might, then 100 Pill could be considered the second strongest. So now, Longevity Valley's camp held considerable power. Furthermore, the Pill King had many friends. Ancestors and Eternals from the great powers had deep ties with him. This made him quite influential and his opinion could sway many people. The supporters of Longevity Valley felt much better after hearing the Pill King's attitude. Brother Fong, the world ebbs and flows in an unpredictable manner, you should mind your words. A stalwart old man in battle armor retorted. His engulfing aura was horrifying and awe-inspiring. The ancestor of the Kai clan, Grand War Ancestor. Some spectators were surprised to see him. He's here too. How peculiar. Even the experts from the last generation shuddered. His name was Kai Dawei, an old ancestor of his clan. He was one of the two great ancestors of Longevity system alongside with the Pill King. The Pill King was famous for his alchemy while Grand War Ancestor focused on martial arts. This was a 9th-level true god, rumored to be an eternal very soon. Though some clans and sects also had ascenders, 9th-level true gods, and even eternals, these beings weren't from this generation. Even if they were alive, they would have went to imperial lineage already. This wasn't the case for Grand War. He was still from this generation, so he had plenty of vitality and lifespan left. Because of this, the strong true gods from the last generation coming out might not be his match due to a lack of vitality and youth. He was the only 9th-level one in the system right now, hence his fame alongside the Pill King. Many held their breath after hearing him voice his opinion. There was no doubt he was on the side of Everlasting. Only a monkey wearing a crown, death is not enough to atone for an unjustified rebellion. The Pill King firmly replied. It didn't take long for the listeners to realize that a terrible storm was going to sweep over the entire system. Grandwar didn't respond, so the entire alchemy hut fell into silence. Traitorous dregs conspiring with the heretics still daring to blabber. Everlasting Emperor finally spoke. His emotionless voice echoed across the area. I shall destroy the traitors to revitalize the system. What you need to do is kneel and wait for me to cut off your head tomorrow during the ceremony. Otherwise, I'll destroy your kingdom too. Li Qie interrupted the emperor in a domineering manner. People glanced at each other, thinking that this first disciple was no slouch, still so fierce before the military might of everlasting. You're dead tomorrow, traitor. The emperor furiously responded. This was the end of the verbal bout, instilling anxiety to all members, especially the ones who haven't picked a side. Of course, some couldn't wait for tomorrow to come a little earlier. They knew that this ceremony would determine the fate of the system and these two sections. Who will win? Speculations arose. Maybe everlasting. It has too many sects on its side right now, so its power is no joke. Plus, it invited the representatives of the other systems. This shows the utmost confidence. One sect master believed in Everlasting's victory. Another ancestor chose Longevity Valley, stating, the valley has ruled the system for so long. Though it kept a low profile to the point of being virtually forgotten, it still has eras of accumulation. Everlasting isn't a match for that. How is that first disciple? He seemed to have come out of thin air. Is there no one else in Longevity Valley who can preside over this situation? People remained skeptical about Li Qie. How are they going to convince the crowd with an unproven disciple? What makes him qualified to lead the ceremony and the system itself? Ultimately, Li Qie had no prestige to speak of, unlike Everlasting Emperor. Chapter 2264. The altar was located deep inside Alchemy Hut, built on top of a high mountain's pinnacle. From a distance, this mountain looked like a large Lingji root, but its size paled compared to the actual altar. The base was only the tail of the stem, while the altar was the cap. This massive architecture could accommodate 100,000 people. Rumor has it that this wasn't only a place for Alchemy Immortal to perform alchemy but also his throne to order the rest of the system. Because of this, these ancestral ceremonies always took place here. It was a way to show Longevity Valley's status as the ruler of the system, since it was the legacy of Alchemy Immortal. While looking up at the altar, one could see floating mountains, especially the main one. They were the indelible vestiges left behind by the great alchemist. Future generations called these floating mountains the archaic summits. Others preferred the name herb-plucking peaks, harking back to when Alchemy Immortal used to use the excuse of plucking herbs here to avoid guests. Today, the altar was especially serious, with a tinge of murderous intent. The stone steps leading up to it were filled with experts from Silver Dragon Legion of Everlasting. They wore silver armors resembling flying serpents under the sunlight. A throne was placed at the very front of the altar, normally reserved for the person in charge of the ceremony. Normally, Longevity Sage sat on it, representing her sect to rule the system. To the left and right were a row of other chairs arranged by Everlasting. They were meant for the representatives of other systems and weren't here last time. Everlasting wanted these guests to be witness to the ascension, adding to the legitimacy. In the front were also chairs in a particular order, meant for the sects and clans in Longevity systems. Supporters of both sides have arrived before the commencement because this was inevitable. They wished to see the outcome. Their expression was stern, some had their weapons at the ready, knowing that a fight could break out at any moment. The Silver Dragon Legion had surrounded the entire area but didn't stop the supporters of Longevity from coming. After all, they needed to conquer all sects before taking over. This was the time to show their military might, to make an example for the rest. As long as they were strong enough to overcome these supporters and force them to switch side, everything would be just fine. One spectator looked up and saw a youth sitting right at the entrance of the main mountain with a sword laying on his lap. He closed his eyes just like a god, releasing his murderous sword energy all over the place. Meanwhile, the herb-plucking peaks were still shrouded in fog and mist just like a dragon too long to see the tail. It would be hard to detect someone hiding up above. The entrance was blocked off by an ancestor from Everlasting and a group of experts, not letting anyone close. Senior Sister Fan is hiding up there. One young disciple said. Miracle Young Noble led a group of masters here, then imprisoned all of the disciples. Fan Miaozhen couldn't stop them, so she retreated to the peaks above. At the same time, Miracle was quite powerful, capable of climbing multiple steps. Though the suppressive power was strong, it didn't stop him from reaching the peak. Alas, he couldn't find her. Miracle Young Noble is quite amazing to be able to reach the top against that pressure. That's why he's one of the three, a potential candidate to become a true emperor. An elder looked at Miracle guarding the mountain and said. If he becomes a true emperor, he will lead the system towards prosperity. This is why Everlasting should rule, it's the only way to stop the decline. One disciple from a sect supporting Everlasting proudly said. If the system were to produce a true emperor, it would most likely be him. He's indeed the pride of the system. A sect master from an ancient clan said with a tinge of emotion and helplessness. Though he didn't want Everlasting to take over, he recognized Miracle's potential. His ascension would greatly influence the system later on. Though some Ascenders and Eternals weren't necessarily weaker than true Emperors, the latter had far more potential and room for growth. Welcome, our esteemed guests. An announcement came out as a group of people slowly arrived. They were the representatives of the other systems and have accepted the invitation of Everlasting to watch the ceremony. This group naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some members of Longevity System were very unhappy that Everlasting would invite outsiders for this important ceremony. The leader of the group was a woman in a Taoist robe with her hair rolled up in a bun. She looked transcending and authoritative. She wasn't that old, only around the age of 30. Her beauty put flowers and the moon to shame, causing birds to fall and fish to dive into hiding. This was a lotus hidden in the valley, cold and elegant. Others could only watch from afar. Her figure was naturally incredible too, the Taoist robe didn't hide her meticulous curves and plentiful, rolling hills. Alas, her aura made people forget all of this. Her phoenix eyes emitted a frightening and awe-inspiring glow. The untethered of yang radiance. People were shaken to see her. A while ago, they didn't expect Everlasting to be able to invite a guest of this level. Perhaps Everlasting didn't expect such success either. The majority of Tao systems didn't wish to participate in internal conflicts. That's why they only sent out a regular master to be their representative. However, the potentially strongest sect in Myriad lineage, Yang Radiance, sent their leader. This was quite astonishing. The Untethered was on the same level as Longevity Sage. They held pivotal and untouchable roles in the system. The sage was well respected. She had saved many people using her peerless pill Tao. This wasn't the case for the Untethered. She was well known for her might. No one knew how strong she was exactly. Not a true emperor yet, but she has been an ascender for a long time now. No one dared to test this by challenging her either. When her group sat down, more orderly footsteps resounded. A middle-aged man with his own entourage entered the altar. He wore an imperial robe with a sharp pair of hawk eyes. His glance was no different from being pricked by a knife. He had the aura of a true god. Just a wave of his hand could deter the world. Your Majesty. The disciples supporting Everlasting all stood up to greet him. The ones on Longevity Valley's side didn't bother doing anything. Chapter 2265, Everlasting Emperor was an excellent prodigy once, quite decisive and highly regarded, beloved by most. After winning the throne, he certainly didn't let people down. Everlasting continued to grow until it was the sun at noon. Because of these favorable circumstances, his ambition grew, no longer content with ruling just Everlasting. His gaze spanned across the entire system, wishing to take over. Furthermore, he had the support of the entire kingdom in this effort to replace Longevity Valley. Rumor has it that he was an ascender at the first level. His power was worthy of his ambition. He cupped his fist towards the guests and said, "The ceremony is much brighter with your presence, esteemed guests. Today, I represent Longevity System and Everlasting to welcome everyone." The Untethered and the other representatives simply greeted him back in a polite manner, not wishing to speak too much and getting involved in this power struggle. The ceremony is meant to worship the ancestors and the sages of past. The emperor looked around and said slowly, "We are inferior compared to the glorious olden days, so I am here with everyone to remember the wondrous deeds and contributions of those before us. I offer this toast to everyone." He raised a cup of wine. "Same to you, your majesty." His supporters quickly raised their cup in response. The neutral parties and the opposition did nothing in return. "Allow me to start the ceremony." He began walking towards the highest throne meant for Longevity Sage. "Excuse my rudeness, your majesty." A high elder shook his head and said, "You can't sit there. The valley is still in charge of the system." "That's right, the valley is still in charge." Many cultivators repeated. Everlasting had won many sects over. However, there were plenty more in the systems, some quite powerful. The valley had ruled for so long that people couldn't forget about it. Furthermore, the Pill King and his sect's support yesterday only empowered the determination of the loyalists. The emperor's expression turned cold after hearing the opposition. He became slightly awkward and had overestimated his kingdom's influence. They have already captured Longevity Valley's disciples, yet some people here still voiced their dissension. Longevity Sage isn't on time, so I shall take over. His eyes became murderous towards the High Elder. Power and authority belong to the virtuous. A sect master on Everlasting's side interjected, "His Majesty's righteousness reaches the heaven, his Tao spread across the 8 planes. In terms of achievements, virtue, and prestige, he is eligible to handle the great responsibility of ruling. This is for the betterment of the system." "That's right, let the capable be in charge. His Majesty had plenty of contributions and merits, we wholeheartedly support him to become the ruler of Longevity." The cultivators on his side voiced their support. "It's not hard to become the ruler of Longevity System." An ancestor uttered coldly, "This sovereignty belongs to the Orthodox branch, the legacy sect of the progenitor, and that's the valley alone. Anyone else is only a monkey wearing a crown." This powerful comment shut up the other side. The issue of legitimacy and the Orthodox branch was very important. In terms of bloodline, only the valley was the real thing since it was Alchemy Immortal's sect. No one could touch or replace the valley on this point. This played a great part in why the valley has been in charge for so long despite the existence of more powerful sections. Some sects were willing to support Everlasting, but they didn't wish to talk about this issue. In order to deny the valley's blood rights, they would need to deny their own progenitor. By doing so, Longevity System would cease to be itself. This was beyond seizing power but akin to a changing of the system. Ridiculous, only disturbing the sanctity of the ceremony. Everlasting Emperor was ready to kill. When all else failed, he was resorting to the most direct method, force. Rumble. Silver Dragon Legion appeared before the crowd like a flood of steel, capable of crushing everything before its path. Those who dare to disturb the ceremony and insult the reputation of Longevity System, be ready to face execution. The Emperor coldly declared. Clank. The dissenters stood up and unsheathed their weapons. The atmosphere became tense as can be, a fight could break out at any moment. The Emperor actually didn't mind for blood to ruin the ceremony. In fact, he preferred a massacre here to deter the rest of the system. This would be the first step for him to seize power. Tisk, TSK. Wanting to take over with such a pathetic method? You think too highly of yourself. A leisure voice broke the silence. Everyone immediately looked over and saw an ordinary man strolling over with two beauties behind him. Furthermore, Pill King Feng Shaochen and his men were right behind them. That's the first disciple of longevity system. Someone recognized him right away. No one called him by Li Qiye right now because his status as the first disciple was more pertinent to the current situation. Without the sage, he was the representative of Longevity Valley, garnering the support of the loyalists. The untethered and the other representatives stared straight at him, wishing to see what he could do. And here I thought one or two true emperors and eternals would come. All of this time and only a low-level ascender is here. Just an ant pretending to be an elephant. Li Qiye gently shook his head and sneered. That's a traitor conspiring with the heretical faction, an unforgivable sin. Capture him, kill if he resists. Everlasting Emperor ordered right away upon seeing Li Qiye. Though this was their first meeting, Li Qiye's position as the first disciple alone was enough for the Emperor to push him towards his death. Clank! Silver Dragon Legion turned their attention towards Li Qiye, surrounding his group completely. Their spear and treasures aimed straight at him. Scram! The Pill King shouted and took out a cauldron the size of a fist. Boom! It spewed out a flame that took the form of a gigantic cauldron. It started flying around and crushed the surrounding troops, causing their bones to break and blood to gush. One expert got blown flying after another. The Pill King wasn't only good at alchemy. His fighting ability was impressive enough since he was also an ascender. Chapter 2266, Feng Shaochen swept through the several thousand experts of Silver Dragon, not giving them a chance to start battle formations. Blood stained the ground of the altar. Not as many corpses because the fallen combatants were blown off the pinnacle. Boom! Finally, the gigantic cauldron aimed for Everlasting Emperor with an unstoppable momentum. The Emperor became serious, not daring to underestimate Xiaochen's power. In this split second, a huge palm sealed the area and successfully repelled the cauldron, leaving a palm print behind on the cauldron's surface. This person was mighty enough to show his superiority after one exchange. An old man stood next to the Emperor with a supreme divinity in his eyes. Even a true Emperor wouldn't dare to be careless against him. Grand War Ancestor. The ancestors in the crowd shuddered all the same. Kai Dawei, those who knew this name became startled. This was the other great ancestor in the system beside the Pill King. He was much stronger in comparison, a 9th-level true god, very close to becoming an eternal. Low-level true gods were no match for this awesome being. Brother Feng, no need to be angry. Let's not fight with a junior now. Grand War stood there like an awe-inspiring, unreachable mountain. The Pill King enjoyed his status and influence due to his longevity pills. In terms of cultivation, he was not a match for Grand War. Kai Dawei, it is not wise for you to side with Everlasting. One wrong step will result in infamy. The Pill King still called out his real name despite being weaker. To each their own. Grand War said, Brother Feng, longevity system has weakened for a long time now, we need an ambitious leader to stop this trend. You are definitely on something. The foundation of the valley is beyond your imagination. A heavy sword might not be sharp but still deadly nonetheless, a lack of action doesn't imply weakness. As the ages went by, how many systems have disappeared while ours still remains standing strong? I've made up my mind. Grand War said with a stern expression, out of consideration for our friendship, I advise you and your sect to stop siding with the villains. Certain powers are beyond your imagination as well, it is not too late to retreat now lest you want to die. That only makes it more interesting for me. I've been alive for so long, not fearing many. Let them come, my sect will always stand together with the valley. Our stance here will be a lesson for future generations of longevity. The crowd was shaken by his powerful and decisive rhetoric. There's nothing I can do then, Brother Feng. We'll decide this on the battlefield. Grandwar shook his head and sighed. The Pill King laughed in response, that's perfectly fine. We have different opinions and lords. A fight to the death it is. The breathless crowd couldn't quite explain their feelings right now. These two great ancestors of their system had a good relationship once but shall be battling to the death today. Most felt that the Pill King wasn't a match for Grandwar. The former was definitely more influential since Eternals and True Gods have asked him for help before with longevity pills. However, Grandwar as a 9th-level True God was much stronger. Buzz. Her plucking peak suddenly resonated with something. The sound wasn't loud but everyone could hear it clearly. They looked up and saw strands of lights oozing from the peaks and pushing away the clouds. A girl sitting on top of a boulder sticking out of a hill was revealed. On top was an old pine, the source of these green rays. The rays shone over her, making her look exceptional. It's senior sister Miaozhen. A disciple immediately recognized her. You finally show yourself. Miracle young noble opened his eyes and unsheathed his sword. A slash descended like a river of stars. The endless sword energy cut straight for Miaozhen. Buzz. Her glow converged, replaced by fog and clouds as she disappeared. The slash made the clouds dispersed but she was nowhere to be found. Miracle scowled and instantly locked on another location. Another meteoric slash shattered the void, revealing Miaozhen standing on a different rock. He thrust forward, one crossing through space while aiming for her chest just like a rainbow over the horizon. Quite powerful, especially under the suppression of the peak. He's probably at the pseudo-true emperor level. Someone quietly assessed. Buzz. Miaozhen gathered the clouds and fogs, turning them into a shield to stop the meteoric slash. Boom. The strike successfully broke the shield but she was nowhere to be found after the dust settled. Just when the crowd thought she had disappeared again, Miracle had enough. Sword soared to the sky and turned into a massive prison, sweeping away all the clouds to reveal her location. She was now trapped in the prison of swords. How are you going to run now? Surrender or die? Miracle uttered coldly. Is that so? A carefree voice answered instead of Miaozhen. Impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Both the two great ancestors felt the same way. Li Qie was actually standing at the top of her plucking, even higher than Miracle. He looked calm as if he was there the entire time and no one noticed him. People looked back at the altar and didn't see Li Qie, realizing that this wasn't an illusion. What's going on? So many powerful ancestors became startled because no one could fly up there or move so quickly, not even Eternals and true emperors. Some have tried before using all of their might. This ended with multiple explosions and detonations under the pressure of the peak. They eventually concluded that in order to truly withstand this pressure, one would need to be at the progenitor level. But now, Li Qie did it so silently and without any difficulty. This was a miracle of the ages, no one has been able to do so before. Alchemy Immortal would be the only other person capable of this task. Chapter 2267, Miracle didn't expect this either. He stared coldly at Li Qie, not knowing how the guy got up there. You're so late. She glared coquettishly at him, seemingly pouting. No, just in time. Li Qie smiled and reached forward. Boom. The prison of swords trapping her collapsed as he grabbed her waist. Stop. Miracle thrust his sword through the ages, resulting in a blinding ray pricking the spectator's eyes. Scram. Li Qie didn't bother looking at him and stomped down on the peak. This activated a massive expanse of light. The power of the peak seemed to be gathering beneath his food. He then stomped down without any effort, but it was enough to cause Miracle to fly down to the altar like a shooting star, creating a pit in the process. This was shocking to the people on the altar. They saw Miracle completely bloodied while laying in the pit. Miracle was one of the strongest youths in the system, but he lost to a single stomp. He got up and pushed the debris out of the way. His eyes widened from disbelief, not expecting to be kicked down in that manner. When people calmed down, they saw a flashing shadow. Li Qie was down at the altar now while carrying Miaozhen. He stood there, looking quite at ease as if he didn't do anything at all. His figure flashed again, and in the next second, he was sitting on the throne. He didn't have any oppressive aura, but the throne looked like it was specifically tailored for him, this supreme existence. Nevertheless, people were still preoccupied at his ability to move freely on the peak. The suppressive power didn't work on him at all. The ancestors of the system and the other guests realized something right away. Mastery of the system's power. The untethered's pretty eyes slightly squinted as she said. When the listeners heard this, they almost lost their mind. This was a heaven-shattering matter. He might be accepted by the progenitor's power. The Pill King laughed, aware of Li Qie's identity. The crowd gasped in response. Everyone thought about something that had happened several days ago, Li Qie's ability to control the sword pine. Looking back now, Li Qie was not only accepted by the ancestral tree but also by the progenitor, or the entire system at that. This was more than enough to make everyone tremble. Such impudence. The emperor shouted after regaining his wits, "A junior like you can't sit on that throne." Li Qie looked down on the emperor and gave an illusion that he was grasping the universe in his palm. All other existences paled in comparison. "Who if not me?" "You." Li Qie said flatly. Even everlasting supporters couldn't say anything. People felt that it was natural for him to sit there. Anyone else would only be an illegitimate fake, including the emperor. "You," the emperor turned red. "You're that person." A pleasant voice came about. It was the untethered. She had a serious expression. "You're from Insane Court. The current wielder of that system's power." Though she had never seen him before, she had heard about him from the failed alliance. Young Radiance Monk carefully told her about the entire thing, giving her quite a deep impression of this ruler from Insane Court. After seeing his style, she immediately made the connection. "What?" The crowd erupted and stood up in shock. "The heretical Tao." Some gasped while others retreated with fear. The tides of blood from the heretical faction in Insane Court have swept through myriad lineage in the past. Because of this, everyone remained wary of this evil sect. Is it true? People looked at him differently, some were truly frightened. The master of the heretical sect had also become the first disciple of longevity. No one could have predicted this. Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao were surprised too. Nevertheless, their trust in him didn't waver. On the other hand, Miaozhen was still cool as if she was ready for this revelation. All eyes were on the Pill King now since he was one of the participants of the assault. All of the other ancestors were wounded, needing to be in isolated cultivation. He was the only one who understood Insane Court here. Indeed. He calmly said, "He is the current master of Insane Court." "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, how can a heretic become a member of longevity?" "Feng Shaoqian, you must be conspiring with him to bring longevity down." Everlasting Emperor was ecstatic, viewing this as a godsend opportunity. Shaoqian replied, "Why not? So many outsiders have joined our system. Luminous True Emperor had been our protector before, and Eternal from the U was also our chief elder, so why can't the leader of Insane Court be our first disciple? Our longevity system accepts everyone from all over the world, many of whom can take up positions." The crowd glanced at each other, agreeing with this statement. These beings brought up by him owed longevity a great favor, so they decided to take up certain positions to help the system. For many eras, plenty of outsiders stayed in this place and even participated in important deliberations. This system had saved too many people. After they became stronger, they offered their services here. He's right. The crowd wasn't xenophobic, for this wasn't the nature of longevity system. How can you compare a heretical villain to luminous true emperor and the others? The emperor sneered, they're all nefarious, wanting to doom our system and the world. Xiaoqin, you deserve death for conspiring with one. Fool. The Pill King glared sharply at the emperor, you aren't qualified to be exposed to the higher level matters. Insane Court and all the other systems have signed an agreement, legitimizing its status, and that the poisonous dregs of virtue true God have been eliminated. How can he be a heretic now? Chapter 2268, A heretic is a heretic, no need for excuses. The emperor interrupted Xiaoqin, righteousness and evil will not coexist. A heretic is evil and should be destroyed by all, longevity system will not conspire with one. Xiaoqin retorted, who do you think you are to disagree with an agreement signed by all the systems in myriad lineage? It would be up to lineages like Yang Radiance, Vermilion Court, and many others to dissolve it. The emperor turned red, not knowing how to respond, so he shouted instead, you. Cease your sophistry right now. Only an idiot like you would rely on sophistry. This grand matter doesn't allow for reckless words. The untethered and others are here, it is not up to you. The Pill King sneered. The emperor's expression grew worse. He glanced over at the other group. The untethered carefully looked at Li Qie before speaking, I don't know much about young noble Li, so I won't comment on him, but the alliance has agreed to continue the old agreement with Azura Heaven Battler. This means confirming Insane Court's current status and the end of the heretical blood sect. There are no objections from many systems. She formally replied, revealing her stance on the matter. It didn't matter what everyone thought about Li Qie. Their representatives in the alliance have agreed, so the old pact continued. Insane Court was recognized as a formal system, not a heretical sect under virtue true God. Her words carried a lot of weight since she was the sect master of Yang Radiance, qualified to speak on its behalf. This was perhaps the strongest sect in the system, so others didn't bother correcting her. The emperor's face was the color of a pig's liver at the moment. He couldn't refute her since that was akin to refuting the consensus of all the other systems, antagonizing everyone. He had no ground to stand on, it was foolish to turn against the rest of the systems. He still needed their recognition before taking over longevity system. Everlasting is only a kingdom within longevity, it is not qualified to speak for the system. Feng Xiaoqin didn't give him any face at all and verbally slapped the emperor. The rest of the group didn't comment on this, but their silence was an acknowledgement that Everlasting couldn't oppose their decision. It was not the representative of longevity system, at least as of right now. Even then, heretics are unpredictable, this person must have treacherous intent when sneaking into our system to become the first disciple of Longevity Valley. Xiaoqin, you clearly knew who he is, yet you didn't say anything. You must be planning to harm the system and destroy its legacy. This is an unforgivable sin. The emperor loudly changed the topic. The members of Longevity System exchanged glances, not knowing what to do since there was some truth in this. Longevity Sage certainly has her reasons for picking young Noble Li to be the first disciple. You and your kingdom are in no position to criticize Longevity Valley's business. Xiaoqin strongly responded. Members of Longevity are responsible for its well-being, the emperor shouted, seemingly on the side of justice. Enough. Li Qie interrupted and waved his hand, no need for such righteous rhetoric, just a waste of time. With that, he turned towards everyone, Insane Court or a heretic, doesn't matter, I am me, Li Qie. It's fine to consider me as a devil king or a madman, I have no need for your approval. My way is very simple, kill those who try to stop me, no matter who it might be, even the son of the high heaven. The crowd raised their brows upon hearing this. The guy didn't give a damn about being viewed as a heretic. How bold. The emperor laughed, so if all of myriad lineage stand before you, you will still continue opposing and killing everyone? He wanted to turn Wuxia against myriad lineage. Just myriad lineage can't reach the apex. Wuxia didn't bat an eye before nonchalantly responding, would kill all of 3 immortals if they try to stop me. There's no one I fear in this world. The crowd took a deep breath before this domineering statement. Even the untethered stared intensely at him. Such shameless boasting. The emperor didn't know what to do. We'll see just how capable you are. Miracle young noble stood up and challenged him. You. Wuxia gave him a glance of contempt. That's right. Being shown such disdain left Miracle furious. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it straight at Wuxia. Do you dare to fight to the death? This sword was glowing with a current as clear as spring water and a frightening sharpness. Its name was also Miracle, a treasure of everlasting left behind by a true emperor. The crowd was ready for this. This was a top genius of their system, so close to becoming a true emperor. On the other hand, no one knew how strong this first disciple was. So be it. Wuxia casually raised his hand to summon an iron sword. It was quite ordinary looking and could be owned by any other disciple. Go. Wuxia still sat on the throne and lazily pointed his sword forward. Miracle found this insulting, so he roared to battle, die. Clank. The ray of his sword soared to the sky like the majestic return of spring before cutting down, shattering mountains and peaks. The earth quaked before this magnificent strike. It was certainly strong enough to split the ground in 2. Boom. But this brutal slash was easily stopped by Wuxia's iron sword. No big deal. Wuxia swung and repelled the heavenly sword. The furious Miracle unleashed a torrential strike. The flood of sword energy wished to drown out Wuxia. Clank. The hymns and howls of the swords caused fiery sparks everywhere. Each ray wished to end Wuxia, but the guy easily waved his iron sword back and forth to stop the onslaught. It wasn't that Miracle young noble's techniques were insufficient or magical enough. On the contrary, the transformations and variations were incredible. Alas, Wuxia could read the weak points and easily crushed it like a master expertly handling a venomous snake. As the exchanges went on, the youth's expression turned ugly. His strongest sword techniques were neutralized. Let's see how long you can keep this up for. He took out a beautiful box with a grave expression. The opening of the box released a medicinal fragrance. There was a pill the size of a pigeon egg, as red as fire. There seemed to be a plume of fire dancing around it as well. The fire god's rage. The untethered was surprised to see this. Many seniors felt the same way after hearing this name. This is an ultimate pill from everlasting, extremely rare and valued, capable of increasing one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. An elder blurted out. Miracle then swallowed this pill before the astonished crowd. Chapter 2269, Boom. After eating the pill, Miracle young noble exuded flame as if he was a fire god. This flame looked like an active volcano that engulfed the entire world, wishing to destroy everything. Buzz. 12 fate palaces emerged on top of him. This in combination with the flame made him look like a god. Is he a true emperor now? Only one palace was lit up while the other 11 were still dark. Nevertheless, his aura was different from everyone else. This majestic and massive aura soared above the 9 firmaments just like a true emperor. Alas, it lacked a certain something, purity in essences. Not one but this power is at that level. An ancestor who had met emperors before said, he forcefully increased his level to that of a true emperor. His cultivation is still the same, but his fighting potential is much higher. This pill is quite terrifying, consuming it results in such a great boost. No wonder why it is the supreme pill of everlasting. A clan elder said with his hair standing on end. Of course, there were side effects from consuming this afterward. This didn't deter its value since it could raise someone's battle potential by several levels. So many people wanted it. It wasn't easy for Everlasting to refine these pills, so few actually had one. Buzz. His merit law exuded a different shade now. Sharp halos emanated from him, each one looked like the opening of an entire world with a majestic figure within. It belonged to a true emperor wielding the strongest force in this world. This came from his imperial sword. He had stimulated its highest potential, something he couldn't do normally without the pill boosting him. Accept your death. Miracle had an unprecedented sense of confidence. He felt as if he was an emperor now. Clank. The halos gathered together and turned into a heavenly sword, completely ablaze on top of possessing lightning currents. It resembled a sword of tribulation carrying the power of the high heaven, capable of killing all evil. Heaven's Fury Slash. So strong, he's actually using this technique. Only the emperors from his clan can use it. An ancestor became startled along with many others. They have heard of this slash before. It was created from a true emperor of everlasting and contained the forbidden power of the heaven's fury. This could cross through many realms to kill its enemy. Alas, it was very difficult to use. Some ancestors there believed that only true emperors were qualified to use it. But now, Miracle was actually doing it to the astonishment of the crowd. No mercy for the heretics. Miracle screamed and let his rage loose. The heavenly sword began slashing downward. Boom! The void crumbled. The air itself was being burnt to a crisp. One could easily imagine the might of this slash. The Untethered herself and other ascenders were moved by this power all the same. Buzz. Li Chia simply raised his iron sword in response against this tyrannical attack. Clank. The first contest was fine, but this sword was of poor quality. Despite hitting the weak spot of the slash, it was still not enough. Sheer force will overcome anything. One ancestor noticed this. Techniques were useless before raw power and would be dominated completely. Bam! The sword finally collapsed into numerous pieces. The heavenly slash gathered even more momentum towards Li Chia. Before it even reached him, the space around him had collapsed. He would probably become mincemeat before an actual contact. Watch out! The two girls shouted after seeing this. Buzz. Li Chia flipped his palm to summon a blade of grass. It instantly sent out numerous sword rays. The rays also turned into a heavenly sword of an unreasonable size. It occupied the entire area, as big as her plucking peak, and pierced into the sky vault. The celestials were floating around it now. Just the wind created by this sword alone managed to stop Miracle's slash. His sword was indeed massive, but compared to this planetary sword, it was only the size of a grass root growing on herb plucking peak. Li Chia swung his sword and destroyed the heavenly sword. The fire was extinguished before the sword named Miracle itself shattered. This was an imperial sword, but it couldn't do anything before Li Chia's slash. Miracle was blown flying from the pressure and smashed through multiple peaks, staining them with his blood and bits of flesh. Grass sword attacking immortal, this was the name of this art. It possessed enough power to kill gods and emperors. The crowd was frozen and speechless. Miracle was one of the three young nobles and had taken the fire god's rage pill, yet he still lost. Looks like we got a new candidate for the trio of young nobles. Someone murmured. Li Chia had defeated Miracle, so he could replace the guy. Too weak. Li Chia nonchalantly stated while sitting on his throne. The crowd took a deep breath. Miracle wasn't weak, Li Chia was just insanely strong. They realized that this first disciple wasn't weak at all. He earned this spot with true strength, not sheer luck. When Miracle was brought back, he was mangled and on the verge of death. Even his true fate had collapsed. The heaven-defying alchemy Tao of everlasting couldn't save him either. Though they could create his body again, it was impossible to do the same for the true fate. Even if they went all out to fix his broken true fate, he would only be a cripple later on. Someone capable of fixing a collapsed true fate back to normal wouldn't be here in myriad lineage. People would have taken them to immortal lineage right away. Chunner! The Emperor bellowed. Little animal, I'm going to take you down. The Emperor saw the incurable state of the youth and wanted to fight Li Qie till death. Grand War immediately stopped him and shouted back, Your Majesty, you are not his match. This ancestor was far more insightful, knowing that the Emperor would only be walking towards his death. Chapter 2270, Everlasting Emperor remained furious after being stopped by Grand War Ancestor. His eyes spewed out hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear Li Qie to pieces. Ancestor, please, kill this animal. He asked Grand War. The ancestor took a deep breath and stood up with a serious expression. He was mentally prepared to fight the moment he chose Everlasting's side. No one was lucky enough to escape this incoming bloodbath. I will overestimate myself and have a go against your impeccable techniques. Grand War readied himself. Despite almost being an eternal, he was still very careful because Li Qie's power far exceeded his expectations. Kaidawe, I'll take you on, no need for the young noble to do anything. Feng Shaochen interjected. Brother Feng, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but your peerless alchemy aside, your cultivation is far inferior to me. Let the young noble come instead. Grand War shook his head. Shaochen chuckled in response, I'm aware, but it is fine to fight. You have your methods and so do I. Boom. With that, he took out a cauldron spewing out a surging inferno that was quite pure in essence. The flame wasn't the most crucial part. Instead, the medicinal fragrance inside the cauldron allowed the old man to fuse together with his cauldron. He became decades younger in appearance. His gray hair turned black, even his face reversed in age. The crowd was shocked to see the young version of Shaochen. All ancestors desired longevity in youth, so this was quite a sight for them to behold. Their hearts started palpitating. Brother Feng, you truly wish to go all out, utilizing your lifespan to take me on. Grand War commented. Like you have said, I might be weaker but my alchemy is peerless. I have utilized around a century just to take you on now. Shaochen stated. He looked completely different now, gathering the power of centuries to let him reach new heights of power. Buzz. Temporal rays emanated from him, each full of life. This was a pure power that could sever the yin and yang. Everyone held their breath after seeing his temporal state, even the ancestors put on a stern expression. Not just anyone could accomplish this deed. Even a master capable of this wouldn't dare to do so, especially the older ones. One day was more precious than the previous in their eyes. However, Shaochen actually wasted a century of life, quite a bold maneuver. The young ones wouldn't care too much, but for these ancestors, a century was a long time. Nevertheless, Shaochen could afford to do so due to his alchemy mastery. He had other ways of prolonging his life, unlike others. His pill-making skills would replenish the lost century, something that only he could do here. Alright, let's go, Brother Feng. Grand War wasn't one to underestimate his enemy and soared to the sky. Time to battle. Shaochen shouted and jumped up as well. Clank. The cauldron in front of him became gigantic and dashed towards Grand War like a mountain. Come. Grand War used a hammer with a starry glow. Boom. It shattered the void while smashing towards the cauldron. Even the stars were blown away by this strike. The two treasures collided with sparks flying, each spark could melt space. Rumble. The two became wilder as the battle raged on, especially Shaochen. He was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he grew fiercer with greater vigor. The guy was older than Grand War, so his vitality should be expended as time went on. However, this logic didn't apply to him at all, only to Grand War. His peerless alchemy Tao gave him this ability. Despite his weaker cultivation, he had plenty of ways to replenish his vitality during battle, or even curing an injury in the blink of an eye. The Tao of alchemy served as a great supporting tool for combat. The crowd was moved by this scene among the stars. These were the two great ancestors of their system, but they were fighting to the death now. Some also noticed something else. All along, people assumed that when a genius became distracted with alchemy, it would greatly affect their cultivation. Of course, this notion was accurate. Xiaoqin's talents weren't necessarily inferior to Grand War, but he spent more time making pills, so his cultivation got dragged behind. However, his peerless alchemy Tao allowed him to put up a real fight in this case. He was still on the defensive, but if this continued, Grand War's lack of vitality would be his downfall. Will you commit suicide or must I do it? Li Qie looked and asked at Everlasting Emperor back on the ground. The Emperor was shocked and took one step back, then screamed, "Brat, this isn't over yet." Really? In my eyes, your death is certain right now. Li Qie smiled while rubbing his fist. The Emperor staggered backward, realizing that he was no match for Li Qie. He resorted to taking out a conch and blew on it. Woo dash, the sound echoed across Alchemy Hut. It was met with multiple conch horns blaring backward. Several mountains lit up with sounds of cavalry. Silver Dragon Legion instantly appeared with hostages from various sections. Its senior sister Du and the others. Xiaoyao and Yalan were startled after seeing members of their sect imprisoned. Senior Uncle Bai. Others spotted the hostages too. Master. One expert screamed. These were the hostages taken by Everlasting one day prior. The scene became chaotic, many loyalists became anxious due to their close friends and seniors being in captivity. It's not too late for you to concede. The Emperor spoke with a twisted expression. Oh. And if I refuse? Li Qie chuckled. If you do not surrender, then all of them will die with you. The Emperor sneered. Plenty of disciples from Longevity Valley conspired with heretics in order to seize power from their own sect. Today, we shall cleanse these vermin in the valley's stead. Everlasting planned to use these hostages to pressure the loyalists into submission. They didn't expect to need to use it so soon. Chapter 2271, This blackmailing tactic won the disdain and contempt of the crowd. Alas, it was working. The loyalists turned their eyes towards Li Qie. They needed him to make a decision during this crucial moment since he was the representative of Longevity Valley. If you don't surrender now, I will have their head cut off and hang around these peaks, letting their descendants know the outcome of traitors, to be reviled for ages. The Emperor shouted. The focus was on Li Qie now. This act was disgraceful but also quite effective. If he didn't save these hostages, then regardless of whether he was a heretic or not, people would still condemn him for it later on. Moreover, without trying, these loyalists might surrender to Everlasting. Nevertheless, conceding now would also be a defeat for Longevity Valley. Both options were terrible, leaving him in a tough spot. Everyone wanted to see what he would do. It related to both his own life and the success of Longevity Valley. Looks like I must surrender then. Li Qie said with a smile. That's right, and all of them too. The Emperor pointed at Fan Miaozhen, and if anyone else dares to oppose us, we will kill them and all the hostages. We can't surrender. Yalan raised her voice at Li Qie, afraid that he might surrender. Then I'll kill all the hostages first and then the rest of your group. The Emperor aggressively asserted. Li Qie looked at the Emperor and shook his head while laughing. How old are you? Was there a problem with your brain while growing up? To use such a lowly threat without being embarrassed, your entire kingdom must be a bunch of useless fools. You! The emperor went red again and shouted, I will count to 10, if you don't surrender, then I will give the order to kill all the traitors. 1, 2, 3, the emperor immediately counted, not giving him time to think. The loyalists who had friends taken captive became increasingly alarmed, their heart was hanging on a thread. No need to count, I'll give your idiotic scheme an answer right now. Li Qiye gently waved his hand and interrupted the emperor. Death to all. With this declaration, a green glow exuded as if branches were growing from his body. He was brimming with the energy of life. With rustling noises, old roots came out of nowhere from all the peaks, no different from iron rods or serpents and scorpions ready to deliver a fatal blow. These roots were sharp and had unbelievable speed, capable of piercing through all armors. Ah! Screams came about. These roots instantly pierced the throat of the soldiers who were apprehending the hostages. Their cries of anguish filled the mountains. Drops of blood dripped down and painted the leaves red. The contrasting colors became even more dazzling and beautiful. The roots acted like skewers and dragged the bodies by the neck up to the peaks. No one saw how Li Qiye did it, but he managed to kill all the captors. The origin of the roots eluded them as well. Li Qiye was still on his throne and casually said, so weak, fighting against this level of enemies is so boring, no need for me to do anything and a massacre will still ensue. Try a bit harder now, play your real cards, or this coup is a complete joke. The emperor was frightened and looked down at his own feet, afraid that the same thing might happen to him. Clank. All of the masters from the legion surrounded him for protection. Li Qiye was putting his legs on the stone table and lazily leaned back on his throne. If this is all your kingdom can muster, then get ready to die. Oh, the emperor blew his conch horn again. Rumble. Large figures descended from the sky and lined up before the emperor like impassable mountains. They were armors, 3 times the size of a normal man. If it wasn't for the moving pair of eyes in the sockets of the helmet, people would actually think they were non-living iron men. The symbol of the Silver Dragon Legion carved in front of their chest, but their armor had a golden glow. It seemed that their status was much higher. Someone counted a total of 36 men. The 36 dragon sovereigns. The strongest force of Silver Dragon. A sect master took a deep breath. They can handle anything. Another clan ancestor became alarmed. This was the true power of Silver Dragon, just this 36 statues alone were comparable to the rest of the Legion. They had been around since the foundation of the Legion. Each was at least a true god, some were ascenders as well. Moreover, their armors were amazing treasures. Their combined effort could sweep through many sects and kingdoms in longevity. These are the defensive pillars of everlasting, all here now. One ancestor was surprised. It looked like everlasting went all out for this usurping attempt. Rumble. They stepped forward in an orderly manner, seemingly capable of crushing the altar. Each step was stomping on the heart of the spectators and robbing their breath. Brat, die now. One of the dragon sovereigns declared emotionlessly with an old voice. What to do now? I have too many techniques, not sure what to use to kill all of you. After all, I'm a stylish person, have to do it right. With that, he tapped his throne in contemplation before giving an order. Little girls, brew me a good pot of tea, I need to think about an elegant method to turn everlasting to ashes. Killing millions demands so since it is an art. I have to do my best to appreciate it. The 3 sisters immediately prepared a fire next to the throne to make some tea for him. People thought the guy was crazy, acting so leisurely in this key moment. Die. One of the 36 sovereigns couldn't stand this and rushed forward. Chapter 2272, this sovereign alone was still causing damage to the altar's ground with each heavy step due to the massive armor. This didn't deter his speed at all, still quite agile despite the cumbersome frame. Pluff! More roots as hard as steel pierced out of the ground and formed a thick wall, not much different from one made out of divine metals. Boom! The sovereign carried a world-moving power and slammed into the wall, failing to do any damage. The wall looked mighty, but upon impact, it became flexible like rubber. After the sovereign went all the way in, he was shot flying just like a meteor. Boom! 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 He put his feet on the ground but still went a considerable distance before stopping. The crowd was still lost on the origin of the roots coming out of the ground. They seemed quite old, some had tough barks in the shape of dragon scales. This sovereign didn't give up and shouted, "Break!" He took out a sharp saber with snow-white glint before jumping again to attack the wall. This wall suddenly came apart as the roots moved like dragons leaving their lair to attack. Snow covering 1,000 mountains. He shouted and unleashed arcs of energy resembling an endless amount of snowflakes. Numerous roots were cut, but out came even tougher ones with thicker barks from the ground, harder than the strongest metal. They successfully stopped the saber with minimal damage, only a few marks were left on their bark. The situation was becoming worse for this sovereign since more roots were coming out to surround him. He couldn't do much against the sheer amount coming from all sides. Not strong enough, if you were an eternal, just one slash would have been enough to cut through. The girls were done making the tea now. Li Qiye sipped the tea with lingering fragrance while watching the struggling sovereign. "Watch out from behind, below you now." Before he could finish, a tough root coiled around the sovereign's legs. He became immobilized, so more and more roots got on him, wanting to trap him. Activate! He tried to slash the roots, but they became a gigantic hand and flipped him over. Next, the hand picked him up and began smashing him repeatedly onto the ground. The crowd was naturally shocked. This was a dragon sovereign, a pillar of everlasting. He instantly lost, and Li Qiye hasn't done a thing so far. Sigh, I told you to be careful, too weak despite being so old. Li Qiye shook his head and mocked, "These pillars of your kingdom are rotted." The sovereign's expression became ugly as he bellowed, "Little animal, I will kill you." Boom! The roots made up a fist now and punched his face, causing the helmet to cave in. The man inside coughed out blood. Go! The other sovereigns instantly rushed forward and joined the fray. Rumble! The entire altar was shaking from their steps. Some spectators became dazed by the rumbling noises. Alas, more roots came out from the ground to stop the stampede. They danced around like crazed serpents and trapped the group like an ocean before starting the offense. This bizarre scene left everyone slack-jawed. People didn't know how the ground had so many roots. It was as if every root from Alchemy Hut was here to kill the sovereigns. The sovereigns began fighting against the wooden tides. The endless number made resistance futile. There was no end in sight. This strongest force of everlasting was at a complete disadvantage against Li Qiye. Words can't describe how pathetic this is. Li Qiye drank more tea while sitting informally on his throne, acting as if he was above all. The three girls were much more relaxed now, offering him tea and fruits, the best of their service. It was as if they didn't need to worry about this coup. Just Li Qiye alone could take care of everlasting. Combine. As the situation grew dire, the 30 sovereigns roared and fought their way to get to the same spot. Buzz. Their chest armor spewed out a resplendent beam, pure and overly bright. Upon closer inspection, people found true stones carved on the front plate. These stones were fueling them with the purest true energy, activating their real power. These armors utilized both the cultivators and the true stone's energy in order to maximize their power. Boom! The 36 beams of light became a larger one with the force of 1,000,000 exploding stars in the depths of space. Numerous roots were incinerated wherever the beam swept by, as fragile as dry branches. Nothing could stop this beam. It didn't take long before the ocean of roots was destroyed, leaving broken pieces everywhere. Of course, many were turned to ashes as well. Boom! The 36 sovereign finally made it out. Their step once again instilled fear into the crowd after displaying their mighty power. Chapter 2273, The 36 Sovereigns stood before Wuxia, full of murderous intent. Their armor plates were dazzling, making them seem like gods from above. People uncontrollably felt a sense of reverence and fear. "Junior, how do you want to die?" one of them coldly uttered, ready to kill. "Well, they are the pillars of everlasting for a reason," one ancestor murmured. The power of these beings could indeed destroy many sects in the system. Plus, everlasting had more ace cards too. No wonder why they dared to try and take over. Wuxia continued with his lazy posture, "You think too highly of yourselves, killing me with such meager skills. I have thousands of ways to kill you all without lifting a finger. Alright, watch. Talk about killing me after surviving this." Having said that, a new portal connecting to a different realm seemingly opened above him. Inside was an incomparable old tree that had withstood the test of time. It looked distant from this world so people could only see a faint outline. Nevertheless, it exuded a vast amount of life energy, permeating the entire alchemy hut. Everyone felt that the air has been refreshed and couldn't help breathing in. Their fatigue was swept away and replaced by an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "What is that?" someone murmured in astonishment. "That's the divine tree from her plucking. The legend is true," one ancestor wondered. Rumor has it that such a tree existed on her plucking but was never seen before. So now, this tree appearing above Wuxia made people recall the tale. Rustle. More old roots came out from the ground and blocked the 36 sovereigns. "Just rotten branches, can't reach the apex," one dragon sovereign said with disdain. However, all the roots came together to form a massive figure. The sovereigns paled in comparison. It was virtually a mountain with clouds floating around its shoulders. Still just rotten branches. The 36 sovereigns didn't give a damn. "Is that so?" The portal on top of Wuxia flew up and floated behind the wooden giant. The faint tree became large as well, as if it was a sky with green leaves protecting this giant. The majestic ocean of life from the tree poured and made the individual roots extremely tough, back to when it was the strongest. The barks became as tough as dragon scales, impossible to penetrate. This wooden giant seemed to be coming back to life and brimming with power. Just one wave alone could blow away the heaven and earth. People no longer saw a wooden amalgamation but a living being with massive power. A wooden race of God wouldn't look different from this. This immense change made the crowd take a deep breath. This being made out of old branches had become divine. The tree is giving its life and power. One ancestor could tell what was going on. It is incredible, capable of changing something ordinary into magic. The untethered herself glanced over at the peak, then the portal and the tree. She knew more compared to others, so she was aware of this portal. Break. The sovereigns didn't want to give this giant any chance and attacked. They were aware that it would only grow stronger, and with enough time, it would become a deity. Boom. Their chest poured out rays again to form a pillar of light with a world-destroying power. It shot towards the wooden giant, wishing to destroy it in one go. However, the giant flipped his palm and a wooden shield appeared. It landed in front and acted as a massive wall spanning across the entire area. No one could ever surpass its great height. Boom. The pillar of light crazily assaulted the shield. Multiple layers were being burnt. Alas, it was simply too thick. An unreasonable amount of time would be needed for complete penetration. Whoosh! The giant didn't want and slammed its other hand at the 36 sovereigns as if it was a hammer. Watch it. The sovereigns didn't try to block it and flew up instead. The wooden hand in the shape of a hammer quaked the world. Many sovereigns were trembling from the shockwave. Because of their retreat, their combined pillar of light disappeared right away. The giant took advantage of this and used its shield to sweep through the area, blowing away all the clouds and winds. Boom! There was nowhere to run now, so the sovereigns roared and used their best attacks. One took out a large pagoda, another a sword, and a few more relied on their armors. Chipped wood flew everywhere. The shield suffered damage, but it was too large to matter. Moreover, the old tree was still supplying it with life force. It didn't take long before the broken places grew again into perfection. The sovereigns couldn't destroy the shield as a result. The giant added its hammer into the mix. Shield and hammer left the sovereigns in a difficult spot and had to retreat continuously. The crowd was speechless. These sovereigns went all out and still couldn't defeat this wooden giant. They looked quite tattered and beaten right now while feeling rage and helplessness. These beings have swept through the system before, completely unbeatable. Today, a single giant was utterly subduing them, making it look like an unfair battle. This was too humiliating. Chapter 2274, Boom. The giant used its shield fiercely, creating a tempest in its wake. The sovereigns were blown flying while vomiting blood. So weak. Li Qie mocked again while drinking tea and enjoyed a massage from Fan Miaozhen just like an emperor. He looked both carefree yet tyrannical. These are the pillars of your kingdom? Come on now, do your best or you won't have the chance soon. Get Eternals to come as reinforcements, let's not make a mockery of your coup. He continued. Such domineering and contemptuous words made it seem like he wasn't afraid of anyone in myriad lineage. It certainly affected the crowd, causing them to hold their breath. Normally, a junior making a comment like this would be quite annoying, especially if they had an attitude like Li Qie. Alas, no one found it unreasonable or arrogance. His attitude seemed to be just right given the current circumstances. Boom! The giant slammed its hammer and shield together, looking just like a fierce gladiator, ready to go wild at any given moment. It pointed the hammer at the sovereigns. It didn't speak, but this posture told the tale, a complete contempt against its foes. This showing enraged the sovereigns since they rarely experienced this type of humiliation before. Moreover, it came from a non-living puppet made of branches. Their chest was about to explode from indignation, blood was churning and almost reaching the throat. Formation, Silver Dragon Fusion. The sovereigns shouted and raised their weapons. Their vitality and true energy surged like a storm, assaulting the area. Boom! Under their command, all members of Silver Dragon released their true energy while also pointing their weapons at the sky. It didn't take long before their power gathered together. In the blink of an eye, formations appeared beneath their feet and head. These formations then instantly joined together while the members circled around the sovereigns. The members' armors then turned into tiny components. Clank! 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 These parts came together with the 36 sovereigns' armors at the center. Finally, a massive being made out of metal emerged, not smaller than the wooden giant at all. In fact, it was one head taller. Clouds were down near its waist. Its hull was as white as snow with a golden luster. It seemed to be made out of silver with a touch of gold. More shockingly, the image of a silver dragon was coiling around it, almost taking physical shape. Roar! The metal being roared, almost sounding like a dragon. Silver Dragon Carapace. Even an ascender shouted in astonishment. Their final move. Another ancestor gasped. Now that's more interesting. Li Qie chuckled, so that epic lord had reached this world too, leaving this supreme art behind. No one really understood his comment, not even the ancestors of Everlasting. This armor was the ultimate move of the Legion. Rumor has it that the creator of Everlasting had found an ancient trunk full of manuals. From that, he came up with a secret method to craft the armor for the members of Silver Dragon. When necessary, these armor pieces could join together. They were just part of this gigantic being. Of course, even the creator of Everlasting didn't know that this was an art from a lost epoch of the 9th and 10th worlds. He only knew the bare minimum of this art. Nevertheless, the metal being created from it was still quite powerful. Kill. The being instantly attacked. Its first step shattered the void. R.A. The wooden giant also roared back and rushed forward to meet it head-on. The real victim here was the space around them. Everything was crushed and the world became unstable. People started getting dizzy and nauseated. The metal being smashed the shield, resulting in a loud impact that could rupture eardrums. Crack. Countless cracked lines appeared on the wooden shield before a full collapse. This Caparase was clearly stronger than the 36 sovereigns alone earlier. Bam! The wood giant retaliated with a hammer blow, but the metal being didn't try to dodge, so its back was struck. It prioritized offense instead, punching the wood giant's chest with both hands. This dual punch could cross through the world. The punches failed because the wood giant had created another wooden shield. This shield got penetrated as well, but it had served its purpose. The tree empowering the giant allowed it to recreate another shield in a short time. Rumble. The two giants didn't hold back. Their fight caused the world to turn dark with splinters and branches flying everywhere. The Carapace had a great advantage due to its tough hull. It crushed the shield several times and even struck the wood giant's chest once. Alas, it was still useless. A new shield could easily be molded and the damaged chest could close again. The wood giant was unkillable as long as the tree was fueling it with the power of life. This frightened the supporters of Everlasting. Just Li Chia alone was enough to suppress Silver Dragon Legion. Keep in mind that no ancestors from Longevity Valley have shown up yet. In fact, to be truly accurate, Li Chia hasn't done anything at all. If he were to personally join in, wouldn't he dominate this battle completely? Thus, they felt regret about picking a side too early. This attempted coup from Everlasting wasn't looking too favorable. They thought that Everlasting would be strong enough to defeat the valley, but this devilish first brother was proving otherwise. The representatives of the other systems watched quietly. This man from Insane Court was horrifying. He had so many strange and troublesome techniques. They were also disappointed because Li Chia hasn't done anything. This left them unable to gauge his true power. The scariest thing for these systems was their inability to understand their enemy. Chapter 2275, Sigh, such stupidity from top to bottom, attempting a coup with such meager force and a clear lack of prudence. Only a group of ants trying to shake a tree, or the foundation of an entire system. Li Chia watched and commented while the two giants were fighting. He was now resting his head on Yalan's lap while Miaozhen was peeling a type of grape resembling gems to feed him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao focused on brewing tea and making dessert. A debaucherous ruler of the universe, what more could one ask for in life? The spectators had no words to describe their emotions, especially the young ones who had a crush on the girls. These were the three ladies of Longevity Valley, so many fell in love at first sight with them. But now, all three were waiting on Li Chia, something that only existed in fantasies. No one dared to retort. There was a prevalent belief that Longevity Valley had declined and became weaker than Everlasting. Now, this devilish first disciple was doing whatever he wanted with Silver Dragon Legion. Rumble. The two giants continued to punish the sky, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. The wooden giant was broken in many places, but its life force was still vigorous. The longer the fight, the fierce it became. On the other hand, the metal being with the upper hand was showing fatigue in true energy. After all, the carapace was made up of the vitality of the soldiers. The true stones engraved on their armors were channeling their energy. After a while, they would become deplete, unlike the wooden giant under the protection of the divine tree. Activate. Silver Dragon Legion had to go all out. Their roar echoed across the mountains. Back on a peak in a palace of everlasting, a massive platform emerged. In the blink of an eye, boundless light accumulated, even brighter than the stars above. It resembled the most luminous diamond in the world, illuminating all of longevity system. It shot out a pulse crossing through the world, all the way from everlasting to Alchemy Hut, and landed on the metal carapace. A small portal appeared behind the carapace with a vortex within. It accepted the pulsing current. The entire thing erupted with power that reverberated across the realms. Majestic halos started to pulse, initiating the changing of 3,000 worlds. In short, this metal being had just become 10 times stronger. What is that? The spectators turned toward everlasting, the source of the pulse. The bright platform on that peak was too far away to see. True gods needed to use their heavenly gaze and saw an altar engraved with numerous true stones. It was massive in size and looked like a pot with true stones at the true god level and up, some were even at the ascender and eternal level. The energy from them gathered at a single point before the formation condensed it into a pulsing current. This pulse traveled through the world to reach the carapace, empowering it with a new source. Amazing! One clan ancestor's expression changed. As long as Silver Dragon Legion is still in longevity system, this pulse will be able to fuel it non-stop. No wonder why this legion is so strong. Such wealth and resources, far richer than many other sections. A true god blurted out after seeing the extravagant altar. Everlasting was indeed prosperous after many generations of selling alchemy goods. Take it down. The carapace roared and went into a frenzy as it tore a hand off the wood giant. Bam! 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 The increase of power in this berserk state overwhelmed the wood giant. Despite its incredible regeneration, the rate of destruction was even greater. A few parts were being continuously destroyed before they could come back together. Finally, the carapace had earned its victory and finished off the wooden giant, an incredible spectacle. The space behind the giant collapsed as well. The tree disappeared as if it was only an illusion. Damn, so ferocious! The supporters of Everlasting shouted, finally feeling relief at this development. Strong indeed. That's why they can defeat so many other sections. Even the loyalist faction had to admit. Brat, crawl over here and accept your death. The imperious carapace looked down at Wuxia as if he was an ant. All eyes were on Wuxia to see how he would answer the taunt. In fact, Everlasting felt so much better. They finally brought it back to even. Does he have anything else? The loyalists became worried because this carapace was unreasonably strong in this berserk state. Humph, Everlasting is unfathomable. This is only the warm-up, resistance is futile and suicidal. An expert on Everlasting's side sneered. His comment was to encourage himself while cheering on Everlasting. After all, they have chosen Everlasting and there was no coming back. All they could do now was pray for its victory. Otherwise, their fate would be quite grim in the future. In case of defeat, not only would Everlasting be destroyed, traitors like them wouldn't fare much better either. Oh. So arrogant now. Wuxia didn't care at all, like a wretched-looking tramp who finally came into some money, wanting to show off before everyone. Well, congratulations, I'm sure that round wasn't easy for your kingdom. It'll be a nice topic to brag about. The carapace slowly descended before finally landing on the altar. It stood there with a grim expression, or at least it gave off that air on its emotionless, metallic face. It's not too late to surrender now or you will suffer a fate worse than death. A dragon sovereign spoke from inside the carapace. Today, Everlast will not only kill you but also trample Longevity Valley. They no longer tried to hide their intention. In the beginning, there were justifications about exterminating the heretical faction. This was no longer the case. So brave, finally revealing your true intentions. Li Qiye clapped and said. Come out and die. The carapace repeated. Chapter 2276, Li Qiye smiled at the challenge and said, looks like I have no other choice, being pushed to the edge. That's right, this date tomorrow is your death anniversary. The carapace said. Li Qiye didn't care at all and smiled at Fan Miaozhen. Little girl, tell me, how many moves do you think it will take for me to take it down? Miaozhen blinked and playfully smirked. Excuse my bold prediction, but given your invincible abilities, I believe it will be around 10 moves. The carapace's expression turned black. Of course, this fusion was already strong on top of being empowered by the pulsing current of everlasting. So now, her prediction of 10 moves was truly contemptuous. 10 moves. Li Qiye laughed. Am I mistaken? Are you telling me that you can beat it within 5 moves? Don't be scaring me now. Miaozhen raised her brows while placing her hands on her plump chest, acting quite surprised. This appearance of her was quite innocent, cute, and enchanting. All men wouldn't be able to help themselves from wanting to protect her. Li Qiye shook his head. 5 moves. You think too highly of that puppet made out of scrap metals. It's not an eternal, can't reach the apex at all. 1 move is all we need with the help of our system's power. 1 move. Not to mention the others, even the 3 girls gasped after hearing this with their eyes widening. Miaozhen knew that Li Qiye was unfathomable, but this claim was still unbelievable all the same. The difficulty was quite high. 1 move. The listeners didn't believe either. Just 1 move to take down the silver dragon carapace in its current state. That would be something far exceeding a normal eternal. Even low-level true emperors can't do it. The untethered slightly batted her eyes too. Just 1 move. That's impossible. A true emperor would need 6 palaces and up to do so. Another representative didn't believe Li Qiye, thinking that he was being too bullish. You think you're an invincible emperor or something? An expert from Everlasting remained skeptical. That carapace right now has boundless power. Even an ancestor from the loyalist faction felt that the possibility was too low. The carapace actually trembled with rage after hearing this utter contempt at their legion. Junior, if you can topple us with 1 move, I will leave right now and never take another step out of Everlasting. One dragon sovereign shouted. How naive, thinking you can get off that easily. Unfortunately, you all will definitely be buried here. Li Qiye chuckled. Come out then, we'll crush your bones. The sovereign retorted. Alright, if you're in such a hurry to visit hell, then I'll fulfill your wish. Li Qiye took his time standing up and didn't look like he was going to battle at all. Sigh, why does no one trust me? I'm just speaking the truth. Li Qiye shook his head and lamented. He came down the stairs and opened his fate palace. The primordial tree appeared with its primordial energy engulfing the entire world. 1 fruit resembling a pine cone was on it, his very first Tao fruit. What the hell is that? No one knew what it was because 3 immortals' system consisted of true energy. Meanwhile, Li Qiye had created an entirely new cultivation system. Very well, I shall show all of you invincibility and the true power of longevity system. He declared. After leaving the throne, he headed for the altar. His Tao fruit slightly trembled and all the Tao in the world resonated with it. One could faintly hear some ringing noises from a wind chime. The Tao fruit had encompassed the Tao and even the Tao foundation of longevity. This Tao comprehension was the most magical thing about the Tao fruit. Just planting a seed alone could turn into a Tao source. He entered the altar, causing the whole place to light up. The mountains were the next to light up, then all of the territories in longevity. It didn't matter how pure and complicated the grand Tao that made up longevity. They turned into seeds for the Tao fruit, much simpler than even Tao laws. From complexity to simplicity, the Tao fruit shot out a ray of light onto Li Qie. The endless profundities of the Grand Tao started forming inside Li Qie, allowing him to grasp the whole system. Is he controlling the power of our system? People weren't quite clear yet on his aim. Boom! He instantly took hold of all the runes in longevity. His chest became resplendent as if an immortal scripture was opening. There were too many symbols and runes to count. Is that the longevity scripture? One ancestor murmured in a daze. Alchemy Immortal relied on this scripture to create the system. Those who could understand the mysteries of the scripture would be able to grasp all the legacies and merit laws of the system. The light coming from Li Qie was different from everything else. It belonged to time and the myriad eras, from the past to the present, from the present to the future. This temporal affinity gathered around him. His physical self was now the embodiment of time. His power, vitality, and grand Tao from the past, present, and future all joined together at this particular juncture. People shuddered because this new form had exceeded everything. Just a wave of his hand could annihilate gods and emperors. Longevity physique, the untethered became startled. The three girls stared in astonishment after hearing this name. Long. Longevity physique, the other ancestors' jaw dropped to the ground. Is it really? The other representatives asked for confirmation. It must be. The untethered stared at Li Qie and noticed something, but it's strange, maybe it is a mastery of the Tao source, not purely the longevity physique. She was the most knowledgeable one here but couldn't pinpoint the exact details. She felt that this resembled the longevity physique but could also be him simply controlling the Tao source of longevity. What is this physique? One junior asked his ancestor. It's an ultimate merit law of our system from the progenitor. It is a common belief that only he had cultivated to perfection. Anyone else who tried only made it to the bare surface level. This art could be considered invincible. His ancestor answered with a solemn expression. The silver dragon carapace saw Li Qie's current state and fearfully took one step backward. Oh. This is called longevity physique. A bit of a coincidence. Li Qie smiled. This particular state was named longevity physique, but it had no relation with the eternal physique from the 12 immortal physiques. This was an unprecedented art created by Alchemy Immortal, also his strongest. It gathered the power of the user's various temporal forms, boosting the person to their strongest state. No one had done it successfully before, until now. In fact, he didn't train it either. However, his Tao fruit was able to derive the mysteries of this system, including this longevity physique from the longevity scripture. In other words, he didn't need to cultivate anything and could use this longevity physique stemming from the Tao foundation of the system through his Tao fruit. It was akin to putting on a pre-existing armor. 1. The raw words I translated as longevity in this arc are the same words used for Magu's eternal physique. I've used eternal for a power level here already, and longevity fits the alchemy theme more. Just know that the words are the same, that's why he's saying it's a coincidence. Chapter 2277, The appearance of the longevity physique on Li Qie left many ancestors trembling with fear because no one in the system has been able to do it outside of their progenitor. The sovereigns inside the carapace were shocked by this unexpected development as well. Keep in mind that the system had produced many true emperors afterward, same with everlasting. But even these emperors failed to do so, let alone the other disciples. This longevity physique is not bad, but it still has a way to go compared to our eternal physique. Li Qie chuckled and said. Everyone was speechless, just cultivating this physique was already heaven-defying enough, yet Li Qie was still putting it down. Of course, they didn't know that he was talking about the eternal physique of the 9 worlds. Come. Li Qie gestured at the carapace. Kill him. The carapace had no other choice and started glowing even more. The pulsing current became dense to the limit. Boom! More halos emanated from it for protection. It unleashed a punch with all of its might. The celestial and Tao crumbled before this power. Alchemy Hut turned dark while the spectators got scared out of their mind. Bam! Everyone felt as if this punch had landed on them. Some were blown flying while vomiting blood. When they calmed down, they saw this annihilative punch being stopped by Li Qia's palm as if it was completely trivial. I'll show you the true power of longevity system now. Li Qia twisted and a crack resounded. The gigantic hand of the carapace broke apart. Boom! He then unleashed another punch straight for the giant's chest and penetrated it completely, forcing it to drop to the ground. Boom! 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 He unleashed a barrage of punches on the falling giant. Even its tough shell was no match. This scene left the crowd speechless. Everyone felt their head devoid of thoughts. Ah! The giant was forcefully torn apart. The 36 sovereigns and members of Silver Dragon wanted to run, but this was impossible while inside. Their flesh was being flattened by his fists pushing in on the metal shell, turning them into mincemeat inside. The powerful Silver Dragon was gone just like that, annihilated by this deity-like being. It was impossible to resist since the power of this physique came from the system. One kingdom alone was no match for it. Boom! Not a single member was left alive in the Legion, including the 36 sovereigns. The world became quiet despite mouths being wide open. In the beginning, everyone felt that he was only exaggerating about taking it down in one move. But now, not only did he topple it with a single punch, he used his bare hands to tear it apart and smashed the members into meat paste. This scene might be the most brutal thing they have ever witnessed in their life. It would leave behind some lasting psychological damage. Even the untethered had an austere expression. Li Qia was unfathomable and cruel. Once he started, he would leave no chance for the enemies to run. The stench of blood assaulted the tip of the nose. The more timid spectators felt their legs trembling, some even soiled their pants. It's over, the supporters of Everlasting turned pale. Some dropped to the ground as if they could see their own sects being destroyed by Li Qia. The ancestors fared much better in terms of keeping up appearances, but their heart was overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. The three sisters were caught off guard as well since this man was ferocious. This ferocity changed into charisma and charm, making the girls fall for him. So weak. Li Qia stood up, as nonchalant as crushing an ant. Buzz. He raised his hand and began to absorb the pulsing current from Everlasting. His hand released the strongest absorbing force as it devoured the power of the faraway altar. The ancestors there couldn't sever this channel because Li Qia had seized complete control. Pop. Eventually, all the currents were taken. The true stones lost their energy and turned into waste, crumbling into specks of dust. Next, he spread out his palm and released all of the power he had just consumed so far from the pulsing current. A thick beam shot through the world. Everyone in the system could see it heading straight for Everlasting Kingdom in the shape of a rainbow. The kingdom trembled, one divine peak and pavilion fell after another within the radius of 1,000 miles. The imperial palace was in chaos. Clang! The warning gong resounded. Defensive barriers immediately came online to stop the beam. The beam pierced through one layer after another. It had to be said that these barriers were quite mighty. Alas, the beam was the accumulation of power for multiple generations using an altar made out of numerous true stones. Their ancestors once calculated that their pulsing current could empower the Kappa race for a century of straight fighting. Alas, Li Qia had turned it against them, using their spear again to assault their shield. They suffered heavy losses, never expecting for their tool to be turned against them. This was truly a nightmare. Boom! The last barrier finally went down and the beam continued flying forward, assaulting the main region of the palace. Numerous buildings exploded. Chapter 2278, Boom. One more divine palace floating in the sky was rendered to ashes by the beam. Their strong defense was proven useless today. After piercing through this palace, it pierced through another peak and heading for a group of floating temples in the sky. These temples were shrouded in fog, seemingly the home of the gods with an unquestionable prestige. All spectators would feel a sense of reverence. It had its own defensive barriers that appeared to stop the beam. Futile it was, the beam continued on without fail. Humph. A scowl echoed across the entire system. Just this one sound was enough to scare a billion existences. Even the stars above trembled as if this scowl could make them fall down. Boom. A divine wall descended right before the beam. Buzz. The beam continued shooting at this wall. Sparks went flying, but it was finally stopped this time around. Eventually, Li Qiye used up the absorbed power, but the wall remained standing. People heaved a sigh of relief, especially the inhabitants of Everlasting. This disaster out of nowhere scared the crap out of them. Meanwhile, Alchemy Hut was still quiet. What Li Qiye had done just now was domineering beyond words. Come out now, show me some real abilities, or it would just be a waste of my time. Li Qiye commented while posturing coolly with both hands behind his back. His sleeves fluttered to the wind. He lacked an imperious aura found in many others with this leisure pose. Nevertheless, those staring at his back felt their heart freezing. They didn't even have the courage to lift their head, let alone looking straight at him. Domineering, invincible, unique, these words weren't enough to describe he who seemed to be the ruler of longevity system, a being above all. Just like back in Insane Court. The Pill King commented with emotions. Li Qiye had controlled Insane Court back then, and now it was Longevity's turn. The Pill King didn't know how Li Qiye was doing it, but he thought that Longevity Sage made the right move by handing the position of first disciple to him. The divine wall slowly ascended, revealing the group of temples again. Buzz. Rays of light soared forward carrying the affinity of an eternal. This divinity could handle the test of time. These rays were followed by continuously rotating halos, seemingly creating a grand world with its own galaxy and countless living beings. There was a center, the start of this world and the end of all. Boom. Time suddenly gathered together, one era after another, a billion years elapsed within a single second. One meditating figure appeared in this dazzling moment. He was the center of this world and the galaxy revolved around him. It was an old man, the opening of his eyes made all existences tremble. Forefather. The experts in the capital of Everlasting all kneeled, same with the big shots and ancestors. Even the emperor back at Alchemy Hut got on his knees, feeling very emotional. Everlasting Elder Lord. The untethered recognized the man. The representatives took a deep breath and found his appearance unbelievable. He Qianyu. One of them quietly said, not only is he alive, he's still in myriad lineage instead of imperial lineage. Just how much resources did Everlasting use to fuel him? The ancestors here were scared out of their mind. I can't believe he's still here. It didn't take long before some loyalists felt despair and murmured, can we stop him? The usurpers had the opposite reaction, nothing can be better than this, Everlasting's old ancestor is still around. Not to mention ordinary people, even the big shots in myriad lineage would shudder upon hearing the name, He Qianyu. This was one of the strongest ancestors of Everlasting, the master of life jewel true emperor. As an eternal, he stood on the same level as many true emperors. Ascenders at the 9th level wouldn't dare to fight against true emperors, perhaps only the low-level ones. This wasn't the case for an eternal. They could go against the stronger emperors. Everlasting Elder Lord was strong enough. Plus, he was prestigious for being the master of a true emperor. This made him reign for quite a bit during his era. Most believed that an existence like him would enter imperial lineage like all of the true emperors. Their destination would be imperial lineage or even immortal lineage. Most Eternals would figure out ways to enter imperial lineage instead of lingering down here. The reason was very simple: they could live much longer in imperial, and even more so in immortal lineage. This particular aspect was another thing where emperors were superior to true gods. It was much easier for an emperor to go up to the higher worlds. Given the same start period, they could make it to immortal lineage while an Eternal had only made it to imperial lineage. Everlasting Elder Lord was certainly a powerful Eternal. If he were in imperial lineage, he could live for much longer even in a state of hibernation. His vitality would wither at a slower rate. That's why everyone became surprised that he was still in imperial lineage. It showed the crazy amount of resources Everlasting Kingdom must have spent to keep him around. Of course, this might be worth it just to keep an Eternal around. People finally understood why this kingdom was so confident in taking over. This Eternal was their biggest ace card, their killing move against Longevity Valley. If Longevity Valley doesn't have an Eternal around, it won't be able to stop the Elder Lord. Everlasting will be able to do it with certainty. One clan ancestor commented. No one has heard about an Eternal being around in the valley. Of course, this sect had produced many, but they have gone to imperial lineage already. Chapter 2279, Everlasting Elder Lord's eyes illuminated the world as he sat there, exerting his influence over the entire system. So many people had an illusion that he had everything within his grasp. This was understandable because after reaching his power level, even if he didn't completely have the longevity scripture, he understood many merit laws left behind by Alchemy Immortal. Thus, he seemed like the center of the system, not Longevity Valley. The younger generations will surpass us in time. He looked over at Wuxia. Despite the massive distance between the two of them, he could still see everything as if they were mere inches apart. His divinity affected all locations. Not bad. Wuxia still arrogantly posed, not caring about this Eternal. Someone like you can give me a warm-up. The crowd became stunned. Everyone here was frightened of the Elder Lord's reputation. Some even got on the ground without the courage to lift their head to look at him. Alas, Wuxia didn't give a damn at all. Longevity system has not produced a genius like this for a very long time, capable of grasping its power and understanding the profundity of the progenitor's Tao. Incredible. The Elder Lord said. Such high praise surprised the crowd. Only a monster would be able to grasp the power of a system. No wonder why he was able to become the first disciple of Longevity Valley. His weak cultivation didn't matter as much since possessing this ability would render him invincible, at least in his own system. Such a disciple wasn't unheard of, albeit extremely rare. It meant that his aptitude was of a devilish level with unlimited potential. Just a little bit. Wuxia smiled. Of course, the Elder Lord didn't see through everything. The mystical part about Wuxia wasn't his control over the system but rather, his Tao fruit capable of simplifying all Tao. The only thing you need is time in order to become a true emperor. Perhaps there is a chance for the role of a progenitor too. The old man's eyes shone upon him. His words meant a lot since he had trained an actual true emperor before in Life Jewel. So many youths wanted to earn such high praises from him. Earning his recognition was a supreme prestige, an advantageous capital for the future. But no one can stop the tides of fate. The old man continued, it's time for longevity to change. I am someone who adores talents and worships the ancestors, so surrender now and hand over the official reign of the system. I will guarantee that your sect will be safe. His words were calm but the content was powerful and trustworthy. If he said so, Longevity Valley would certainly be fine. His reputation required keeping true to his words. And if we don't surrender? Wuxia chuckled. Then Longevity Valley will turn to ashes. The Elder Lord slowly said. Quite confident, aren't you? This makes me eager to test and see who can actually stop me. Li Qie smiled. To which the Elder Lord shook his head, you are indeed amazing with your mastery over the system and the protection of the longevity physique. This is enough for you to sweep through the system. Unfortunately, it's all external help. More importantly, you don't have control over the Tao source or you would be unbeatable. Makes sense, controlling the Tao source will result in more power. Li Qie answered. He hasn't controlled the Tao source just yet since he considered that a waste of time. My everlasting kingdom alone can suppress you, and with my joining the fray, the outcome is quite obvious. The Elder Lord spoke with such certainty. Bless the Elder Lord, may he lives and reigns forever. The experts and ancestors of everlasting suddenly cheered and even celebrated. Bless the Elder Lord, may he lives and reigns forever. The usurpers on the altar also kneeled and shouted. Li Qie ignored the atmosphere and said, the stronger the foe, the more interesting the hunt. After all, killing weaklings is only a waste of my time. Being fearless is a good thing, but at a certain level, this bravado turns into ignorance. The Elder Lord stared at him and said, how can you see the movement of this world? Even if you can defeat me and represent the valley in its triumphant over everlasting, this doesn't mean you can grasp the system in the future. There are stronger beings looking at this land. Oh. There are others above wanting this system. Perfect, let them come so I can experience a true massacre. I'll kill my way from myriad lineage up to the upper worlds. Even if a mortal lineage stands in my way, I'll rid it of all inhabitants if necessary. Li Qie smirked. Who would dare to continue this outrageous conversation? It would be offending all three worlds. Did he want to fight everyone? They felt he was simply insane. In myriad lineage, there was a pervasive fear about those from imperial, let alone immortal lineage. But now, Li Qie said that he would kill everyone in the upper worlds. The guy couldn't be crazier than this. Preposterous. The Elder Lord couldn't help but shout, you really think you're unbeatable just because you can control longevity's power? There are plenty of hidden masters in this world, and as for imperial lineage, so many monsters are there who can kill you with one wave of the hand. The untethered had a serious expression. It looked like everlasting had support from external sources, especially those from imperial lineage. She became apprehensive after finding this out. Yang Radiance was the strongest system in this world. If longevity system were to fall, they could be the next. Li Qie smiled, no, you're mistaken. Not to mention monsters, I can even take down progenitors. So now, I am giving your kingdom a choice. Drop your weapons and surrender or I shall end it. As for your so-called monsters from imperial lineage, if they mess with me, I'll destroy all of their clans once I go up there. Foolish child, there is no end to your ego. One ancestor on everlasting side loudly interjected. Poof! Li Qie crushed him into a mist of blood. The guy never had a chance to fight back. The ones on the altar suddenly remembered that he was being empowered by the system right now. Retorting against him was the same as courting death. Thus, the usurpers slowly retreated to keep a good distance from him. They would wait for the Elder Lord to take care of this brat. I'll send you to your death then, since that seems to be your wish. The Elder Lord said coldly, your unwise move today will result in both yours and the valley's demise. This murderous comment sent chills into the crowd. They could already see the valley being drowned with blood. Chapter 2280, An eternal like everlasting Elder Lord was intimidating. His words were no joke, so many became stirred. All eyes were on Li Qie, wondering if he could stop the Elder Lord. If not, then it was over for the valley if they didn't have an eternal as well. Li Qie didn't become angry. Good, are you coming to die or must I make a trip there to take your head? I'll kill you first then the valley. Initiate the momentum. The Elder Lord coldly declared. With that, the imperial palace of everlasting lit up. The peaks there became bright with Tao lines filled with the aura of emperors and eternals. Buzz. With the imperial palace at the center, these lights began to spread across everlasting. It didn't take long before 10 million miles of territory lit up with lines, turning into a great formation. Everlasting is going all out now, throwing their foundation into the mix as well. Failure would be the end of them. Many cultivators in longevity were startled. Everlasting was built on the Tao foundation of longevity. The creator of this kingdom fortified its territories with his merit laws. The wise sages from later generations did the same. Thus, they began to have their own foundation and momentum. Because of this, they didn't need to rely on longevity as much. Their action so far meant betting everything their forefathers have done today. Longevity shall fall. This chant echoed across their kingdom. All disciples, regardless of strong or weak, began to recite this unique yet frightening chant. Strands of light emanated from their body and joined with their kingdom's foundation. The inhabitants of this kingdom became inseparable. If everlasting were to fall, they would turn to ashes as well. 25 figures appeared in the group of temples where the Elder Lord resided. These were old men on the verge of death. Nevertheless, their chants were louder than anyone else, their light brighter, almost like the sun. The 25 high ancestors. These were the final ace cards of everlasting, their strongest ancestors. Though they weren't as strong as everlasting Elder Lord, they were superior to the 36 dragon sovereigns. These were warriors who have been bestowed titles by true emperors. They had great status and authority on top of being quite mighty, also known as the final shields of everlasting. They wouldn't appear unless there was no other choice. Now, everlasting used both their foundation and these ancestors. Their entire kingdom was of one heart and mind. Everlasting is so ambitious, victory or defeat, there is no returning. One ancestor shuddered with fear. These disciples were willing to die with their kingdom for this coup. The power of solidarity was a great one. The momentum of their kingdom widened, resulting in loud noises. Everlasting Elder Lord slowly picked up a strange round disc, resembling an observation wheel or a water wheel. It was made from imperial steel. The spokes of the wheel grew bigger from the center while the wheel hubs were engraved with multiple imperial gems. These gems have been refined by true emperors before. The wheel itself was filled with the best true stones. This type of imperial steel can only be found above. A representative recognized the materials. The untethered's eyes narrowed. A Tao system couldn't find this material that easily. Though her sect possessed some, everlasting wasn't strong enough to have so many. It meant that someone was helping them. Like the Elder Lord had said, this wasn't a simple coup. The wheel began to spin with an increasingly faster pace. The rays emanated from it made the heart beat faster because it had a dark glow. This seemed to be the power of darkness. The momentum of everlasting opened completely. The entire kingdom was filled with this vast power. Lightning bolts crossed through the sky, striking any foe that dares to take a step inside. Once the wheel reached the right speed, it assumed an ethereal form. The space around it trembled and all of the black rays gathered at the very center of the wheel. With that, space collapsed and was replaced by a black hole. Runes now took shape on the wheel, connecting its flow with the darkness. Boom! The power of the entire kingdom poured into the black hole. It devoured all of the incoming power without fail. It grew in size and spun proportionally to the rotational speed of the wheel, becoming the most terrible absorption force. Eventually, it devoured all of the kingdom's power. An unbelievable thing happened, the black hole was turning its sight towards longevity. The system was affected and had earthquakes everywhere. People naturally turned pale. Keep in mind that the system was refined by alchemy, immortal and protected by his power. However, it was still shaking from this force right now. The Tao foundation of the system was being dragged in. Buzz, it retaliated by activating its own rays. The areas around Everlasting were especially dazzling. This was the automatic defensive measure of longevity. Chapter 2281, Alas, the activated Tao foundation of longevity couldn't do anything. After loud detonations, the wheel increased its rotational speed, same with the primal black hole. Boom! A sound akin to a flood breaking the dam came about. Longevity's power near Everlasting started being sucked in towards the darkness like raging streams. The black hole absorbed this power and became stronger and stronger, like a beast filling its stomach with a feast. How can this be? The spectators were scared out of their mind. Keep in mind that Everlasting was only a kingdom in the system. Its foundation was built upon the foundation of the system. More importantly, its merit laws were based there too, so it was a side branch of sorts. In theory, it couldn't challenge the system because it wasn't on the same level at all. Even if their true emperors could create some heaven-defying merit laws, they wouldn't be able to surpass the longevity scripture. After all, Alchemy Immortal was a progenitor. Everlasting would need to produce someone at the same level as well. Of course, they didn't have such abilities. Thus, this current development came as a surprise. This is not a merit law from Everlasting. The Untethered's expression changed as she coldly uttered, "It has exceeded the level of a progenitor in myriad lineage, this is at least imperial lineage and up." People felt a chill after hearing this. There were naturally levels to being a progenitor as well. One from imperial was certainly stronger than one from myriad. Most systems here were created by a homegrown progenitor. Fallen systems like Insane Court were exceptions. Now, Everlasting had come up with something greater to create this gigantic wheel. One could easily tell that something else was going on behind the curtains. Rumble. Meanwhile, the adsorption process continued. "Junior, get ready to die along with your valley." The Elder Lord spoke. Boom. The rotating black hole shot out a beam of light consisting of black rays twisting together. These rays looked just like drills, capable of destroying everything in front of them. Rumble. At the start of the offense, a monstrous chasm appeared. It was as if longevity system was being torn apart. All the mountains and valleys in front of the beam turned to ashes, replaced with fissures. Looking from above, it started from Everlasting and headed straight for Alchemy Hut, leaving an unhealable scar on the ground. The unlucky sects in its path were destroyed as well without a chance to defend themselves. Not to mention a small sect, even great kingdoms wouldn't be able to last for long with their barriers. At this moment, no one doubted this power's ability to destroy Longevity Valley. My God, Everlasting is trying to steal Longevity System's power. An ancestor was horrified. The initiation of the momentum and the attacking of the beam all happened within the blink of an eye. Boom! The beam was aiming straight for Wuxia. Numerous mountains outside of Alchemy Hut instantly exploded. This world-destroying power made many ancestors flee in horror. It's here. The people on the altar naturally felt the most fear. Even the supporters of Everlasting dropped to the ground and turned pale. It looked like Everlasting not only wanted to kill Wuxia but also to destroy the entire area. Now it's a bit amusing. Wuxia was completely nonchalant just like before. Boom! The beam hasn't arrived yet but its frontal shockwave blew all the stones and sand within 1,000 miles flying. Come! Wuxia shouted and became resplendent. His Tao fruit exuded a faint flame. Now it looked as if there was an eternal fire seed within him. He turned into a fire god, shrouded in this scorching affinity. Before people could react, a shield dropped from the sky to block the incoming beam. It looked like gold at the start, but it was actually made from fire with ancient runes. These runes encompassed a world of fire all into the shield, making it as tough and shiny as gold. Boom! This fiery shield managed to stop the beam. Of course, it was still being pushed back inch by inch, but it was a successful defense. What is that? Mouths dropped to the ground in disbelief. Fire God's primal shield. Even everlasting Elder Lord stated at the shield in disbelief. What? Many were shocked to hear this, especially the big shots from the fire race. They immediately stepped forward for a better look. One Firekin ancestor from a powerful system blurted in astonishment, how could he summon this? This is an obscured art of our race. The important Firekins were in disbelief due to the shield's significance. He's definitely a human. One thought he was simply seeing things. This symbolic power of their race could only be summoned once a Firekin reached the apex comprehension of fire. Alchemy Immortal had done it so far, but this wasn't too surprising since he was a Firekin. As a progenitor, it was natural that he could summon the true profundity of his race. However, the problem here was that a human was doing it. This was simply insane, a disruption of order. Common sense didn't apply to him. I see, the progenitor also used the profundity Tao of the fire race to refine the system, not only things from longevity scripture. Since you have the system's power, no wonder why you can summon the shield. The Elder Lord thought that this was the only plausible possibility. The big shots from the fire race felt much better. If a human could summon the ultimate meaning of their race, then there was nothing else to say. It would be a great embarrassment. A foolish know-it-all. Li Qiye only smiled. Though the shield was being pushed back, he didn't mind at all. The truth was that the Elder Lord guessed wrong. Alchemy Immortal never imprinted his race's mysteries into his Tao land. The reason why Li Qiye could summon the shield was very simple, he had the myriad flame. Chapter 2282, The Elder Lord simply snorted with a fierce glare, unfortunately, your cultivation is limited since you aren't a progenitor. The primal shield can't save you or the valley. With that, he waved his hand, seemingly pulling up another world. Boom! A world indeed started flying with another majestic momentum and power. Imperial rays emanated from it, illuminating the world. 3 figures appeared, each strong enough to rule the world. True emperors. A crowd could tell. 3 intents left behind by everlasting's emperors. Another ancestor said. This kingdom had produced 3 famous true emperors before. With such achievements, it was no wonder why they would dare to challenge Longevity Valley for the reign of the system. Boom! The 3 figures empowered the old man, especially the one in the center, Life Jewel. He looked more tangible with a stronger aura. Life Jewel was Everlasting Elder Lord's disciple, so the 2 of them were more compatible. Buzz. The Elder Lord became blindingly bright while enjoying a massive boost of power. He took control of the wheel and increased the rotational pace. It reached such a massive speed that it looked immobile to the naked eye. The same thing was happening to the black hole. Its absorption rate became much faster. Activate. The beam doubled in size after a shout from the Elder Lord. Boom! The fire shield failed to handle this surge and crumbled to numerous pieces. The assault carried an invincible force, blinding all spectators. It's over. Everyone on the altar was ready for death. They didn't expect for the beam to be powerful enough to go through the fire shield. They were certain that Li Qiye would turn to ashes along with the altar and themselves. It was too late to escape now, so they closed their eyes, awaiting death. However, none of this happened. The world seemed to have skipped a beat, so they opened their eyes again. Nothing happened. They looked down and found themselves to be perfectly fine before celebrating. Next, they turned and saw Li Qiye standing there. He didn't turn to ashes, contrary to everyone's expectations. The beam did connect on him, but his chest exuded a radiance like the flipping of a scripture. Numerous runes and symbols appeared on him. Longevity scripture. Someone recognized this force right away. No, that's not right. Upon closer inspection, they found that it wasn't the scripture. A green light was flowing through him, filling the entire system with life. Look! One fella pointed at the sky of herb plucking. They saw that this green light was actually coming from there. A massive and old tree appeared. Its trunk was big enough, requiring dozens of men connecting their hands to surround it. Alas, it had less than 10 branches and very few leaves. Its age was too great, so many branches have withered already. The tree itself could die at any moment. Nevertheless, its green glow still emitted so much life force. People were surprised that this near-death tree had enough life force to fill the system. The divine tree. Someone shouted after spotting it. Others didn't know about this tree and its immense power. The legend is true. Everlasting Elder Lord's expression soured. He had heard about this tree before, limited to the tales, of course. Now, its appearance confirmed the validity of these rumors. Know why I've been waiting? Li Chia smiled. I just want to show you the true power of longevity system, to let people know who are the real rulers here. Alchemy Immortal had left plenty of means behind. Don't think you can rely on some foreign powers to take over, such naive thinking. Time to end this. He raised both hands and with a deafening blast, all life force gathered to his hands. Screech! A phoenix hymn echoed across the area. A phoenix actually flew out of the tree to the astonishment of the crowd. Its feathers varied in colors. The bird landed on Li Chia and spread out its wings, seemingly opening a world. Boom! A scene of green took over the blue sky. Everything seemed to have disappeared, engulfed in this green life force. Wudong Phoenix Tree. The untethered finally recognized the name of the tree. So many progenitors wanted to get one for their own system. Possessing this tree would boost their system's power to the next level. The progenitor of Yang Radiance also tried to do this but failed, unlike Alchemy Immortal. The power of the Phoenix. The Elder Lord knew the strength of this tree as well. He just didn't expect for the tree to be here instead of Longevity Valley. Many geniuses also understood the source of the suppression when coming to these mountains. Too late. Li Chia pushed both hands forward and created his own maelstrom. It instantly shot out a green beam. Rumble. The world quaked as this green beam confronted the black beam. It was gaining ground due to its majestic life force. The green beam grew stronger, pushing the black beam out of Alchemy Hut and towards Everlasting. Not good. Everlasting Elder Lord and the 25 High Ancestors were astounded. That's the power of a phoenix, the representatives took a deep breath. We've underestimated longevity system. One of them said. In myriad lineage, longevity wasn't known for its military potential, definitely no match for Yang Radiance or Vermilion Martial Court. Some actually thought that it was only a second-rate system. Today, after seeing its resources, they realized that it only chose to keep a low profile. Chapter 2283, Rumble. The green beam continuously pushed its dark counterpart back. It didn't take long before the point of contact reached the border of Everlasting. Blood offering. The Elder Lord noticed the unfavorable situation and had no other choice but to let caution go with the wind. Blood offering. The 25 High Ancestors shouted after hearing this. Boom! The light of Everlasting turned into a red glow before blood oozed out. Ah! Half of the disciples in Everlasting Kingdom turned to blood. They initially used their true energy to move the momentum of the kingdom, but it ended up taking their vitality and lives. This was a colossal and frightening number of casualties. Their lives, Tao Foundation, and flesh turned into the purest power for the black hole. Rumble. After this blood sacrifice, the black hole spun at an unprecedented speed, seemingly turning evil with a bloody glow. Its power naturally erupted. Boom! The black hole devoured more power from longevity, doubling the size of the beam. In this instant, the world collapsed. The black beam was no longer losing and maintained a stalemate with the green beam. So cruel. People gasped, sacrificing half of their disciples in one go. This was a terrible massacre. My God, the sect masters that supported everlasting dropped to the ground. If this elder lord could kill his own disciples, they would be ruthless against anyone in the future after taking over. While the crowd was frightened by this cruel display, numerous divine trees descended around the border of everlasting. They instantly locked down everything. What's that? No one knew where they came from. Buzz. These trees stabilized and sealed off the power of longevity, preventing the black hole from further absorption. Multiple figures also appeared. They were the summoners, using these trees to destroy everlasting's foundation and current momentum. As these trees were destroying the Tao foundation, the momentum began to collapse in multiple places. The power of the black hole weakened as a result. Its longevity sage and a group of ancestors. A big shot activated his heavenly gaze and saw everything. People didn't know where they come from, but this ambush was definitely effective. The problem is that everlasting is still on longevity's ground. The valley in charge could still control everlasting's Tao foundation. One ancestor murmured. People understood that although everlasting's Tao foundation has been blessed by true emperors and sages to the point where it was virtually independent from longevity, it was still built upon this system. The valley could still destroy it using the power of the progenitor. It didn't take long before others understood why the valley maintained a low profile all this time, not interfering with the development and expansion of other sections. In fact, they weren't afraid because they were the ones truly in charge, possessing the Tao source of the system. Even if a sect's Tao foundation were to be extremely tough, the valley could still tear it apart. The valley's aloofness stemmed from complete confidence. It wasn't afraid of any betrayer. Stop! Everlasting Elder Lord was furious to see Longevity Sage and her group pressing for the capital of Everlasting. Boom! Despite the massive distance, the Elder Lord still unleashed a star-destroying palm strike. The borders of Everlasting exploded, but his opponent survived. The sage and the ancestors worked together to wield a weapon exuding an ancestral aura. It sealed off the area like a sky curtain, impossible to penetrate. An ancestral weapon from alchemy immortal. The crowd jumped from fear. Ancestral weapon. The Elder Lord was shocked. This was something they couldn't have, but the valley possessed some of them. It was just that they never used it publicly. Creak. A door suddenly opened in Longevity Valley. Behind it was a bright expanse with the power of a progenitor, no different from one being present. The Elder Lord was still an eternal and could instantly felt the danger. He turned towards the valley for a look. Buzz. A bow with an archaic presence suddenly emerged. A giant grabbed it and pulled the string back. Not good. The Elder Lord wanted to flee, but it was too late. An arrow dashed out with the power to slay gods and devils. It crossed through the domains and emerged right in front of the Elder Lord. It was fatal, impossible to dodge. Pluff. Blood jetted to the sky. The arrow pierced the old man's throat and he fell down instantly with his eyes agape in astonishment. He didn't expect to die to an ambush at his level. It's you, these were his last words after recognizing the assailant, but it was too late. His corpse finally landed and broke through the ground. Everything became quiet. This all happened so quickly, the valley breaking the momentum of Everlasting and killing the Elder Lord. This was swift, decisive, and merciless. Li Chia laughed and said, "So rude, I'm here working my butt off and all of you steal my thunder. Well, all of you better run fast." Boom! The power of the green beam intensified while the black hole weakened. This allowed the green beam to instantly reach the imperial city of Everlasting. Retreat! The sage and the others didn't make it there yet. They noticed the green annihilation and the sage gave the order. Not like this. On the other hand, the 25 high ancestors and the masters of everlasting shouted in horror. Boom! Not only was the black hole destroyed, but their entire imperial city also exploded. Only a crater was left behind. Everlasting was still there, but without its ruling city, it only existed in name now. Chapter 2284, The Sage and her men were already retreating. After the impact, a torrent of debris scattered everywhere. They had to muster some power to destroy the flying rocks and mud waves. It ended with them looking quite pitiful while climbing out of the mess. But this was still the best-case scenario. If they didn't run fast enough earlier, they would have been annihilated just like that imperial city. Of course, they were angry at Wuxia, but there was nothing they could do. The spectators were shocked. This madman didn't care about friends and foes, nearly killing the sage and the ancestors. Since the imperial city was rendered to ashes, the momentum of everlasting crumbled in whole. The disciples who became one with it were released and became paralyzed on the ground. Some looked at the crater where their capital used to be. They felt despair and hopelessness. Everlasting would cease to exist from now on in longevity system. These survivors didn't know how to feel. If the capital didn't go down, perhaps they would have suffered the same fate as the victims before them, turning into blood. Alas, this was also the end of their kingdom and home. They looked up at the sky with an empty gaze, uncertain of what's to come. At this particular juncture, the entire system fell into a hush. All eyes were on the crater, people were coming into terms with the death of a kingdom. Everlasting was the strongest military force here, but it didn't even put up a good fight. Nevertheless, Longevity Valley had made it obvious about the stability of their reign. Contrary to the notion of declination, the valley's power and resources far exceeded their imagination. The portal back there was gone now, same with the bow user earlier. No one knew which ancestor this was or how strong. Serenity and peace returned to this reclusive sect. No. After a long time, Everlasting Emperor regained his sanity and bellowed like a mad beast. Though he was still alive, his life was meaningless since his kingdom was gone now. Moreover, he was the one who started this coup. He became the sinner, the true criminal behind the kingdom's demise. How could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? He roared and jumped off the altar. It didn't take long before a bang was heard at the bottom. The guy committed suicide and became mincemeat. No one really said anything at the moment. The supporters of Everlasting didn't have the courage to run. Fleeing was useless right now. A monk can run but not his temple. Their sects and kingdoms won't be able to escape the incoming retribution. It was best to stay and await their punishment instead of making it worse. No one could touch the valley right now after an example was made of Everlasting. Attempting to do so would end with utter demise. Wuxia sat back in his chair, assuming his lazy pose. The Wudong phoenix tree on top of her plucking was gone too. A stark contrast indeed, the destroyer of Everlasting versus this fella resembling a lazy kitten. People found it hard to connect the merciless, mass murderer to the current him, someone akin to an ordinary mortal. They became frightened. Perhaps destroying a kingdom was no big deal to him, no different from enjoying a meal. The three sisters waited on him again, spoiling him like maids treating an emperor. Eventually, he asked the crowd, "Okay now, tell me, who is the leader of longevity?" "I'm all ears." Both the usurpers and loyalists glanced at each other. They didn't wish to anger this madman after seeing his terrible means. This was a tyrant, and a murderous one at that. Negotiation wasn't his forte either. "First brother, you are." One expert kneeled and shouted. "First brother." The crowd kneeled down, including the usurpers. They could have the courage to oppose Longevity Valley, but not enough balls to refute this guy. I see, we are of one mind then. Li Qie chuckled, but I'm not interested in being the leader at all. Someone else will do it. Oh, they're here now. Longevity Sage and the ancestors landed on the altar just in time. Valley Lord. Many disciples kneeled to greet her. The sage was still the master of the valley, so all the representatives of the other systems performed the necessary social formalities. Some shuddered while looking at her. There were rumors of her grave injuries a while ago, but she looked perfectly fine right now. This was clearly a play. Even if she was ambushed, her injuries were heavily exaggerated. The ancestors' attempt at saving her was just a show as well. Because of this, Everlasting thought that this would be the best opportunity to attack and seize the reign. Alas, the real victim here was Everlasting. They fell down the pit, and the saddest part was that they were the one who dug it. If they didn't start this war, Longevity Valley wouldn't have been able to do anything despite being aware of this potential threat. But now, a rebellion was an unforgivable sin. No one would say anything if the valley were to destroy Everlasting. The real schemer here was the valley, not Everlasting. Those who understood this felt a chill running down their spine. Alright, Beauty, I've dealt with the disaster and toiled as an errand boy while all of you are reaping the benefits. Li Qie looked at the sage and smiled. The play is over. The crowd was stunned and stared at the two of them. Keep in mind that in terms of status, she was his master. But now, he called her Beauty, lacking the respect a disciple should show his master. One's master should be treated as one's parents. Such a lack of filial piety deserved punishment or even expulsion. Chapter 2285. The sage didn't become angry at Li Qie's frivolous attitude and simply went to sit close to him. The crowd held their breath while watching this strange pair of master-disciple. They felt something strange because Li Qie was too domineering, acting above everyone, including his master. She seemed to be overshadowed before him. You are the first brother, capable of accepting the valley's legacies and shoulder great responsibility. The sage smile blossomed like 100 flowers. The three sisters looked more ordinary with her around. Such beauty could sway the soul. However, upon closer inspection, one would find a resemblance between her and Lan Miaozhen. Both were quite wily. Forget it, not interested. He smiled and reached to touch her gorgeous chin to have a better look at her face. The atmosphere became frozen. This was the Lord of the Valley and his master. Others wouldn't dare to be disrespectful around her, yet Li Qie did so publicly. The guy was ungovernable. Nevertheless, the whole thing seemed so natural. Whatever this ferocious man did, it felt just right and not surprising at all. Once he chose to step up, he could exceed everything, all bent to his whims. He pulled back before the stunned spectators and smiled. I'm not someone who minds playing the bad guy or do some labor, but there is a price for everything. Are you ready for it? It is all up to fate. Isn't this what you wanted anyway? The sage smiled, revealing a beauty on par with the untethered. It was just that the two of them had a different style. The latter was cold and supreme, rarely showing off her smile. Very well. He replied cheerfully, then it is time I take what is owed. The rest is up to you. Having said that, he stood up and teleported to the top of her plucking. Before the crowd could respond, he disappeared from sight. What is going on? People exchanged glances of confusion. He had destroyed Everlasting, thus his contribution exceeded everyone else in Longevity Valley. The situation had stabilized, so next was the celebration. He certainly deserved his moments of glory, the preamble before his ascension to being a leader. Alas, he left all of this to everyone's astonishment. He would have been able to do whatever he wanted in the system after doing so much. It would have been the right opportunity to establish his status. Instead, he didn't care about the rewards or authority. The three sisters sighed after seeing this. After interacting with him for the last several days, they realized that he didn't care for ruling Longevity Valley, and that he wouldn't stay for too long. This was a dragon, one that would soar across the 9 firmaments. The sage took back her spot on the throne and told everyone, "Many things have occurred, but it is still the date of the ceremony. Disciples of longevity have the responsibility to protect the peace. Our system has allowed for the races and sects to coexist with freedom and individual sovereignty. This, in turn, promotes growth, so I'm sure no one wishes to see the flames of war." The sage spoke softly, but the message resounded across the entire system. All experts heard it clearly. She was reaffirming the valley's status as the ruler in the system, just like the last millions of years. Sects have come and went, but the valley's position has never changed regardless of the crises and dilemmas. No other sect could replace this main branch, not in the past, present, or the future. May longevity lasts forever. The members of the crowd kneeled on the ground and shouted. The ceremony commences. The sage initiated the ceremony just in time. Peace had finally returned. With the smoke of incense wafting in the air, the group worshipped their ancestors. Next was the offering gifts. The sage stood in front and offered these items. Despite the usurping attempting, the ceremony still happened on an auspicious day with the valley in charge. The only thing different now was that the great everlasting had been turned to ashes. The order of power would change in the system, but the valley remained firmly on top. Sad and happy feelings were mixed in the crowd. The supporters of the valley naturally celebrated. Their stance during the conflict had determined their future position. The sad ones obviously picked everlasting. Even if the valley wouldn't eradicate their sect, it still would carry out judgment. Their role in the system would start a rapid decline. Ultimately, the ceremony this year was quite exciting. One step to either hell or heaven, one misstep to lose it all, not only in a personal sense but also by implicating their sect. In the end, the party ended and everyone went home. The representatives of the other systems said their goodbyes. The Untethered was the last to leave. She and Longevity Sage were the last 2 around. The atmosphere was quite calm. These were the 2 great beauties of myriad lineage, both from the Taoist doctrine. Their Taoist robe made it even more interesting and tempting. The sage was free and friendly while the Untethered acted cold and imperious. 2 different styles, beloved all the same. They reigned in myriad lineage not just because of their status and power. The 2 of them also possessed great insight and ideas. Do you know that your first disciple is in charge of Insane Court? The Untethered looked at the sage. Her cold voice was strangely pleasant. I'm aware, it's not a secret or anything. The sage smiled. Have you thought that he could also do the same to your system, controlling its Tao source? The Untethered continued. I have. He's talented enough to do anything without facing difficulties. Don't forget, Insane Court is still not completely clear of being a heretical sect. It's not wise to let longevity system falls into the hands of someone else. The Untethered put on a serious expression. I do recall that all systems have signed an agreement, recognizing Insane Court's legitimacy as a system. Are you so sure that the same madness won't return? Your valley will be the first to face opposition then. You underestimate my disciple. The sage shook her head. That virtue true God isn't qualified to be on the same level as him. Our entire world can't get into his sight. You sound quite confident. I simply believe in my eyes. Have you ever seen me misjudging someone? Chapter 2286, The Untethered stared at the sage for a bit before continuing, nothing in life is so certain. One day, your confidence might be the valley's undoing. Sounds like you wish to have a contest with me. The sage smiled with a hint of provocation. To which the Untethered responded, contest. In what manner? Your system against mine. The 2 Taoists had a special relationship, friends and rivals. Though there hasn't been a big fight between them, the competitive aspect was always around. Normally, they would prefer to have a bout of strategy instead of a physical duel. Fighting is so uncouth. The sage replied, "How about betting on my disciple? If you lose, I'll decide for him and take you in as his concubine. And if you lose?" The always expressionless untethered actually provoked. The sage had a playful expression unseen by outsiders. She grabbed the untethered's chin and chuckled, "If I lose, I'm fine with being your bed warmer. You don't lose either way." The untethered glared back, looking both arrogant yet cute. "Then what do you want?" The sage blinked one eye, resembling a little devil. One would find it hard to recognize her right now. "No need for that." The untethered said, "Defending traditional moral principles is our duty. If your disciple falls into the heretical path, I will be the first to take him down. If that actually happens, I don't think you will be able to stop him. He'll just take you in as a concubine, of course, this is predicated on him being interested in you in the first place." The sage smiled. "We'll see if he has the ability to do so." The untethered's coldness made people want to conquer her. "Don't worry, he's definitely capable." The sage smiled deviously, "But if he doesn't, I'll make him take you in anyway." The two bantering women looked too alluring right now. "Are you still sleepy?" The untethered said flatly, "It won't just be my sect at that point but all of myriad lineage. Vermilion Martial Court, Coiling Dragon, and many others. You won't be in charge at that point since your own system won't follow you." She warned the sage, no longer joking around. The sage stretched forward, revealing all of her enchanting curves. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see them. She didn't seem to mind at all. "My little sister, even if he's insane, he's more rational than anyone else and no one can control him. His eyes should have told you this." The untethered stared at the sage's curves, unaffected. "Regardless of what you say or how much you trust him, I'll remain cautious. Also, you're younger than me. Watch your honorifics. So that's your sect's stance on the issue. However, I trust my intuition more." The sage shrugged and smiled. "Then you better take care of yourself. A few things will be out of our control once it escalates to that level." The untethered warned. "True. However, the one you should be cautious about is not my disciple, but that Mu guy." The untethered became attentive right away. "What did you found during your trip to the martial court?" "Nothing, but the court is too close to this guy right now, he is definitely scheming something." The sage's expression turned cold with a rare murderous intent. It was hard to imagine someone like her being murderous, so something was going on below the surface. "So, he played a part in urging Everlasting to attempt the coup?" The untethered's eyes narrowed. Despite their rivalry that could be too heated at times, the two also had an implicit understanding. "Everlasting couldn't have access to a few things we saw," the sage said. "What does he want?" "The Mu clan up there can blot out the heaven." The untethered wondered. "I'm sure it isn't simple. Whatever reasons he used to come down here will be a lie. The storm will start from him." The sage believed. "People from Imperial are coveting our world?" The untethered came up with this possibility. "I don't think so. In my opinion, just certain individuals." The sage chuckled, "Though our myriad isn't on the same level as Imperial, we have also produced many progenitors. If anyone wants to take over, they must look up at the horizon first." The untethered nodded, agreeing with this comment. "Someone is playing with fire right now." The sage continued, "And this person can influence our entire world. That's why you should worry about him instead of my disciple. And maybe, in the future, your sect will ask my disciple for help. He's the only person who would dare to destroy the Mu clan without any scruple." "This is blind confidence." The untethered said, "You haven't been to Imperial but still know of the Mu clan's power. Just imagine the consequence of killing anyone from there, his clan might even come down for a killing." No one dares to provoke them in Imperial, let alone our world. The sage smiled again, my disciple will. Trust me, everything is ephemeral and fleeting in his eyes. That Mu guy can only do whatever he wants here because of his clan's reputation. But my disciple will treat Mu as just another last name. Your plan is to urge the tiger to eat the wolf. The untethered said. Little sister, don't put it like that. Leave it all up to fate, certain things will be ended eventually by the destined ones. Once again, I'm afraid you're not the one to decide the players and the chess pieces. The untethered remained skeptical. No, I'm not a player but not a chess piece either, only a spectator. Little sister, you're taking this too seriously because of your great responsibility. We are different since you need to maintain your sect status in myriad lineage. But as for me, it doesn't matter since the valley is only a third-rate sect. Let the world competes for status and wealth. For example, so what if Everlasting wants to take over? We would have let them if they were capable and right for the job. The sage spoke with such freedom while staring up at the horizon. This further exposed her beautiful, white neck. Yang Radiance must still stay as Yang Radiance. The untethered concluded. Yang Radiance was different from Longevity Valley. It was considered in the top 3 of myriad lineage, perhaps even number 1. It wanted to maintain a worthy status and authority. The valley was the opposite, hence the common belief that it had declined. They didn't care much since unlike Yang Radiance, they didn't care about protecting its spot in the world. Again, be careful, the Mu clan might have control over the martial court and your sect will be next. When your sect is gone, myriad lineage is as good as theirs. Are you ready for this? The sage smiled. It's not like your valley will be able to escape either. The untethered said. That's fine, if sects like yours can't handle it by then, we wouldn't be able to change anything either. The sage was much more carefree, but I'll give you an idea. Just follow my disciple and let him be in charge of your sect. His domineering attitude and your sect's power will be able to handle anything. Daydreaming again. The untethered gave the sage the side eye again. Chapter 2287, Gurgling creeks populated this mysterious area with a tree next to a bigger river. It was quite old with many branches falling down and floating downstream. Wudong Phoenix Tree, its branches were naturally the famous alchemy wood that would eventually go down the waterfalls and into the lake. Li Qiye meditated beneath the tree while opening his fate palace. His primordial tree became dazzling while the Dao fruit swayed with the wind. Its movement filled with the Dao forced the myriad worlds to shake along. The Wudong tree poured down a green light filled with life onto the primordial tree, making it even more beautiful. But this wasn't a one-sided affair. Li Qiye's tree exuded a primordial energy to open a pristine world for the Wudong tree, granting it all the necessary nutrients and fertilizers. The Wudong tree seemingly grew younger by a significant amount. The Dao fruit continued to mature, almost ripe enough to fall to the ground. When it touched the ground, it wouldn't be strange if 1,000,000 more new Dao come into being. If this were the case, it would be a magnificent scene with many new worlds coming into fruition. Of course, this Dao fruit would never fall since it was eternal. On a different verdant branch close to the tip, a tiny sprout was forming as if another Dao flower would come out. This would be the second Dao fruit. Alas, the time wasn't right. This process would be quite smooth and herald an unprecedented transformation. Who knows how long Li Qiye has been sitting there? He eventually opened his eyes after a long while. He spread out his hand with an action like turning a knob, seemingly wanting to open space. Buzz. After he turned far enough, a door indeed appeared. One person came in with her Daoist robe fluttering, Longevity Sage. The door disappeared afterward. She became emotional while standing before the Wudong tree. The legend is true, our progenitor did leave something amazing behind on her plucking. All the ancestors wanted this tree but none were successful. In the last few days, the sage was busy with stabilizing the system. She knew Li Qie hasn't left, so she decided to climb up this mountain to wait for him. In the end, he opened this portal for her. It's because all of you have desires. Li Qie leisurely said, occasionally, it's not about what you can gain from it, but what you can do for it. This is the foundation of a sect, built from the accumulation across many generations. If you all want to benefit from it, then even more resources would eventually be depleted. Your progenitor was quite smart, not leaving everything to the valley but spreading it out across the system so that it won't run out. True, the sage nodded. Their valley once had true emperors planning about her plucking. Some of these sages believed in the legends of the tree and wanted to bring the whole place back to the valley. After all, Alchemy Hut belonged to everyone, so there were things outside of their control. This wouldn't happen if they were to move it back to the valley. Unfortunately, in spite of their immense power, these ancestors couldn't find the mysteries of what Alchemy Immortal left behind, let alone finding methods of bringing the tree back here. Is it withering? She noticed signs of withering, such as a lack of branches and leaves. Right. Li Qie nodded. It has lived for far too long, so it's about that time to die of old age. Of course, it'll still last a long time compared to cultivators even in this state. Is it salvageable? We have a lot of medicines and materials, maybe they can save it. She asked. She was a master alchemist and her sect specialized in longevity. Perhaps they could save the tree due to their great experience. Good question. Li Qie said, as I have said, think about what you can do for it. When the opportunity arrives, saving it is not impossible. What should we do? She humbly asked. You all should come up with the answer, not me. He sat there and shook his head. The sage only sighed and could only leave it up to fate, true to her favorite quote. If it wasn't meant to be, trying was only a waste of time. The sage coolly sat down next to him, hands on knees while resting her head on top and looking at Li Qie. Not bad acting. Li Qie stretched and chuckled, everlasting, those fools thought their plan had succeeded. It's not acting. She chuckled, I was truly wounded, it is thanks to you that things unraveled in this manner. We simply went along with the flow. It's fine, it is my responsibility after accepting the role of first disciple. But I wonder if you all are ready, it is time for the payment. Li Qie looked at her and said. She sighed and knew that there was no free lunch in this world. The guy didn't care for this position. What do you want? Since she was here, she was well prepared for whatever absurd demand he wanted. After all, this was a twist of fate for their sect, and it was time to pay up. I want the longevity root. Li Qie calmly said. Impossible. We can't do that. She instantly jumped up in astonishment. Nothing is impossible. Li Qie nonchalantly replied. She couldn't maintain her perpetual calmness. Her expression kept on changing as she stared at him. In the end, she shook her head, you surely know how important this root is to us. No, it is only a medicinal root to your sect, you all can't comprehend and figure out its profundity, it won't grant you immortality and indestructibility. Li Qie elaborated, you are only wasting it by plucking some leaves to refine nonsensical pills. But it is also our symbol, our defining treasure personally planted by the progenitor. It carries great significance. She said seriously. I know, but so what? It is in essence just a medicinal plant for your sect, but that won't be the case in my possession. He shook his head, it won't be a longevity root there, just a simple plant. If you change your demand, anything is negotiable. She didn't know what to do. Despite being prepared for an outrageous demand, she still didn't expect for him to ask for their defining treasure. This particular plant was too precious for them. As he said, it couldn't grant immortality to their ancestors, but something personally cultivated by their progenitor must have an amazing secret behind it. Moreover, the pills refined from its leaves were no joke. It is the only thing I want. I don't care for the rest. He calmly said. She felt a bit breathless after hearing this. She thought for a bit before giving a serious answer. I can't decide this matter on my own, not the ancestors either. One can even say that no one can because in a certain sense, the root can only change master with the destruction of the valley. I'm aware, that's why I'm talking to you right now. If I were an unreasonable person, I would have taken it already. You think your sect is capable of stopping me? He flatly said. Chapter 2288, The sage took her time thinking before quietly speaking. I still don't think it's possible. This root is too significant to us, our valley will only exist in name after losing it. How so? Li Qie smiled. If a system relies solely on an immortal medicine, then what's the point of the Tao source and other foundations? Missing the Tao source is the only way a system exists in name only. Plus, this isn't a negotiation. I'm simply telling you that if it is impossible, make it possible. The sage shook her head. That's pushing it. Why must we go this far? Not far at all. Li Qie chuckled. I need it not for longevity but rather, its origin, roots, and profundities. All of these are beyond your level, so I will have it. It is useless in your sect right now. Even if I'm willing, the elders might not be. She eventually said. Then I'll just forcefully take it. Don't blame me for being rude then. He said. Her expression darkened as she glared at him. That's an exaggeration, we're still a system. So what? Li Qie smirked. I don't mind fighting against all of myriad lineage, let alone one system. When I make up my mind, I don't give a damn about anyone, even across all of three immortals. If you are insightful and know when to back off, then your future will be bright. Doing the opposite is courting death. You think our sect can be bullied so easily? She angrily glared. No, I don't think so. I simply think that I will kill whoever in my path, regardless of how powerful they are. He said with gravity. Anyone else would have erupted in anger right now after hearing such contemptuous words. Moreover, her sect had just destroyed Everlasting, so they felt quite confident. Others would think that Li Qie was boasting and being ignorant. She, on the other hand, knew that he wasn't messing around. His next action could be earth-shattering. Though she was still bullish about her own sect, thinking that they could deal with any problem despite not being as strong as Young Radiance and the Martial Court, she wasn't quite confident when their foe was Li Qie. She wasn't sure of just how monstrous he truly was. I'm a reasonable person or I wouldn't have become your first disciple and help you destroy Everlasting. Be generous and I shall do the same. If I take your longevity route, I will also present a gift. Having said that, a poof came about along with a flame jumping in his palm. Myriad flame, she gasped with a changed expression. This is the fate between us. Li Qie said. A supreme fire seed, greatly related to our fire race. She nodded. She was also a firekin, so this flame was precious beyond words. It could derive their race's true profundity, such as the fire shield used by Li Qie earlier. Moreover, that shield was only one part. They could create many more mystical abilities and items after obtaining it. She wasn't the only firekin at the valley either. Plenty of disciples came from the fire race because their progenitor was also one. That's why when she met him for the first time, she felt a unique fire seed. That's why she mentioned the fateful connection between the two of them. It wasn't just a random statement. I don't need to blabber on about its value, this is something your progenitor desired but couldn't have. Li Qie said, if I were to leave it at your valley, which is more precious, this or the longevity route? This prompted another contemplation session for the sage. Their root had ties with immortality, but this was strictly a legend. No one in their sect could understand its true mystery, not even their progenitor. This resulted in the root's limited effectiveness. It would be an entirely different story if they were to have myriad flame. Outside of having many firekins, their main business was pill-making and alchemy. This flame was very precious for alchemists. They could come up with materials meant for making pills at the progenitor level, or their alchemists could reach the level for making the top pills, but without the right fire seed, they couldn't do anything. This problem would be solved with myriad flame. Moreover, this flame would also improve the existing fire seeds in the valley. This would allow for their alchemists to reach the next level. It was an improvement in all aspects. Their alchemists and fire seeds greatly benefited from this. Their alchemy would be even more untouchable than now. So, in terms of usability, myriad flame was superior to longevity root. The latter was mainly important for symbolic reasons. At this moment, the flame was traveling from Wuxia's hand towards the sage. It eventually fell into her grasp. Go back and tell your ancestors that everyone will be happy with this and the future will still be bright. Wuxia said, but if you feel that you can try to go against me, then that's even better for me. I'll gain more than just that root. The sage only sighed without responding. Of course, I don't want war either because the girls in the valley are so beautiful, including a master like you. It would be so sad if I have to stain my hand with blood. He smiled. The sage put the flame away. This conversation was over now regardless of her sex intent. She sat down again in the same pose as before. I don't question your abilities, but I do want to warn you about something. Be careful, people are watching you. Oh. He smiled, not giving a damn. The sage continued, the attempted rebellion isn't a coincidence. Someone was working in the shadows, perhaps a young noble from the Mu, someone from up there. He is quite influential here with numerous followers, but more importantly, his clan is unbelievably strong. Whatever, just a bunch of dogs and cats, can't reach the apex. He casually responded. Good. She lightly smiled before speaking, however, I've heard that Vermilion Martial Court wishes to have a marriage alliance with them. I see, you wish to have the tiger bite the wolf again. Wuxia knew what she was doing. I don't dare, I'm just stating the truth. She went on, plus, I don't need to egg you on about this matter since you want to kill whoever is in your way, so that phrase doesn't apply here. That's true. Mu clan or not, I'll kill them all. The two of them chatted for a bit before the sage left. Wuxia went back to meditating beneath the wudong tree. This Zen state made a single moment seems like 1,000 years. Chapter 2289, As the old branches of the wudong tree rustled to the wind, the world became eternal, seemingly the same for millions of years. The peacefulness was accompanied by the vibrant force of life. Longevity system enjoyed this quiet moment as well. After Everlasting was destroyed and Longevity Valley took care of the rest, order returned. No one dared to say anything at this moment. In the past, a few sects were scheming in the background, wanting to challenge the valley's authority. But now, the valley destroyed Everlasting with lightning speed, letting everyone see their true power. That's why all of the sects killed their ideas. On this day, paper boats suddenly appeared and broke the serenity. The sky came together along with spatial fluctuations. A portal with the shape of a black hole appeared. It wasn't spinning and lacked a sucking force found in black holes, it had a greater resemblance to a black mirror. Amidst the confusion, ripples appeared on the surface. Tiny boats from the black hole flew out, not made of wood but rather layers of black papers. These boats started scattering towards different directions with incredible speed. They crossed through one system after another in the blink of an eye. In just a short time, they filled the entire sky. Many were stunned, especially the young ones. Money fall. Someone from the previous generation shouted. It's coming to myriad lineage again, this is great news. The older ones knew the significance behind this. Moneyfall is here, go, tell everyone and let's get ready to go in. One of them told the rest. Moneyfall is here. An ancestor saw the black paper boat flying in the sky and became excited. This fortune is finally coming to our world. I didn't think I could see it during my lifetime. Prepare now, I'll take you all there. One sect master told his disciples, open the treasury, we want as many true coins as possible. This development spread across all of Myriad lineage and everyone became excited. What's Moneyfall? A newly debuted cultivator didn't know what was going on with the boats flying everywhere. That's one of the 6 great redeeming grounds. An older expert explained, with money comes chances. It might make you rich with an abundance of resources. Really? Skepticism reared its head. Of course. The senior responded instantly, if you are lucky, just throwing 1 coin down can get you a supreme treasure, allowing you to sweep through the world. It's that amazing. Another junior swallowed his saliva, then what are we waiting for? Let's pack up and go. Stop daydreaming. The senior smacked his head, someone unlucky as you wants to get rich off 1 coin. The chance is very low. Exchanging 1 coin might get a devil to come out and devour you. A devil. This frightened junior felt his dream being shattered. Not necessarily a devil, but other dangerous creatures. Exchanging coins can result in luck and treasure or danger, such as a powerful monster. These monsters will only look for the one who threw the money down. There's no escaping them. The senior elaborated. Then why the hell are we going? The juniors lost their excitement right away. Idiot. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you just want an easy life, then stay home and forget about it. A cultivator lives his life next to the blade. The senior glared at them, plus, the chance for fortune is greater. Moreover, I guess you can try to run as fast as possible from these monsters. A true emperor once spent a lot of true coins there and then swept through everything to find treasure on top of helping his juniors. This is a chance to leap to the Dragon Gate. Things like this have happened in the past before. Then let's go, I'll just follow your master. Another disciple found hope and blurted out. Calm your ass. The senior playfully smacked this junior too. First, we need to ask the sect master for true coins. Moneyfall is a place where the more coins you have, the better, it can even save you. Really? The junior didn't buy it completely. Duh. Of course, I'm serious. This is a world where money talks. Everything is easy with money, but if not, it's hard to do anything there. The senior said, we just need to ask for as many true coins as possible, or we can't even board the boats. It's finally our turn, we can't let imperial and immortal lineage get all the good stuff. Another added. Moneyfall was a special place, one of the 6 redeeming grounds. It would appear randomly without any set of rules. It could appear once every generation or several, in myriad, imperial, or immortal. When one dropped coins down in this magical place, it could summon a treasure, immortal weapon, or even a divine beast. Of course, being unlucky would probably mean death. Not only would they lose their coins for nothing, but the summoned danger could also end their lives. Nevertheless, the appearance of this area brought about excitement each time and people came in droves. Opportunities and danger were together here, so many became rich overnight while many lost their lives. How do we go in? A youth was eager to try. Board those black boats, that's the only way. One experienced senior cultivator said. Coincidentally enough, one black boat was actually above them. The youth jumped up and sat down. Let's go to Moneyfall. The youth shouted. However, the boat didn't react and continued flying on its initial trajectory. Go, to that portal. The youth tried to change the direction of the boat to no avail. Pay the fee or you won't go anywhere. His senior immediately shouted after seeing the youth trying to use brute force. But it was too late, the bottom of the black boat split apart and the junior immediately fell down. Boom! He slammed heavily on the ground, face first to the mud. Another older expert was well prepared. He jumped on the boat and immediately dropped some true coins. Clank! With that, this boat immediately turned around and headed for the black portal. Some youths copied this and successfully changed the course. However, after some distance, these boats suddenly stopped. Keep on dropping, the longer the journey, the more coins. 1 coin alone can't take you there. His senior reminded. What a scam. We still have to pay after the initial one. The youth had no choice but to continue dropping his coins. The boat naturally continued towards the portal after receiving the payment. Chapter 2290, Myriad lineage became lively with many impatient souls climbing up the paper boat and offering their coins. Plenty of black boats was available since so many came out of the black portal. It could be said that no matter where one was in Myriad, even in the most remote region, they would be able to see these boats. That's why as long as one's pocket was filled, they could climb up these boats and reach Moneyfall in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the longer journeys required more coins. Li Qiye descended from her plucking not long after Moneyfall's appearance. The 3 sisters have been waiting for the entire time, an order from the sage. Senior brother, are you going back to the valley now? The quiet Mu Yalan was the first to ask with a wanting expression. Though they didn't know what he and their master talked about, intuition told them that there was a rift. Of course, they truly wanted for him to come back. The valley needed someone like him. Plus, they enjoyed the time spent together in the last several days. No, not right now. Li Qiye shook his head while staring at the boats in the sky. He then turned towards the direction of the black portal, peering through the great distance to see through it. You want to go to Moneyfall? Miaozhen knew right away. Yes, I've been wanting to go there, so its appearance now is saving me a lot of time. He spoke, eyes slightly batted. Others were there for treasures and fortunes, but he wanted to meet an existence in that place. I'll go with you then, it's nice to have a companion. Miaozhen blinked and smiled cutely. Us too. Both Mu Yalan and Qin Xiaoyao wanted to tag along. No, if you're going to go, do it with the Valley Lord. Li Qiye looked at one boat and said, I still have some business that might be a bit troublesome. You want to go to Imperial Parish. Miaozhen was smart enough to deduce this. He was someone who wasn't afraid of anything, so something troublesome must be quite horrifying. She immediately thought about a place that fits the description, Imperial Parish. Indeed. Li Qiye's eyes became profound. He knew that he must go there due to all the memories he had obtained. Imperial Parish, both the other girls naturally knew this place. That's too dangerous. Xiaoyao's expression turned pale, there's no leaving that terrible place. Several true gods have died there, even Sacred Heel progenitor never returned. All eyes were on Li Qiye now. All the girls have heard from their seniors about this horrifying place. Not to mention true emperors, even one progenitor have died there, the creator of Sacred Heel system. A progenitor was an invincible existence, virtually unmatched outside of their peers. Alas, Sacred Heel never came out. It wasn't because he was weak but rather, that place was too much to handle. No one tried to do so later on. Thus, the 3 girls were justifiably concerned. Li Qiye smiled, it's fine, just a quick look. I don't have plans to stay there for long. The girls smiled wryly. Just taking a look at Imperial Parish? Nevertheless, this was Li Qiye they were talking about. Go back to the valley now. He told the 3, if you really want to go, the Valley Lord will pick a good time. They could only nod their heads since they needed to report his journey to Imperial Parish to the sage. Senior brother, the reserved Yalan called out and hesitated for a moment before continuing, Will you still be the first brother of the valley? All three stared at him with hopeful eyes. Though they didn't stay together for that long, he left a deep impression on them. In fact, they benefited greatly from the interactions as if he was a real first brother. Though their master didn't say anything, they knew that things have gone south and that Li Qie was only the first disciple in name. He could leave at any moment or worse, a fight could break out. He chuckled after seeing their glimmering gaze before answering, "That's not important whether I'm the first disciple or not. At the very least, we are indeed connected by fate. Everything is possible in that case." Having said that, he flashed into disappearance and emerged again on top of a black boat. He casually threw a coin down as well. Clank. The coin melted, causing a ripple on the ground before disappearing. The boat turned and shot out like an arrow towards the portal with amazing speed. It was crossing through the spatial fabrics. One would be left wondering how a paper boat could have such power. The girls watched his boat fade out in the horizon before withdrawing their gaze. "Let's go back." Miaozhen sighed and told the other two. Their sect won completely during the ceremony and destroyed the ambitious everlasting. They should be happy right now, but alas, their mind was heavy, aware that certain things were wrong between Li Qie and the valley. They saw their master's expression and perhaps a fight could even break out. This was something they didn't want to see the most. After all, they have fought together with Li Qie before. The boat brought Li Qie towards the portal. Along the way, many other boats were doing the same thing. Some had one passenger while others carried large groups. The more people, the more coins were required. Both the young and old were excited, eager to try for the treasures and fortunes at Moneyfall. The boats arrived quickly to the portal. Still more boats were coming out while some from all over the world were about to come in. When these boats touched the black hole, they seemed to be swallowed up, a bit of a daunting scene. This horrifying scene instead stirred the crowd into excitement. One youth actually shouted, "Here I come, Moneyfall." Meanwhile, Li Qie was as nonchalant as ever inside his boat. Poof! His boat entered the portal. A black tide suddenly engulfed him as if the portal was an ocean instead. Chapter 2291, Chapter 2291, Measuring this world. Entering the portal wasn't a suffocating ordeal, only met with a dark expanse that could cloud even heavenly gazes. The timid and weak would certainly be afraid, but fortunately for them, this process didn't last long. A light eventually came about with a pop. The black boats successfully traveled through the portal to reach Moneyfall. Poof! The paper boats ignited and turned to ashes. There were people as far as the eye can see. They have left their boats and stay in this place called the Crossing. This area had around 10,000 cultivators now from systems all over myriad lineage. Even the famous sect leaders or the lords of systems were here too. Some have never met each other before until now. After all, myriad lineage was too vast, true to its name of having 10,000 lineages. But many of these masters were here today just for Waterfall. Brother Mad Sky, it has been 5,000 years since our last meeting at War Shore. I didn't think I could see you again. One ancestor was excited to see a friend. Yes, I thought I would only see you at my funeral, Brother Treasure Void. His friend, an ancestor as well, heartily laughed. Though many came for the treasures, seeing friends after several thousand years was also a great occasion. Schoolmaster Soaring Crane, your reputation precedes you. I heard that your crane dance is supreme. People tried to make friends as well. Your reputation also precedes you, Sectmaster Roaming Dragon. Your sword has slain numerous villains, I'm a big fan. These social exchanges and reminiscence went on for quite a bit. As long as there was no conflict in interest, the atmosphere remained friendly. Alright, let's go find a true ground. There were those who couldn't wait any longer. This was a vast land with majestic mountains and rivers. Even a pinnacle of a single mountain was as massive as a regular plain at any other place. The geography here wasn't much different from myriad lineage. Let's go. People started trying to find their own places. We don't need to travel on foot. Someone reminded and pointed over yonder. Can we use the ascension platform to take us there? Maybe the first stop will be a treasure ground. Everyone followed this direction and saw a place resembling an altar with many engraved runes. Where can it take you? Someone had to ask. Luck-based, but the more money you give it, the farther it will take you. Some ancestors believe the quality of the location is proportional to the offering amount too. I don't know if this is true or not. An older cultivator said. I'm off then. Someone got up there and threw true coins up there. They disappeared once they touched the ground. Boom! This person was shot out like a cannon and disappeared into the horizon. Kids, get on there so we don't have to walk. A senior and his juniors offered the coins and were blown flying as well. In a short time, everyone wanted to save time and climbed up the platform to reach the other locations. Rumor has it that the farthest place in this land had the best treasure grounds. Well, we'll walk. The cultivators from the smaller sects didn't have as much money to use the altar and needed to spend them wisely. Thus, their seniors started leading the way. Come, I know a place. One ancestor had records from his ancestors and didn't need to use the platform. Li Qie was also too lazy to walk and got on the platform. He casually threw one coin down and was shot up like the rest, no different from a shooting star. Boom! Li Qie finally fell down on a towering peak. He looked around and it certainly didn't look like a treasure ground. His luck was rotten, so he was taken to a bad location. Of course, he didn't mind at all since he just wanted a quiet place. He looked around and noticed that he was the first here. He smiled and took out Heaven Reckon. It dazzled like the gathering of 1,000,000 stars. This brightness only intensified with time as if more stars were gathering. The flowing runes became richer and more diverse as if they were relaying some information. Heaven Reckon could measure everything in existence, including the future or the will of the heavens. This land was its target at this moment. This ability was the reason why the ruler was so magical and precious. Li Qie seemed to be one with the ruler, accepting the ocean of information transmitted to him. Extraordinary, this place can't be measured in entirety. Those things. Li Qie became slightly emotional. Keep in mind that the ruler was a heaven-defying item, one of the greatest treasures in the Buddhist epoch. One epoch was so long and prosperous, so it produced plenty of treasures. A treasure from a grand emperor wasn't that exceptional in the grand scheme of things, no match for Heaven Reckon. Even if it wasn't on the same level as a paragon artifact, its abilities were actually on the same level. But now, there were things here that the ruler can't gauge completely. This was quite frightening. Now it's interesting. Li Qie chuckled, the burial grounds seemed less colorful in comparison. Buzz. The ruler became even brighter. It was just a concentration of light, no longer possessing a physical form. This ray looked like an edge sharp enough to cut through everything. Time to see what thing is stopping my will. Li Qie pinned the ray into the ground. The thick ground seemed as thin as paper and was instantly penetrated. The ray penetrated the underground mantle completely. Li Qie sat down in the meditative pose and turned into a supreme grand Tao. It quietly flowed like time and became one with everything else. This allowed for Li Qie to become one with Moneyfall. The world lost all sounds. The purposely obscured locations in this area became brighter. Some things were moving a bit too. Though no other cultivators could detect this minuscule change, a monster seemed to be coming back to life in the depths of Moneyfall. Chapter 2292, Li Qie slowly re-emerged after some time had passed. Strands of light came out of the ground and gathered on his palm, eventually forming Heaven Reckon again. The ruler changed quite a bit, its light became more luminous with signs of returning to the origin, changing from complexity to simplicity. Everything became part of a singular scale, easy to grasp. He seemed to have fallen asleep while the ruler continued to exude rippling radiance. All mysteries were hidden within. When he opened his eyes again, they profoundly glared at the far horizon. I see. I'm a reasonable and cultured person, so I'll start with peaceful measures first. Having said that, he set off with a smirk. This place was far bigger than any single system. No one knew of its exact size. At this moment, people were coming and going to find treasure grounds and fortunes. Over there, it's an official ground. A senior looked at a mountain ahead and told his group of disciples. These juniors didn't notice anything special at all. One of them asked, "Master, what is an official ground?" "It's a place with a marked price. As long as you pay it, there is a chance." The master responded. "And if there isn't?" The disciple inquired again. "Those are wildlands with no known price. People can throw money there and get nothing in return. Of course, if one is lucky enough, they can become rich by just spending one coin. A lot of people gamble there." The master patiently explained. "That's the only difference." The disciple continued. "Official grounds are much safer and easier to escape from." The master answered. "We want to buy that mountain." Another question came up. "We don't have that much money, only that little area." The senior pointed towards the east. "Who do we buy it from?" The disciples saw that it was deserted. "No, from anyone." The group got there and the master said, "See that sign? If there is a sign, it's an official ground. No sign means that it is a wildland." The juniors looked down and saw a symbol of a golden coin on the ground. It seemed like it originated from an ancient era. The carvings have faded for the most part. "How much is it?" A different disciple looked at the symbol but didn't understand anything. "It hasn't appeared yet, we need to ask." The master shook his head and smiled. With that, he threw a coin at the symbol. Clank! The coin disappeared right away. The symbol lit up and revealed a number after a buzz. "What the hell? Wanting true coins for a price check. It wants to squeeze us dry." One of them complained. "That's why the rich do very well here. Without money, taking a single step is hard, let alone finding treasures." The master smiled. It wants 30,000 true coins at the true warrior level." One disciple stuttered. The group looked around and became speechless. This land had less than 10 fields yet it wanted such a high price. "It's too expensive." They shared this sentiment because they weren't from a big sect and had limited money. "Have to try." The master gritted his teeth and took out a spatial pouch. He counted the coins and took out exactly 30,000 true coins of the true warrior level. He naturally didn't want to spend so much because it wasn't easy for them to save for it. "Get back now, if something bad happens, just run. You're not strong enough to handle anything dangerous," the master told his disciples. After the youths retreated far away, the master finally threw down the coins. Clank! All the coins disappeared after touching the ground. Crack! This area suddenly cracked in many places. Finally, an item underground came out in the same location as the symbol. It emitted strands of lights with an ancient aura. "Yes. Looks like a treasure talisman." The group saw this talisman and didn't know what it was. Nevertheless, its aura was quite impressive. "Quite a profit, 30,000 true coins for this item." The master became excited. "Master, we have to put it away lest others notice." A smart disciple rushed over to take the talisman. "Watch out!" The master noticed a disturbance underground and became startled. Alas, it was too late. Blood splashed everywhere. A long tentacle dripped out of the ground and penetrated this disciple's chest, resulting in instant death. Master, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. His master couldn't save him. Second brother. The others screamed. Don't come over. This master decisively pushed everyone back right when more tentacles came out of the ground. They surrounded the talisman. Each was as black as ink with scales and thorns, quite a terrifying spectacle. People didn't know what kind of monster was underground after seeing them. Go call your first uncle and the others, we'll fight our way in together. The master didn't want to lose this talisman and told one junior. This youth immediately went to ask for help. These things happened quite often in Moneyfall. The result and the accompanying emotions varied as well. On a particular flat mound, someone was dropping some true coins. This stimulated some cracking noises before a beam shooting to the sky. Lotus lamp, this is an ancient artifact. The expert became ecstatic and left right away with the treasure. Others would become greedy after finding out. So lucky, spending only 3,000 true hero coins for an ancient artifact, that's some heaven-defying luck. Greed and envy engulfed the area. Clank. Someone else spent a massive amount of coins and the place suddenly collapsed. Before people could reach, a howl came about. Long teeth appeared before a massive bloody jaw. It swallowed everyone instantly while biting down on their bones. No, some people managed to scream before being eaten alive. After devouring everyone, the jaw retreated back to the ground. Shit, aren't official grounds safer? A spectator in the distance shuddered. Yes, relative to the wildlands. But the higher-priced areas are proportionally more dangerous. An older cultivator explained. Chapter 2293, News came every second at Moneyfall about successful treasure hunts and death. Opportunities came with risks. It didn't matter the fierce monsters appearing at a particular treasure ground. They couldn't deter greed, so people continued trying. Southern Border Mountain got one disciple using 300 stones at the true disciple's 6th level to trade for a magical fur with a consciousness over at the Wildland. It's going to be worth so much since this is something that belongs to a legendary beast, even its fur and skin are sentient to an extent. The sky's the limit with such an item. An old cultivator spread this message. That little coins for a magical fur. Eyes turned red instantly after hearing this. Let's go to the Wildland, that's the real gamble, maybe we can exchange one coin for something earth-shattering. People rushed to find the Wildlands. Clank. 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 This crisp sound of coin dropping resounded everywhere, almost a tune of waterfall. A disciple from a great sect threw a considerable amount of coins inside a valley. They dissolved and disappeared right away. Brother Wu, let's stop now. You have thrown away 3 million coins and got nothing out of it. A few friends asked this youth to stop. No, it's not easy finding a piece of wildland, how can I give up? 2 more millions. The youth continued. Clank. This large amount only took 1 second to disappear. Crack. At this moment, the valley had multiple fissures. It's coming. My treasure. I'm about to ascend. This youth became ecstatic and rubbed his hands in eager anticipation. Boom. The cracks emanated across the entire place before something made it out. The guy excitedly dashed over and grabbed the thing. Alas, his smile quickly froze after seeing what it was. What the hell? Is this a joke? I spent 5 million coins for a silver ore worth 10 coins. A shitty one at that. Fuck. The disciple cursed and threw the ore on the ground. Motherfucker, give me back my 5 million. He stomped on the ore to vent. Brother Wu, forget about it, this is a wildland with no price, unlike an official ground. 1 coin can give you everything here or 1 million can get you death. It's already lucky that you're coming out unharmed. His friends laughed and consoled. The more experienced ancestors didn't waste money like this. One ancestor brought his disciples across multiple thickets before seeing an old tree. He bowed, then prostrated before taking out a pouch of coins. He gently poured it into a hole on the tree. Clank! The coins disappeared inside. Matron tree, oh matron tree, please tell me where the best wildland is. I only wish for an ancient diagram, nothing more. The ancestor begged. His disciples were astounded since their master was a famous true god. They would never believe this if they weren't here to witness this in person. Rustle. The old tree actually stretched out its brand to show the direction. This guiding act shocked a few disciples, not expecting for this to work. Thank you, matron tree. The ancestor bowed again before leaving with his disciples. What tree was that? His disciple inquired. A matron tree, a very unique and rare type in this land. It will serve as a guide after you give it enough coins. The ancestor answered. What a place, everything here wants money. The disciple smiled wryly. Is it accurate? Will we be able to find a good wildland going that way? Not necessarily. To which the ancestor responded, this tree will not be that exact when picking the wildland, but it's better than going in blind. Moreover, the danger level is far less. I see. A different disciple thought about something else. Moneyfall is a strange place. Money to get on the boat, money to ask for the prize and direction, what do they need money for? That's why it's called Moneyfall. You can go everywhere here if you have enough coins. The ancestor said, many don't get this logic. Give coins to a frog and it might give you a fortune. It's all dependent on luck. His disciples could only smile about the bizarre nature of this place. The wildlands weren't the only dangerous place here. Official grounds were just as perilous. Some ruins were insane as well. There was a massive temple built on a flat plateau. Its golden glow was apparent even from far away. Thus, it naturally attracted the attention of numerous experts. They started palpitating with excitement. That temple must have treasures. One expert wanted to run over. Don't go. His senior dragged him back and said with a serious expression, that's going to your doom. Why? The young expert stared at the temple and asked. It's a ruin. The senior elaborated, rumor has it that 80,000 years ago, an expert used a calling the land method to summon a treasure ground. However, he didn't get the items inside. Later on, many people came and died in there. Calling the land. This was the first time the youth heard this term. It's calling out a prime ground. The senior explained, throw a coin to the sky and let it circle around to determine the size. For example, if you want to call out a place with a 1,000-mile radius, then let it circle for that much. Everything inside will be yours, provided that you can pay the sky-high price shown after the coin lands. Moreover, the items in this place will be the finest, but you must be capable enough to grasp them. After hearing this, these disciples realized that paying for official grounds was only child's play. Calling the land was truly going all out, buying an entire area. Back then, an ancestor of pure Yang system called the land here and paid the high price. What he got was this plateau. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the treasures and even died here. The senior pointed at the temple, look over there, there's a devil inside. No one really knows what it is, but many true gods fell victim to it. Sure enough, the disciples looked over and saw a large shadow presiding over the entire temple. Any intruder would be torn to pieces. These prime grounds are different from the treasure grounds that we buy. The latter would eventually regain its original appearance after a purchase as if nothing had happened. This isn't the case for the prime grounds. They would stay like this, so people also call them ruins or historical remains. Only true emperors and eternals would dare to call the land. Anyone else would be courting death even if they can afford the price. The senior continued. Meanwhile, The rest of his disciples was still shuddering because of the shadow in the temple. At the edge of a great desert was, strangely enough, a shattered ocean. The central area had been penetrated and turned into a maelstrom. This resulted in unwelcoming and raging currents. The experts near this place naturally felt apprehension about approaching closer. Insane ocean. An ancestor said with reverence. Why the strange name? An expert next to him asked. Because insane ancestor called it out. The ancestor replied, according to the legends, insane ancestor called out the land here and paid a monstrous sum, resulting in this ocean. A maelstrom of blood was the opponent here, but the furious ancestor directly killed his way in and annihilated this maelstrom, crushing this ocean completely. He took out an amazing treasure here, and from then on, people called this place Insane Ocean. Insane ancestor is incredible. No wonder why he was able to create a lineage of the immortal level. This expert showed admiration. Chapter 2294, Surprises were to be expected at Money Fall, plenty of winners and losers being made every second, not to mention the casualties. However, something caught everyone's attention in the last 2 days. There's an idiot below a cliff to the west. This story spread around. What do you mean? People naturally became curious. Well, the insane guy is feeding true coins to ants for several days now. There's no curing him. The storyteller laughed. This particular story traveled across Moneyfall and many people came for a look. Sure enough, a youth was squatting down. He wore a full robe, a nondescript fella that no one would give a second glance to. This so-called idiot had a spatial pouch in his hand, who knows how rich he was. There was a line of ants coming from a gap in the rocks all the way to the youth. He would take out 1 coin for each ant. They would bite it, then return to the gap. A while later, these ones would come back out with something resembling a speck of sand. They placed these specks down in front of the youth and were rewarded with another true coin. The cycle would repeat from then on. People took a good look at these specks of sand. They were the size of a rice grain with a craggy texture. They weren't special at all outside of a slight glow. However, this youth was so interested in it. He was trading true coins for them, quite an unbelievable spectacle. What the hell is he doing? The crowd was lost. One curious soul even copied him and got a speck of sand. An ancestor tried as well, but they couldn't notice anything special. It's just sand. One ancestor used his heavenly gaze for a full sweep and found nothing. It's infused with a little mineral, that's all. Even the ancestors failed to know what was going on, let alone everyone else. How long has he been here? Another question came up. A few days now. One passerby shook his head. He used several pouches of true coins already and probably got a small pile of sand in return. Hey, what are you up to? Someone finally asked the youth. Just having fun. He chuckled and didn't stop feeding the ants. Strange enough, the ants worked hard and didn't stop at all, continuing to move the coins back to their nest. The cultivators were speechless at this answer. Spending several pouches of coins just to have fun. Young people are so confusing nowadays. One old man shook his head and left. Damn, if you buy wildlands with this money, that's more acceptable. At least you might get lucky from this. But feeding them to the ants, there's something wrong with you. Are you stupid? Another looked at him with doubts in their eyes, wasting your chance here in Waterfall. I have plenty of money to do whatever I want. The youth answered flatly. Okay, you have plenty of money, but also stupid. People began to leave. This famous person, albeit not for a good reason, was naturally Wuxia. He didn't mind the insults thrown around about him and continued exchanging coins for sand. Due to his fame, waves of people came and went to see him. They didn't know that he was the first disciple of longevity, only aware that he was the stupid ant feeder. One felt such indignation at this act. This world is so unfair, how can an idiot have so much money? If I have that much, I would probably get really lucky at a wildland. Eventually, Li Qie finally stopped and whistled. He put away the sand and smiled, "Okay, little friends, I have to go now." The ants actually turned to look at him as if they didn't want him to leave. Of course, he had spent so much coins in the last few days. In fact, people even thought about robbing him out of greed. Ultimately, he was quite pleased with himself after gathering enough crystal sand regardless of the public sentiment. He left the cliff and continued northward until he reached a large river. "Oh, that rich ant-feeding idiot is here." People recognized him right away. This comment incited a wave of laughters. Those who haven't seen him before still have heard of his nickname. "Hey, rich guy, why don't you try land calling since you have so much money?" Someone tried to persuade him. Li Qie only smiled and headed for the shore of the lake, looking over yonder. Going north requires crossing this lake. Many people were looking across the lake as well, not just Li Qie. "Can we fly?" a cultivator asked a friend. "No, flying is impossible, we have to pay up. Fish, turtles, or boats can take us over." The friend shook his head. "We have a big group, so let's get a big boat." This cultivator looked at his dozen companions and said, "You're joking. A big boat is expensive, around 80,000 true coins of the true hero level." The friend shook his head again. "Damn, really? A boat costing that much is insane." The cultivator became startled. "Everything is expensive at Waterfall." The friend smiled wryly. "What's the cheapest way then? Let's do that." The cultivator was helpless since they weren't that rich and needed to save as much as possible. "The golden fish are the cheapest, just 3,000 true warrior coins." The friend said. "Then let's do that, we need to go offer some incense at the shrine too. Need to keep costs down." "No, we need to ride the turtles." The friend disagreed. "The fish are very dangerous, we'll die for sure if anything unexpected were to happen in the lake." The group debated and settled on using turtles. Clank! They threw down coins and a turtle rose from the water. The coins touched its shell and disappeared. "Let's go." The group jumped on the turtle and barely had enough room. The turtle began taking them to the other side. One cultivator chose to spend 3,000 true warrior coins. A golden fish jumped out of the water and ate the coins. He jumped on it without any hesitation and started his journey. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.